You're being... You're a pussy. Mag.
Yeah, I tried. Give us some of that snow, Mama. Yeah, can I fry some beef, Mama? I like beef.
Oh God, here it comes! Oh, hot, 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 hot. Mr. Marsh, we apologize, and if it's okay with you, we would like to present you your long overdue trophy.
Mag. Mag.
Because it was I who made you what you are today. If not for me, Hamato Yoshi would never have left Japan. I followed him to this country, where I gained my advanced technology, including my rare experimental mutagen. It was I who caused you to mutate into your humanoid form. You owe everything to me. Don't deny your destiny. Join me. Very well. I have my own mutants. Bebop, rock steady. Destroy them!
Oh, with great pleasure, Master Shredder. Jump for it!
You idiot!
I always knew you were criminals.
Snake.
The following program deals with a controversial subject. The theories expressed are not the only possible interpretation.
The viewer is invited to make a judgment based on all available information.
I have subdued my enemies under my feet. I have placed my foot on their necks. I have destroyed all who hated me. They called for help, but no one came to their rescue. They even cried to the Lord, but he refused to answer. I ground them as fine as dust in the wind. I swept them into the gutter like dirt. I have placed my foot on their necks. I have placed my foot on their necks.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to another Modern Comic Mayhem on Beyond Wednesdays. This is going to be a fun one tonight. Now, I'm going to be saying a couple things throughout the first part of the show over and over and over. These being, one, I understand if you're not into the drama. I understand if you're not into the fuck shit. Neither am I. But sometimes we got to talk about the fuck shit. So, drama alert is starting right off the bat. it's going to start right off the bat here in a second. So that's so you guys know that. I will drop the link in a little bit. Anybody's allowed to come on, but I would suggest that if you weren't part of Flipside or Beyond Wednesdays or Renovision, you might want to wait till after Drama Alert, unless you got something relevant to the story or something. So this is a response video. We're going to EFAP mine and Lopez's little interview on our homie Razor's channel at a point when Kyle from SNS jumps on the show, and we're going to go over it. So that being said, after that, what we're going to do is we'll get into the regular show. You know what I mean? We'll do FOC. I want to, Billy put out a video tonight. I haven't seen it yet, but we're all going to watch it. That's probably going to be at the end of Drama Alert. And Billy's in the chat right now. So we're going to, at some point, I imagine if he's not busy, he'll jump on the show. But yeah, we're going to get into his video tonight because it sounds interesting. A little issue with Diamond. And if you guys remember on a recent SNS, we talked about those issues live with
MCM.
Yeah. What's that? Live with
you said SNS.
Oh, Jesus Christ. MCM, thank you, bro. It's in my fucking They stole my show. I created SNS. Anyways. What's going on,
my
guys?
popcorn's almost done. I actually do have popcorn. I might go grab that for the visual effects of the story time.
All right, so I'm going to get old school tonight. I'm going to get into more Flipside lore. Not going to get into much of what we talked about on Razor's show if I don't have to. I'm just, at certain points during EFAPing, we might stop and investigate claims, so to be said, and talk about it. So, why don't we get into it? Fuck it.
I got at you, McClay. I hope this makes your comic book drama, because these dudes, goofy ass dudes.
Into the news. Into the into the
But let's get down to business.
Let's get down to business. So we went on to our boy Razor's show last week, last Sunday, to talk about the top 10, what the top 10 is, how the top 10 got started, what, my thoughts are on top 10 lists and, as content. And we kind of got into the Renovision beef, the Steal Your Vision beef, I should call. I'm going to refer to them as Steal Your Vision for most of the night. So it was a fun little show. It was really, really informative. I was enjoying it. I didn't have to push any buttons, or I didn't have to worry about my internet or my mic or that type of shit. I could just chill and kind of smoke and hang out, and it was a fun fucking show. It lasted 4 fucking hours. So I understand if not all of you guys saw the end, but towards the probably like the 2-hour mark, I would say. Yeah, towards about the 2-hour mark, we we were talking, we were deep in some Renovision, Steal Your Vision lore, and Matt from Steal Your Vision, aka I'll call him Absolute Geek Matt, jumped in the chat and started spouting off some stuff. And I imagine that at that point he probably called Kyle and was like, "Why aren't you in there sticking up for us?" Probably like that shit. So Kyle jumped in the chat, and I'll just let it continue from there. And if you guys need me to pause at any point, just tell me to pause. I'm going to be pausing at points, and we're going to do a lot of pausing. So for those of you guys who don't know what this type of thing is called, I love it. It's got such a great name. It's called EFAPing. Okay. When you watch somebody else's video and you stop and you talk about certain, points, at certain points, and you play it and you stop at certain points, it's called EFAPing, EFAP apostrophe ING or whatever, apostrophe NG, whatever you want to say. And I love it because, it's got a little bit of this fapping going on, right? We're all kind of doing a little e-fapping when we do this. And also, more importantly, and what it really means is every frame a pause. There's a famous, electronic masturbation, says I read comics. Yeah, e-fapping. So every frame a pause. There's, it's a big show. They talk, there's, plenty of YouTube channels that use that term. So that's what we're going to do. We're going to get into a little e-fapping. All right. Shout out our boy Razor, brother. We're going to play this. I think I'm going to put the, not sleep timer, playback speed at 1.25, and we might speed it up also because this is a long video. Change and smoke a blunt while we're talking about this.
It was really different over there. You know what I mean? I don't know, bro. I know it was really different over there. I even hesitate now to talk about that. But it's one of those things where I could confirm so much shit, but we're not there yet. But a lot of that is true. You know what I mean? And Matt is right. I, as a loyal Flipside guy, I used to super chat. I still super chat certain people. So I didn't really know what was going on. And at that time, I had a friendship with that dude. And he was like telling me the same shit, like, well, they're scamming and blah, 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 this and that, just real ranting, you know what I mean? And I'm like, okay, well, whatever the case may be. And it did affect how I saw Flipside, you know what I mean? Because like I always say, that time got me through the pandemic. I was at home, my boys and blah, blah, blah. And I was like, oh man, if these guys are going to do that, then what the fuck?
I didn't see this earlier, but Legion of Comics, shout out Mark from Legion of Comics.
So let me fast forward this a little bit and explain what's going on at this point. So, hold on, let me go right here. So we had gone over the whole thing, and we're just kind of bullshitting, and I'm moving down to my outside.
Mark already started a top 10 list, and he has an opinion on where you lie. So let me put this on the screen here. Legion says in top 10 list, Bryan clearly is in 4th place, right?
I love Mark. By the way, big shout out to Mark, man. I love Mark. He's one of my favorite content creators. He's a really stand-up dude, and I got a lot of respect for him. So
yeah, Mark, I don't know, man. My list is going to be coming out. Darth, where do you rank Bryan's list, man? Let's say Bryan's not here. Let's talk about it. He's not here.
I'm a loyalist, bro. I stay within the Flipperverse, so I'm going to watch that list before I watch any list. I'll watch that list, and then I'll go watch Renovision. Well, I fast forward. I fast forward Renovision.
Comic-Con list before you watch.
I don't watch Tom's list. Well, that's on 9/8. If I'm not mistaken, that's basically going off 9/8.
I mean, he's not here right now. You can talk about him. You can be honest with me. If you don't watch his list right away.
Whose list? Tom?
Bryan's. I don't watch Bryan's list.
No. I watch Bryan's list, and then I watch Renovision list because it's more relevant to like how I like to collect, right?
Yeah, you know what? I watched for
we pause
research purposes.
Real quick. Hey Lopez, since you watch both lists, like how, since the separation between CBSI and Stein from the Hot 10 list, how close are they? Like with the same?
It's off by a few books.
Okay, I was curious of how much crossed over. I guess.
It's not completely the same, but it's very close. You guys will both have the same books. I think they do it from the sales, from like Wednesday sales to Saturday or whatever. Mm-hmm. I think that was a formula they're using. But it's relatively the same books.
Okay. I was just curious.
A lot of fucking top 10 lists over the last weeks. And I watched Renovision, and I'll be honest with you, it's just boring to me. It's just him sitting up there doing his list. It's not, it's not entertaining. I'm a guy who has to be entertained. So watching that was not fun. The
chemistry
fun. He wasn't one of them. So
Kyle wants to join.
By the way, I didn't realize this, but I guess Pete is just doing it by himself now, which I respect that. At least he's not, continuing to thieve the same format, So I respect him doing it by himself. But I want to say this real quick. You'll hear me say I respect Pete, but fuck Pete. In all of it, you know, just because I've seen what's kind of happened and what's went down, and I lost a lot of respect for Pete. I used to really like Pete. Pete was like one of my favorite people in content creation. I used to call him fucking the nicest guy in comics, or nicest guys in comic content, or something like that, right? And you know, I really liked Pete. I had a lot of respect for him. Every once in a while, I would ask him to help me on some artwork for Flipside. Like, he created the Modern Playbook logo. You know, he would every once in a while, if I was too busy and before you got there, you know, I would ask him to, hey, do you mind taking a shot at this, or, you know, do you have any ideas on this? And I liked Pete, you know what I mean? And, you know, it's
tough
for sure.
Can I say something real quick? Like, Pete, honestly, bro, I had a little communication with Pete, but I feel the same way. Pete was like, if I had a Mount Rushmore, bro, Pete would like probably be in it. Like, the content he did years ago was solid. You know what I mean? You know, he was very open with his viewers, with books to suggest and all that. But honestly, bro, you know, once Flipside broke up and Marco went over there, it just changed. Like, a lot of negativity followed. They'll never admit it. They'll never see it that way. But being on the inside and the outside as a viewer and being back there, dude, it was completely different. And you know, fuck it, bro. The gloves are off. Like, if you watch their content, it's always, everybody's fucking nervous. It's like they're not fucking comfortable. It's like something looming over all of them.
Well,
you know, I was watching today just in case they want to take a shot. And, you know, and I heard Marco say my name. It's all good. But I could just see them tense because they know, you know what I mean? They know the truth. They know how they could be perceived.
Yeah.
And how it's going to look.
Well, so I didn't start thinking of Pete a different way until the whole top 10 thing went down. Up until that, I was a Pete loyalist, you know, as that word is. I mean, you said it earlier. You were a Flipside loyalist. I stood up for Pete. I even stood up for him when I remember Ninth Wonder was calling him out for content theft, and I even stood up for him when
with the cover pics name and all that.
Yeah, the logo.
Yeah.
Dude, I got in trouble. Well, I didn't get in trouble, but he, you know, in a nice way said, no need. You know what I mean? Unnecessary. You don't got to do that. And I basically explained to him was like, look, bro, like Renovision, bro, I'm cut from a different cloth. I'm tribal. This dude's taking shots at you. I mean, I'm part of the team, man. Fuck that.
Yeah,
you know?
if you guys don't know, Lopez was part of Renovision at the time. So Lopez is going to give you guys a Renovision point of view, which is interesting to me, you know.
Yeah. And before one thing I'll say, and I've told you this, Bryan, this does not happen if Kyle didn't do the eulogy. Let me just be very clear and 100%. I'm not here to take shots at Kyle or anybody in SNS. I said it last Saturday. I will say it again. When that happened that night, I said, bro, it's good. We're good. Let it go. Yeah, I said, fuck you, fuck your show, all that. Of course, let it go. Don't say my fucking name. And we're good. They won't care. I'll die out. It won't fucking matter. But he chose not to do that. And so by him doing that, killed multiple friendships. Regardless of what I'm about to say about Marco, the motherfucker was my friend. That died. All of that got cut with Kyle having some balls. And I respect him for doing that because now it's good for battle lore. You know what I mean? Battle content. It's great. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I love that term, dude. There was some battle content on Sunday, that's for sure. And you guys were going to get into it, so I'm going to continue this.
All right.
Who does?
Yeah, Kyle. He's a Renovision host.
Yeah.
So at this point, Kyle jumps in the chat, and everybody's like, invite Kyle up. And so I'm like, yeah, fuck yeah, invite Kyle up. That's my guy. That's, you know, I was just on the phone with Kyle the night before with him and his wife, telling them how much I care for them and telling how much I love them and prayers for them for like an hour, dude. It was crazy. I talk to the guy once a week. Shout out to Lord of Brooklyn. Appreciate that. He says, McClay, if there is any chance for you to reconcile with Kyle, please do so immediately. None of us know what the future holds. Your friendship worth more. Hey, man, I'm going to say this. There's something that I've learned in life as you get older. I'm keeping my circle small, and it's going to be filled with people that have my best interest in mind, and I have their best interest in mind. And what you guys are going to see tonight, you'll realize this is, and shout out to Lord of Brooklyn, because you get brought up in this. It's funny. Well, I don't know if you get brought up in this, but I think you might have. Anyways, we'll talk about that at some point. You know, at some point, you can't trust a guy who was as close as my inner circle, like a best friend, you know, a really good friend. I've known him outside of podcasting for 10 plus years. I started a little business with him way back when, you know, shit like that.
To me, that's the craziest part too, that it's someone that you know outside of podcasting and from real life, right?
Yeah.
But, you know, it's a part of your comic group. So
And
I mean, like, it's cool to see, like, you know, I mean, it's good to see the, like, oh, I'm starting to do this, and then, you know, just growing that way. But then, like, the content, I guess, or whatever, causes that separation of a real, you know, of a real friendship and stuff like that. Even though, like, you know, most of the people I talk to daily are people I podcast with now at this point.
Yeah, you know, and that's the fucking truth of it. So anyways, you know, if there's a person that you consider that close, that basically when I created Beyond Wednesdays and left Flipside, I went to Kyle and told Kyle before anybody and said, hey man, I'm thinking about leaving Flipside. What do you think? If I go, will you know, go with me and set up a new channel? I understand if you don't want to start something over, but you know, I would love you to be part of it. And he was like, fuck yeah, I'm in. You know, he was all stoked. He was coming up with all these he wanted to you know, create these cool segments and all this crazy stuff. I gave him brand managership of the YouTube channel, which means he could see everything. He could do anything, you know, anything, like, except delete the channel. Everything else he could do. He could delete shows. He could create shows. He could go live. He could, you know, see all the earnings, all the analytics, everything. So, you know, I really want him to be part of this channel. And he showed me that happened this night on Razor's show that, like, that feeling wasn't mutual. Right. So, you know, it is what it is.
He's my good friend. He's the friend that I talk about that they got to jump from my channel to their channel.
This is it. We're about to make peace.
So this is one of the guys. Oh, this is Kyle, the guy that the alpha male Marco reached out to.
No. Yeah. He's right. The one that Marco reached out to.
Marco reached out to.
Hey, this is the one. Hey, Razor, real quick. This Kyle had one of the scathing, hardest diss tracks, in my opinion. The eulogy to Darth Lopez. Please bring him on. Hopefully he's on. This will be a milestone moment. This piece, this is great.
Gotcha. And just to clarify,
and this is what's crazy. Like, the night before when I'm talking to Kyle on the phone, I'm like, hey, this guy Razor hit me up. He wants me to go on a show and talk about top 10s and the top 10 wars. Lopez is going to go on. And, you know, I just want to let you know that, you know, if Lopez says anything that isn't true, I'll stand up for you and say it isn't true. And I got your best interest in mind. And I even told Lopez that. I told him, Lopez knows that. Lopez knows that I'm going to stand up for Kyle no matter what, up until this night. You know what I mean? Like, I'm going to stand up. I'd stand up for Yeezee no matter what. I'd stand up for Hood no matter what. I'd stand up for Richie no matter what. You know, these are my guys. Shout out to Lord Tatman. He says, decimate your enemies. There's no going back. Nope. There's no going back after you know, like, becoming the content creator that I've become. There is no going back. So, all right, here we go.
And I'll drop the link for you, Kyle, and I'll be more than happy to have you on, man. That'd be awesome. But Kyle is one of the guys that supposedly that from what Bryan is saying, that Marco reached out to earlier in the story and is now working on the other side.
Kyle,
so let me
bring him up. Come on, Kyle, let's do it, bro.
let's see.
And the thing I was gonna say is, Lopez, you wanted him to come on because you wanted to bury the hatchet with him, right?
Yeah, bro. I never look, dude. I did not dislike anybody on SNS. I did not. It was what it was. Maybe it's one of those things where maybe it was me, bro. Right? If I take myself out of it and I look at it, maybe I was too aggressive. Maybe I wasn't funny enough. I was going in there green, but at the same time, you had fucking Marco over there sending me over there under false pretense. Kyle already felt that way, which he proved on this.
What do you mean by
right?
false pretense? What does that mean?
Well, I mean, because it's always been known, and once I found out about that, before I got booted off or whatever, was that it was kind of out that Marco sent me over there to basically, I don't want to say the word spy because that's what it was, but I've said it. He sent me over there to learn.
What was Marco's feelings on Kyle and Matt from your point of view?
Oh, he hated him. I mean, he completely disliked him to the point where it was like, I was like, yo, bro, I mean, you realize that when I watched MCM back in the flip side, I watched for Kyle, Matt, and Corbin. And it sprinkled me in some Solo Wookiee, and then I think Sam, right? But I watched for, again, Kyle, Matt, and Corbin. That's why I watched MCM, right?
Yeah.
Back when it was on flip side.
Yeah.
And I would always say that, and he would always get fucking just triggered because then he'd go on a rant about how trash Kyle and Matt are. And I'm like, I'm not even feeling that, bro. Marco was by the time, again, 3 years before any YouTube, me being on YouTube. So it's like you get to accept your friends for just who they are, right? Sometimes acquaintances become friends. You don't expect it, and then there's a friendship. And then you start to see each other's flaws. And then at that point, ain't no going back. You're homies, for good or worse, right or die, right? So, yeah, but no, he didn't dislike them, completely trashed them. Almost every time I talk to him. I mean, it's just the truth. And Kyle knows that.
Yeah.
That's the worst thing about it. So.
Well, I mean, so when we were on flip side, we used to have weekly meetings with everyone, someone from every show,
everybody was invited, but we tried to get somebody from every show to come on.
Right. And then sometimes there's multiple people from other shows and all that, blah, blah. But then we were always trying to try to have all the same kind of numbers throughout the week and everything too as well. And it was always conversations of, oh, how do we improve this show's analytics, the numbers and everything. And then, I mean, I kind of remember Marco always complaining about just random people on MCM all the time. I don't know why this guy's on this, blah, blah, blah. And so, and then he would do that to every show too, as well. Just being pointing out flaws or whatever to try to improve the show or get people kicked out or whatever.
Yeah.
So it was always interesting to be in those meetings.
Yeah. Hey, JSS Brooklyn, I agree. I'm not going to get too deep into this. I just want to, I want people to understand the thing that I really, really put a lot of time and effort into is my character. Okay. And I don't care what my enemies say behind my back, but people who I think are my friends, I don't want them to call into my character, into my character being bad. I don't want them to talk bad about me. Shout out to Synthetic Panels. I don't want it to have somebody feel that way. And my character means everything to me. Ever since I got clean from heroin, that means everything to me, right? And here's why. It's two reasons. I'm honest about my heroin addiction because it keeps me honest. And what that means is I tell people it. I don't care. You don't have to be close. I'm going to let that fly because it instantly keeps me honest. All right. It keeps me honest in our relationship. It keeps me honest in everything. Okay. And second, when I got clean off drugs and I kind of fucking got my life back together, I said, I've done some shitty things. I've lied for a living for fucking years. You know what I mean? And what that means for a living, I mean, you know, for my next, whatever my next
score, yes.
score
Your
was.
next score.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so the I told myself I wasn't gonna lie anymore, and I'm gonna live that and wear that on my fucking sleeve. It's my fucking, it's my sigil, dude. Sigil. It's my fucking Cairo, you know, and Hoke Sig Vince's, right? And McClay Sig Vince's, whatever, man. Like, and this sign I shall conquer, all right? And this thought process I shall conquer, and it keeps me honest with myself too, right? So that being said, the dude called into that. I mean, he came in here, he basically said like, I'll just get into it. Okay, here we go.
What's different with me is that I watched you guys before I was put on that fucking channel the first time, and I enjoyed your content and Matt specifically.
I knew
Matt.
from the beginning that you were on to learn to be on stream.
Correct, but it was never. I'm telling you right now, it was never my intention to even go against.
Talked about it.
Not at all. I mean, my whole thing has always been that if any
go pretty good on flip side.
You are
working to it.
100%, and that's why I asked you to come over with me to Beyond Wednesdays when I started Beyond Wednesdays.
Oh, I'm sorry, you guys.
Man.
It was fucking funny. You did not like do a thumbnail like I didn't know nothing about it. You know, and I know that I know you had to read.
It wasn't a true fuck you. It was more of a see you later, adios amigo.
Yeah, I get it, and I respect it, and I had to do what I had to do. And it is what it is. But
it wasn't. It really meant. It wasn't meant as a true fuck you. It was really meant more as a joke. And I've always said that. What's up, Derek?
Yeah, but you could understand why I wouldn't take it that way, considering everything that I won't talk about that goes on behind there, whatever the case may be.
Yes,
but I respect it, bro. Once it was over, you know what I mean, and it was what it was, and I commend you for doing it, and that's why it's going to be ranked in the top 10 beef disses of comic book YouTube.
It's awesome.
I don't think people know what you're talking about, so I'm going to let. Well, I'll let Lopez explain it. Can you explain what you're talking about?
Let Kyle, because I've already, you know what I mean. I don't, I like to know.
Yeah, to everybody that's watching that doesn't know about any of this, Lopez used to be on the show that I do on Renovision, and I have to admit, it wasn't your vibe.
Right, agreed.
You weren't very good on it.
No.
And
no, he's right. No, he's right.
It wasn't.
I love the honesty. I'm loving Kyle already. Perfect. Yeah, you weren't that good at it, Darth.
Yeah, no, I didn't blend with him. I didn't mix with him. Like it just didn't work, bro. Honestly, and he's completely right. I put no effort into it. I always would tell Kyle, I'll do this, I'll think of this, and I never did it. And Kyle's a nice dude, and he would say, you can do that if you want. You got to do it. So,
yeah, I was always somebody that said, if you're on the show and you want to do something, if you put the shit together, fucking do it.
Yeah, facts, 100%.
Who does that sound like, E?
It sounds like you, but honestly, you both used to say that for Saturday night shows specifically. But I remember earlier, you were the one that, I mean, because you and I have done, like basically every show on Flipside together.
Yeah.
At one point in time, but you were always, that was always your attitude.
That was always his attitude too. Yeah, that was always his attitude too. And, for those of you guys that don't know, I started podcasting about comic books all at the same time. Basically, I went on Flipside, and then a week later, I started helping Kyle and Matt at their podcast they had called Absolute Geek. I would jump on and hang out with them on Friday, and I would do Flipside on Mondays, and I would do the Bogcast on the weekends. And when the Hot 10 with Stein started, it was Friday nights. I couldn't do Absolute Geek anymore. So I would just jump on over there after the Hot 10 ended. I would tell everybody, do a quick recap on the Hot 10 for their fans, and then I would jump off and go hang out at Drunken Chat when they were done, right? When they ended. So the thing about that is, and I'm only going to talk about like a couple people over there that I have problems with. And that is obviously Kyle and Matt. Matt is, and if you guys don't know, old Flipside fans know who he is. Matt's a self-sabotage person. He sabotages himself in everything he does. and he's always got to have like a fucking, you know, a person to hate. So anyways, I told Kyle I was tired of it, dude. And I was like, listen, man, I can't, you know, constantly do this. And, you know, it's hard doing a show with him. He's not good on a show, which I know it's something that everybody needs to learn. But the dude had done like 400 episodes of his podcast at that point. You know what I mean? Like, and he was really bad. And I don't talk bad. I don't like to talk bad about, you know, like other hosts like that. But listen, he's not good at doing what he does. He thinks he is, but like, you know, he doesn't ever come up with content. All he does is read other people's stuff, whether it's, you know, something somebody else writes for him, or it's the web page. And I understand, like, a lot of people go and read parts from web page, but most people like create content and talk about it with people. They don't just read the whole web page and then that's the story. You know what I mean? So like even Kyle would go crazy, you know, and I finally told him like, hey man, like I can't do this. So I kind of stopped doing that over there. And then after a while, you could tell Kyle, and I'm still friends with Kyle, and you could tell Kyle just like wasn't cool, he was getting tired of it, he was getting bored. He would literally call me every day on the phone on the way home from his work and just bitch about Matt. And I finally had to tell him, like, dude, you're my friend and all, so I'm going to tell you straight up, don't talk to me about Matt, because one, I won't tell you something good. I don't like the guy, so whatever I say about it will be negative. And that isn't real good advice to take, you know, and you're my friend, so I'm telling you this, you know, I don't like the dude, so I'm just not going to give you. So, you know, that was the way it is.
Oh, so you're going to feed into whatever the root cause is.
Yeah.
Between like him and Matt, like you're just going to feed into that.
I'm going to feed into it, and it's going to cause problems with them, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah. Just real quick before we move on. And I was the opposite. I actually like Matt. You know what I mean? That's the thing that sucks about it, is that like towards the end of SNS, me and Matt were, you know, we talk a few times a week, you know, and you know, I don't know, bro. Like to me, people look at friendships different, right? But to me, it was starting to get to like that point. It was more than an acquaintance, right? And you know, so it sucks when I hear, you know what I mean, about all that. But then, you know, it's like, and that's the thing with him, bro. If I wish he would have just told me, yo, dude, you know, or talk Kyle out of that, or said, yo, Lopez, Kyle's going to do this. But, you know, it's a difficult political position for him because, you know, Kyle's is more of his guy than I am.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And it just could have been avoided, bro. Like, it's funny. Like, all this really could have been avoided.
Yeah. Synthetic Panels, he dropped a $10 super chat. He says, not to be rude, but what is the story here that affects the community? This seems like it was just creative differences. Bro, this is 100% selfish fucking shit tonight. Like, this is me getting in my feels and saying,
yeah,
this my character was called into question. I just want to fucking put this out there. I'll tell you what, you guys. I don't plan. I usually don't talk much about Renovision after the fucking top 10 shit happened. I try to keep that to like my Instagram and my commercials before the show, and I'll call them Steal Your Vision, but I don't like really get into it. It's, you know, it's not something that I really cared about much until like this happened. And I don't plan on talking about it much after getting into it really deep after this. Like, Kyle was basically my last connection over there to even care, even the slightest. And now it's not there. So this is pure selfish me. And that's why I'll tell you guys, like, you guys don't, I understand if you don't get it. I'll try to keep it, you know, only, you know, half the show tonight or whatever, you know? So, but anyways, so here we go.
You know, and I was always a person that said, I'll help you. You need help, I'll help you.
100%.
Never. And there was a tiff, a difference of opinion, and there's words were said.
Yeah.
And he said, I quit the show again.
Yeah.
For the second time, because he's done it twice.
Why did you quit the show?
I just wasn't getting along with them, bro.
Gotcha. Cool.
And there was a bunch of like Hartman and Matt and the Brucifer thing. You know what I mean? Dude, it's just like, we weren't getting along, bro. And I think because I think Kyle always felt a certain way about me because of Marco.
Yeah.
And I think that clouded his vision. No matter how much I tried to because there were times where I remember he wanted to leave after the top 10 war when it started. Kyle was like, I want to leave, and I was egging him on. And others, I won't share that, but I was like, go, bro, stand on, do your own thing, because no matter what they'll say, Marco somehow would somewhat deter them from doing some content, some type of content, right?
Yeah.
Because he wanted to save everything, hoard everything for TAC.
Yeah.
And all that type of scenario, right? And if you don't believe me, we could go like this. So there was a lot of little segments that SNS did that TAC just did better with better production.
So you say that, and that's very interesting because that was one of Kyle's first. So when Kyle went over to Renovision, when he left Beyond Wednesdays, went over to Renovision, I reached out to him and I told him, I was like, we're good. I don't care about any of it. I just know we're good. I'll show you guys that in a little bit here, but and he would call me and be like, dude, fucking they steal this idea from me, they steal this idea from me, they steal this idea from me. I mean, he really would get mad.
Right. It was always a conversation. Kyle and Matt, they would always bitch about it. And here's more little that lore. So I did Jeopardy, right? It was all right. And so then they do Family Feud on TAC. So you see what I'm saying? So Jeopardy, and then they do Family Feud. I said in my head, okay, whatever. There was an HR bit that Marco wanted me to do. I didn't want to do it because it was kind of lame, and I was learning how to do it. So I don't know if I could have pulled it off. He wanted me to get a handbook and put on a tie, like I was HR. I was like, nah, I'm good, bro. I don't think I could pull that off for real, honestly. Bruce does it. You know what I mean? So it's like, he just always. Huh?
I've never seen anyone wear a suit on a podcast.
Well, like a fake little, like a fake little HR suit, bro. Because
I was because like when I used to do Dealer Flipside, I used to wear the suit and tie.
Yeah,
like on every
That's
episode.
right. That's right.
We fucking invented that shit, bro.
I didn't invent this wearing the suit on a podcast, but I mean, like
we invented it doing comic books.
I mean, doing like a game show and then like always wearing the suit and tie. Just saying.
Yeah.
I'm gonna continue some of this.
In the end, we just didn't get along, bro.
So I was like, oh, what'd be funny? I'll give Lopez a send off. I'm gonna make a eulogy for him. So we had,
he's talking fast.
I had,
yeah, I got him on speed up.
Eulogy type music playing. We had pictures of Lopez up.
All right, here we go. I'm gonna move it forward just to get into the point.
Yeah.
You already said after the eulogy is that what caused you to leave. So I'm gonna get to this point. Okay.
But but
we came up with the name Modern Comic. He said, and then Bryan was like, so we came. I got the other thing I'm gonna say about MCM is Bryan did
let's smoke and talk about this shit or something.
Which guys?
Content. I respect them for being here.
Okay, so this is the part that I want to get into. This is the part where like I felt like my character was called into question, and I get pretty mad because it's a friend doing it. You know what I mean? Like I usually don't get mad. I usually don't care. Like when I was on Comic Journey and I was saying the word pussy 30 times, you can see I'm not mad. Tonight on Razor, you're gonna see I'm mad. You're gonna see what McClay mad is. So,
I mean,
have you tried to get these guys together, Kyle? Have you said, hey man, let's smoke and talk about this shit or something?
Which guys?
Pete and Bryan.
They all have each other's numbers. They call each other. They're big boys. But the other thing I'm gonna say about MCM,
and I want to say to everybody, notice Kyle's persona, how he's talking, his body movements. He's very sure of himself, full of himself, when he's doing this. And it really threw me off because this isn't Kyle. But I just want to say, everybody, pay attention to that.
As Bryan did approach, he said, I'd like you guys to do a show on Flipside. He said, we have this show, and it wasn't something I wanted to do. I didn't want to do anything with speculation. I didn't want to do any of that stuff. So we came. I got me, Matt, Solo Wookie, I think Corbin, and Marco, and we were like, okay.
And me, by the way, I was in every single group message thing. If you go watch all the Modern Comic Mayhem shows, I'm on 75% of them. If you look at the art forum and the thumbnails, you'll see it's all my stuff, the intro, everything. And you can see my face when he's talking about this. I'm like, what the fuck?
Okay. Well, we don't want to do the spec thing. So we came up with it. He said, and then Bryan was like, try to think of something with comic in the name. So I said, okay. We thought about it. We came up with Modern Comic Mayhem. Bryan wasn't on the show. He was doing the Monday show. He was doing other stuff.
See, he said, I'm not on the show. He was doing the Monday show. He's doing other stuff. Bullshit. You can go watch the shows. And by the way, you guys, shout out to Dino at Tales from the Flip Side. He keeps all the playlists up of every show. You can go back and starting, on everything is there, okay? Every show. The very first episodes, every show we ever did. There's Yee on deal for Flip Side with the suit,
It's a rookie cards, bro.
Yeah, right? All this stuff was so much fun, man. We had, Flip Side, you guys know, I love that time period. It was my favorite time period creating content. And if you go to Flip Side, where is Modern Comic Mayhem?
I read comics that Flipside deleted some content, if I remember.
The only thing that we've ever taken down was Marco.
Oh, to your right. Go down.
Go down.
There you go.
Okay, right here. So here's the Modern Comic, every Modern Comic Mayhem episode on Flipside. Okay, I'm there. All right, let's go all the way to the beginning. I don't think I was on the first episode, and you can see even on the first, second, and third, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh, 8th, 9th, 10th, 11th. No, wait, 10th. Up until the 10th episode? You can see where the thumbnails change, and I start taking over the thumbnails. You can see, my thumbnail style. Here we go. This is it right here with the MCM right here. This is me I'm taking over the thumbnails. All right, so here's every episode, right? Here's the second episode. I told you I wasn't on the first one.
Yeah, because I remember this conversation too about the
Here
thumbnails.
I am. Yeah. I'm right there rolling a blunt.
Yeah, because you can see the transitions of us. Because we were talking to that one coordinator or whatever that told us to get all of our thumbnails like uniform, so it looks like it's coming from all the same channel.
Yep. So I was on the second episode. Here's the third episode. I'm right there. As Kyle's got his camera off, I'm right there. Okay, third episode. So you can go every episode. You'll. I'm on like 90% of them. This is when Yee stepped in. No, this is long story short. I don't know why. Maybe is it on a playlist?
It's probably like one of those situations where it's something like recommended viewing.
Yeah.
Afterwards.
So, anyways, you can go and up until here, where I started doing the thumbnails. I'm on every episode after that. So Kyle acting like I wasn't part of it is fucking bonkers to me, dude. Absolutely crazy. Here I am right here. It's fucking nuts, dude. So here I am right here. Here's Marco, me, Solo Wookie, and Kyle. Right? And here's the thing. Kyle, I asked Kyle to do the intro because I wanted him to have a major part in the show. But after that, you can see that the host of the show becomes me, just because it's so easy for me to jump into because I'm so used to it. It's not that I want to take over shows, but I don't want a show to be
that doesn't run smoothly. You know what I mean?
Smoothly. Awkward silence. Yes.
Where you have rough transitions where it's kind of oh, I'm talking about this book, blah 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 blah, and then everyone's just talking about it because what book. But then the audience has some will can visualize it, but it's easier to see that
I'm not on this one. It looks like.
it's easier to figure out what you're talking about if there's something on the screen. So like, someone smoothly like pulling up the image or whatever, just something as simple as that, or like an article that you're talking about.
I'm not on this one. So there's 2 I'm not on. Yeah, you're right, E. You're right. There's the Hive guys.
I'm still EFAPing.
So I'm not on that one, it looks like. But you can go and continue, and you'll see me in 90% of them. So, anyways.
So what were the views back then, Brian?
Oh, there were, 2,000 views, more than I'm getting on Beyond Wednesdays. Any show over there was getting, 2,000, just under 2,000 to like, 5,000 views on a weekly basis. So,
well, it was almost like daily basis at that point too, if you really think about it. Like each episode, each show was getting, it was on the low end if it was getting 1,000.
Only had 1,000.
Yeah. Well, you guys had show every day, bro.
Yeah.
Every day, Monday.
Yeah,
Monday,
it was right in the teeth of COVID, man.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, anyways, so at some point, you guys, anyways, I'm going to continue this. So I just wanted to make that point that you could see that, him saying that I wasn't part of that show is ridiculous, dude. I'm in everything except for a couple of shows.
I mean, if you really look at the flip side stuff, like you were kind of like the send off for a show to take over. Like you pass it on to someone else, like to manage, organize, whatever. But then like you would make sure everyone was comfortable doing like using the controls and everything before just like sending them off like, all right, good luck,
And that was the plan for that show. So Kyle's right in what he's kind of saying here, that I wanted to bring them over, one, because I knew that they were hating life at Absolute Geek. They would do a show every Friday for like 4 hours to no live viewers, like 3 live viewers, and 3 of them was us. And they would get like, and don't get me wrong, you guys, I'm not a view shamer or anything, but when you're doing a show for like 300 or 400 episodes and you can't break 100 view mark and you can't get anybody except for a couple people in the live chat, it can be rough. And I'm over at Flipside, we're rocking and rolling. So my thought process was, I know Kyle's hating it over at Absolute Geek. Let me bring them over. We really wanted to ramp up over there. We wanted to try and get a show every night. And I was fucking running thin. I was on almost every episode at that point, every show. Ye came in and took over Prospect 10 and Modern Playbook. And Comic Book Women, I handed Comic Book Women off to, after like the first, 12 episodes or 15 episodes, handed that off to Anthony. And Ye might have helped over there with that too.
I was a Comic Book Woman.
Yep. And I was trying to hand off Saturday night because the Saturday night show on Flipside, there's Solo Wookie in the chat. Shout out to Solo Wookie. The Flipside Saturday, we had a show on Saturday night that was getting 1,000+ views, just talking. It was called Modern Comic Playbook. And what we asked,
so the roundtable, huh?
Modern Comic Playbook roundtable. And what we asked, what in one of our meetings, what we said is, hey, we need to change the name of the Saturday night show, but we would like to keep Modern Comic in it. Okay. And I don't remember who came up with Mayhem. It could have been Kyle. It could have been Matt. It could have been me. I don't remember, honestly. But I know we said we want Modern Comic in there because we already have all these episodes on Modern Comic Playbook. It'd be nice to, keep that in the title for the algorithm and all that shit. So I'm going to continue this.
We came up with the name Modern Comic Mayhem, so we started doing it. Right, Brian? Am I right so far? You're muted.
Brian, can't hear you.
No,
yeah, but
that's
yeah, but no, but hold on. Yeah, you can say that, but the one thing that I think that you have wrong is that I wasn't involved. I think if you go back and look at the Modern Comic Mayhem shows, I was in most of them. I was part of the production on most of them. So
you were on them later after Marco and Matt left.
No, I was on with Marco too. You can go back and watch the shows. They're there. They're still there. So I think that's probably the only issue I have. I mean, Kyle's cool with me. Kyle is 100% right. He stayed out of all of it. I think Kyle's been used by Marco. What we're forgetting is that Lopez was put in there to be a spy for Marco because Marco doesn't like Matt and Kyle. And he needed somebody over there to kind of watch them.
The show's live on YouTube. What is there to say?
Right. Well,
the show's live on YouTube every week.
So at this point, like I have to go back upstairs, and I'm not listening as much. It's coming in and out. So
I talk to Marco twice a week.
Come on,
he knows exactly what's going on. There's no secrets.
I'm not saying that.
I like how you planted Darth in there to be a spy.
Well, hold on. Let me clarify. Let me be fucking brutally honest now. There was some intention with that, okay? And I'll fucking tell you, Kyle. I don't know if I've ever told you, and I'll say this. He did put me there to learn because he thought that you and Matt would eventually fail because he had opinions of you. What was different was me is that I watched you guys before I was put on that fucking channel the first time, and I enjoyed your content and Matt specifically.
I knew from the beginning that you were on to learn to be on stream.
Correct, but it was never. I'm telling you right now, it was never my intention to even go against you in any shape or fashion. Now, it didn't work out for us. Who cares, right? But that was never my intention. And when I would tell him how I appreciated being on there with you and Matt, and I'm trying to find my place, that was a different conversation that he would have. Because I don't want to this to be what it is for you later on. But yeah, and I'll say it, and you know it 100%.
Lopez, at this point, are you still trying to like bury the hatchet, or are you like, fuck this guy?
I'm still trying to bury the hatchet.
Okay, thank you.
Because it's not. I mean, because it's done, bro. Like it's done. Like I'm over it, and I'm sure he's over it.
Yeah.
But it's still, bro. There's bad energy, and that's fucking Marco.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? For me, that's where it all.
And everybody, and he probably trashed me when you would talk to him because that's how he is. But you don't have to respond to that. I don't really care if you.
I don't know. He doesn't talk shit to me, so
that's bullshit. That's complete and utter bullshit, dude. I like.
Yeah.
Listen,
he always complained. Well, he wouldn't complain as much as I would, but there was a little like a theme between me, Matt, and Kyle about Marco, how he was. You know what I mean? Like he wouldn't get out of YouTube character, bro. You know, so I have to pump him down over the phone. With like, yo, bro, like slow down, like just be you, just be Nate. Okay, be Nate. So that's his fucking name. Be Nate, and I'm George. Like, let's just have a conversation about whatever, bro. But he was like really into that character. Just, it was like sometimes, fuck, it was too much. But that was my buddy, and I'm like I said, I'm a loyal friend. Like, okay, we're all flawed as human beings. None of us are perfect.
Yep.
Right. And so it was what it was. But dude, all he did was bash those guys, man. And that's why this is so surprising to me because I'm seeing it happen. I'm like, wait a minute. All I know, Kyron never once took a shot at you, Bryan. The whole time I was over there, I can say that.
That makes me feel good that that's true. But there had to ultimately there is something that he's been holding back. And let me tell you something, you guys. I've had conversations with Hood, with Yee, with Richie, with Nate, with all the people that I have become really good friends with making content. All right. Like all people that were in my inner circle, like I've had conversations with them, and you guys tell me if I'm lying, if I've never said this to you, but I've said like, hey, if there's ever a problem, I'm a phone call away, you don't have to worry, it just, if you think I'm feeling a way about something or sideways about something, just hit me up, bro. Because I don't want that to be a thing with my best friends. If I squash, if I see any type of sideways, or some feelings, kind of popping out, I'll be like, hey, are we good? I'm just making sure, that, there wasn't something that you thought I said, or, I'm the first person to do that because I don't want my good friends to fucking, not be good friends with me.
I remember when you hurt my feelings, but we talked about it and then I felt better.
Yeah, I told Hood he needs to fucking buy a mic. That's it.
We're professionals here. You gotta understand that.
Yeah. All right, here we go.
Well, there you go.
There you go.
I mean,
I'll being honest. I appreciate it.
I mean, I talked to him today. I talked to Marco today, as a matter of fact,
and I'll tell you what, I guarantee they were talking mad shit because I
Yeah.
told Kyle the night before that this was gonna happen, that all this shit was gonna happen. You know what I mean? That we're gonna go on the show, this and that. I even told Kyle, I was like, because Kyle even told me, and fuck it, I don't care. He's like, I've been thinking about leaving there for a while now. And even Matt's like, hey, we should start our own thing. He's trying to convince me to do it. I go, bro, why haven't you? I go, dude, these guys have stabbed you in the back twice that I know of. And you've allowed the people that have stabbed you in the back, not only to come back on the show, but you're friends with them. Like literally you caught them trying to like get you kicked off the show, to take over the hosting duties, everything,
Yeah, that's where that comes up, and it'll play out, but that's not how that went down, bro. That's Kyle and his feelings pouting. You know what I mean?
Bro.
Kyle was a certain way, Brian. You know how he is. He was your friend, and that's just what he does, bro. He pouts and he goes on stream and he acts a certain way. And
listen, Lopez,
yeah,
I've already talked to people about this, and I'll just put it at that is true. It came up in my conversation with Matt when I got into it with Matt on the phone, like maybe you weren't as deep into it, but there's no doubt in my mind that Brucifer, Matt, Sam wasn't. Sam was always in Kyle's. Sam is a good dude. Sam is a good dude.
Bro.
But Brucifer and Matt, and you partly, were talking to Marco about trying to get Matt to become the new host. And you were in, by the way, fuck that, dude. You were in Matt's ear because you were buddies with Matt, and you would talk to Matt, and you would talk him up. And he told me that you guys all talked Matt up to get Matt to think that he was this amazing YouTube host and all this stuff.
Yeah. I mean, I didn't see him in a negative light. That's the thing. It was genuine, and like they wanted to stop Dead Space. Here's the thing, bro.
Dead air. It's always been an issue with Matt. Dead air. It's always been an issue.
I'm learning the game now, right? And so what they did, they never structured their content. So it wasn't like segments that we're going to talk about and we're going to do this. It was more chaotic. Kyle felt it was naturally funnier that way. I didn't. You know what I mean? So it was just a lot of that, and that was a conversation that we had. But I could see how Kyle took it that way. I could, I did then, and I do now.
Yeah.
But Kyle could have simply approached it better. Like, you know what I mean? But he got in his feelings, and he made that stream very difficult. And
Yep, I know exactly what you're talking about. I know when Kyle gets in his feelings, who's Lopez? I get it. All right, here we go.
Man, everybody keeps
about a
on
couple ideas for.
I don't know, talking about they want to see a prom photo with me. What the fuck is up? What are they talking about, man?
They're your fans, bro. They're your fans.
Bro, I took
my year
two girls to prom, bro. My senior
you
year.
got a photo with both of them on your arms?
Two. I took two.
Oh, you got to show us that photo, bro. I got to see that now.
Yeah.
So, I mean,
so you brought your girlfriend and the side chick
with the MC. I mean, you know what? It's going to boil down to this. There's Brian's opinion, there's my opinion, and the truth is in the middle, I guess.
And this is where I fucking lose it. I'm going to replay that because this has never come up in the however many years it's been since he jumped ship and went over to Red Division, where we've hung out, we've been at each other's houses. Whenever I talk to Kyle on the phone and his wife is around, he puts her on speakerphone so they can both talk to me. I'm fucking that close to him. This has never come up. Not once. Not once. And there's a lot of shit talking on his end about them over there, and this has never come up once. So that's where I get pissed.
And show.
I
mean, with the MC, I mean, you know what? It's going to boil down to this. There's Brian's opinion, there's my opinion, and the truth is in the middle, I guess. Because I remember Brian coming to me. I remember him saying he wanted us to do a show. I remember we came up with Modern Comic Mayhem. We did it for a while. I know that whole sledgehammer into the TV thing, that was his little video thing that he made, but we did the show for a while and he wasn't even on it.
The shows are up.
Bullshit. I've already shown that.
You can go check them out. We can pull them up right now.
Pull them up. I mean, I have videos that say like, "Good show, boys. You guys did a good job. Hey, you guys are doing good this week." I mean, you wouldn't say it like that if you were on it.
Well, it's gay that we're talking about this right now like this, but the shows are up, bro. The shows are up, and I'm not worried about that.
I mean, you got to say I came up with Modern Comic Mayhem and I did it, and I helped make it go pretty good on Flipside.
You
are
are
working to it.
100%, and that's why I asked you to come over with me to Beyond Wednesdays when I started Beyond Wednesdays.
Yeah, when your shit with Flipside happened, I said, yeah, let's take Modern Comic Mayhem over to the show because I'm not going to do a show on Flipside without you.
Yep. So we did Modern Comic Mayhem over here for however long together, and then all of a sudden I get told that you're doing a show over on Renegade.
Well, so you got to remember we were doing the show, and you told me that I only have creative liberties behind the scenes.
All right. What the fuck does that mean? What does telling somebody they only have creative liberties behind the scenes mean? That doesn't even make sense. What does that mean? You got to remember, you guys.
That's where you create behind the scenes, bro.
Like, what the fuck? That doesn't make
See, so I remember this conversation happening after a show, like whenever Modern Comic Mayhem came over to Beyond Wednesdays, when there was that transition period from Flipside to Beyond Wednesdays, right? And like this elaborates a little bit more on like what Lopez was saying, that the show was like really disorganized. It was kind of chaotic at moments, for the sense of comedy or whatever, or for the feel of, oh, we're just talking with buddies at a comic shop. And then I know Bryan wanted to do more of the, let's start having like, structured segments within the show, and then even in between these transitions, we can have that like kind of like free flowing like conversations that like typically go on naturally anyways, even if you do have shows with like segments and it's built around, right? Like you have to have that transition. Like you can't just go from like, oh, boom, boom, boom segment, because then that's just like pre-recorded content that's done live or whatever, right?
Yeah, I don't think I could survive being in like that kind of a box.
Right,
like,
exactly. Yeah.
I need to fucking say what I want to say and how I want to say it, and and then ask for forgiveness later,
Right. So it was just like I think it was a miscommunication at that point in time between Bryan and Kyle backstage, like post show, like after a show, like sometimes we'll hang out afterwards and chat, but like it was just like it was just a miscommunication, right? Like I wouldn't say as far as what people are saying in the chat that it's like creative differences, because like otherwise, they wouldn't be able to create content together in a meaningful way, right? So that's kind of how I interpreted the original argument.
So I went back to that time period, right? And and kind of like did some thinking, that type of thing. And I remember at some point we did have a meeting, and Kyle originally, when we originally came over to Beyond Wednesdays, he was so gung-ho, and he was like, I want to do all these segments, and here's all my segment ideas and this and that, fucking awesome, dude. Hell yeah. So, him at some point, I think Marco or somebody got in his ear after Matt quit, after, Matt started complaining about me not, bringing him back, and him, by the way, because people don't know, Matt quit Flipside and left, and then he complained and said, "Oh, I want to come back." And we're like, "Fuck you. No, you quit, dude." You know? And so anyways, you know, he's still friends with Matt, and I understand that. But at some point, somebody got into his ear because he just totally, you can go back and watch early MCM episodes on Beyond Wednesdays, and you can see Kyle just does not want to be there. And I could tell. And I'm like, okay, I'm going to have a meeting, and I'm just going to say to everybody, like, you know, I would really like to start being a little bit more segment oriented rather than just coming on with having no idea what we're going to talk about and just shooting the shit and having it be a party show. And Kyle wanted a party show. He wanted a place where he could drink, have a drinking game, get hammered, you know, make fun of fucking stuff. And I understand that. That's what Absolute Geek was. I get it. You know, that's what he enjoys doing. And I have no problem doing that. But I just didn't want to do that. I wanted to try a little bit harder on Beyond Wednesdays and try and, you know, make the content a little bit better. And I kind of got everybody together after show one night, and I said, hey, I would really like to start coming up with segments. I've never asked you guys, anybody on this channel ever, a co-host or anybody, that they have to come up with segments. As a matter of fact, I got into a fight with a good friend that used to be on this channel, because he wanted me to have somebody start come up with segments, and I told him no. I just want the guy on the show with us. I just want him there. He doesn't have to come up with segments. I'll come up with the segments. You know, I just want him there. He doesn't have time to come up with segments. I just want him to hang out, and you know that has always been my thing. You know, I've always I have a green room. For everybody that don't know this, I call it like the green room. It's got like 40 people in it. It's got the people that, you know, whenever I send out the link, you know, people that have been on shows with me in the past and that type of stuff, and my ride or dies. And I drop the link in there, and I say every time when I drop the link, hey, this is what I'm going to talk about tonight, and anything you guys want to talk about if you have anything. You know, it's just...
Yeah, and that was the greatest thing, too, that I've always felt, like, working with Bryan. That he was always like, hey, if you have a segment and you want to try it out on the live show, you know, we can try it out, and then we can work on like whatever works, what doesn't work, and just keep on improving on it. So, I mean, that's how DR Flipside started. That was literally like a segment on the Modern Playbook Roundtable. It was just a short segment that I want to say Nico like came up with, like just the concept, but then I just like I branded it, I titled it, and then like I just ran with it for a while. Is how it ended up, you know, becoming its own thing. I mean, say the same thing with Long Story Short. That was a segment on there too as well. Because I remember when we were stepping away from Flipside, we were debating on, you know, we were discussing as a group, like all of us from the Modern Playbook team were like, okay, you know, where do we want to do this content on? If we still want to do stuff, we were also like kind of taking a break as well too, because we had been working so hard over the last like couple of years anyways. I mean, throughout pandemic and a little bit afterwards. So I always thought that was those are interesting conversations, I should say.
Yeah.
Yeah, we put in some fucking work back then, bro.
Oh yeah, bro.
I mean, me and Yee, like shit, dude. Like we didn't get sick. We nonstop, bro. Like I would text him, "Hey, you going on? I'm fucking tired." Yeah, me too. Okay, I'll see you at 8. You know, it is like, man, dude.
Well, and then the prospect list was edited content too as well.
Mm-hmm.
So like not only was it like a recording session of, I don't know, like maybe like an hour or two or something like that,
mm-hmm.
Then you're breaking it down into like a, you know, like a 30-minute like episode or less. Like the goal was always to get it like what, 18 minutes, I think was the cap.
Because
to hit certain algorithms.
Key Collector wanted something quick and right.
Yeah, that was my favorite one.
Oh,
that was in a deal when you used to do deal, or what was it, deal or keep or whatever it was.
Oh, dealer flip side.
Yeah, I used to love that one.
Oh yeah, that was fun. Like it was funny to see all the Instagram content creators starting to do like, you know, this or that or
Mhm.
whatever.
Yeah.
Like even Whatnot was doing that kind of stuff too. So I thought it was kind of funny.
Fucking biters, dude.
I think Kyle just needed another guy to help him with content. I understand it more now. You know what I mean? I think that if he had a guy back then that could bring more stuff as far as content, it would have been better for him because they don't do speculation. You know what I mean? They don't really do anything about books. A lot of it's what Pete did on one of his shows or whatever. They would just read off that. You know, he does really want to have just like guys hanging out type of content. It can work. It can work if the chemistry's all there with them, but I don't think between him, Sam, and Kyle, I don't think that's like the best that they could do. You know what I mean?
Is the video out on the show?
Who?
They're saying in the chat the video is out, but they can hear us.
Oh, sorry. I'm looking at stuff. That's my bad. I apologize. I apologize, you guys. That's me looking at shit. Sorry.
That's funny.
Stoner move.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But anyways,
it sucks, bro. Look, to me, I even hesitated. I thought about it all week. At the end of the day, there was, for better or for worse, there was a friendship lost at the end of the day. And, because I'm looking at the chat, it is he said, she said, but it bled out in content when it didn't have to. You know what I mean? And it's not quite done yet. There's still some energy there. They have, maybe it's done now. You know what I mean? As you guys will see in his video, one thing I'll say about Kyle, I know Marco, how he felt about him and Matt, but maybe they made amends, bro. Who knows? Maybe Kyle and Matt are good now on a level to where it's a positive thing. It's not so much of that bullshit drama behind it. Because he stood his ground, bro. So
yeah,
he basically said, I'm Renovision. Fuck it.
All right, I'm looking for something real quick. Okay, so let me just mark something out. All right, I'm gonna play this. Here we go.
And I worked too hard on MCM to only have creative discussions behind the scenes that I can't do anything live.
That doesn't make any sense. I'm gonna replay that again.
I don't even know what that means.
Liberties behind the.
I get told that you're doing a show over on Reddit.
Well, so you gotta remember we were doing the show, and you told me that I only have creative liberties behind the scenes, and I worked too hard on MCM to only have creative discussions behind the scenes that I can't do anything live.
What the fuck does that mean? That doesn't make any sense. That he can't do anything live. Like I would love for him to do segments and.
Well, it sounds like he's trying to say that like you have to have something prepared, but he's saying it in a weird way. You know what I mean?
He always felt that way, bro. He felt he was pushed out. That's facts, and he says it here, and that's why his whole demeanor changed and his body language changed because it was like finally, Marco and Pete can't dictate what I say. I'm on neutral territory, and I feel like I got pushed out. Bryan, that's what he's saying. He could have just said that, yo, dude. I feel like you pushed me out.
I didn't feel that way when Bryan kind of rebranded MCM, and I came over from Flipside, and like it was fun.
Yeah, I mean, but we were even jumping in on Saturdays when they were short on people, because it got to a point where, like, some of his co-hosts were, their schedules had changed since it was post-pandemic and all that, and they just needed more like consistent people that could jump on, like on Saturdays or whatever. So, because that's when like Richie was jumping on too as well.
I just. I don't know, like, because when Bryan like fully left Flipside, there was a lot of energy, right, over an MCM, and there was a little buzz, and I don't know if he felt like, hey man, like I want to do it this way, and we're doing it that way, and I kind of don't like it. You know what I mean? Maybe that's how he felt. I don't know, but before I knew it, he had bounced. And I thought initially that like he bounced because of me, like, because you know how I am, like I start talking.
Hood, it's funny you say that. Lopez,
Yeah, 'cause
yeah. Go
that
ahead,
was
Lopez.
that was the narrative, basically. That you were one of the big proponents of pushing them out. So much so, Red, that when
And
I
I didn't
would
know
watch
this, Red.
the
I
show,
didn't know
was
this,
like, man,
Hood,
I don't
at
like
all.
Red, because I was a Renovision guy. I was an SNS guy. It was Kyle, Matt, all that, right? And I always like, oh man, this guy, I don't like Kyle.
Then I don't like Kyle.
That's what I thought, big dog, because that was the narrative, bro. I first heard it from Marco. No holds barred. Now, that's who I first heard it from. Yeah, you know how. Well, I can't rant like he does, but yeah, they ran off the red guy because he always pretends he don't know nobody's name.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
that's
He's
the
like
thing that I got so mad about Marco with, and when I first got mad at with him and started calling him out, because he started calling me heroin addict or heroin addict 1 or heroin addict 2 or something, and I'm like, and I told Kyle, I go, tell that motherfucker to say my name. Everybody knows who he's talking about. Tell him to have at least the respect for me to say my name. You know,
he tries to be Derek, but he tries to be, and I can't, and that's why I'm like, dude, I kind of want to watch what I want to say because it's about friendship again. But I would rail him back, bro. I'd be like, yo, homie, I'm a grown motherfucker. You know when you got to give, and this goes when I work. I work with some tough characters, bro, and sometimes you got to have that argument, and then you're good. You know what I mean? I would have to fucking slow him down and be like, yo, bro, I'm a grown motherfucking man, dude. Like, you save that for your content, bro.
Yeah.
Or talk to them other dudes like that, homie. But with me,
if we're doing a show, and I feel like, and this is, I could be selfish sometimes because I'm a disruptor, and I'll just start taking over, and like I like to laugh. I like to make people laugh. Because it feels good. I can't just like on a show just talk about nothing. You know, I like to make fun of shit. I like making fun of people. I like
so
just
you're
making
saying
people laugh, dude.
So you're saying you bring the mayhem to a mayhem show?
Yeah, I mean, but I never, dude. I like Kyle, man. Kyle's cool, dude. So that's a surprise to me. I'm not mad about it. There's a lot of people that don't like me, man. I don't give a fuck.
Well, I don't think it was just you. It sounds like, I don't know if Marco got Kyle thinking this and Marco used this as a narrative to get him to leave. But from what I've heard, just recently, I didn't know any of this. You know, Richie, they didn't like Richie. They didn't like Hood. They didn't like Long Short. Was there anybody else, Lopez, that they said that?
Look, Marco didn't like any of you at all. At all, bro. Like, so think about it like this, right?
Well, I didn't like Marco.
Yeah, so it's funny because it's like
because I went on to help him with his show. We used to have meetings, bro, on Sundays with Nico and Bryan.
Meetings, always
yeah, meeting. We do Zoom on how we could build up more viewership and get people interested in the show. Nobody would watch Marco's show. Remember that shit? I mean, that's
dark side.
That's
Tales
funny,
from the dark side. Yeah.
When you were building your chair, I had just mentioned that earlier too. So I think it's funny that, like, you know, you just right there have two different accounts of the same meeting,
Mm-hmm.
and then, you know, I probably said it in a little bit nicer way, and then Redhood, of course, said it in his way.
Yeah, I mean, Nico, as bad as he was, I mean, he kept it real. I mean, he was like, nobody fucking watches Marco's show, and he had like, what was it, like 15 views that one time, and I remember Nico like, what the fuck, who has 15 views?
Oh yeah, because it was on a primetime day too. You know,
Yeah.
you're just talking about like a Saturday night.
He's
Like,
got to,
that's-
and he's so like, he's got to have better content.
Well, I mean, yeah, I mean, and I get it that it was also a spec channel too. So like people have a certain expectations of, you know, this is the type of content I'm getting from this channel.
the funny thing is that Marco could not stand Solo Wookiee at some point, and Solo Wookiee was the best person on the show. He was the best person on the show.
Hey, that's one thing I won't even talk about out of respect for Solo Wookiee.
Yeah,
I'm telling you, bro. It's like I became friends, so it was like after a while, it got to the point where, oh yeah, why this guy did I don't, because I want to be respectful to other people that aren't even involved. I don't want to say certain names, but yeah, look, anybody on flip side, fuck him. According to him, okay, so everybody on flip side, right? And then when I say every single body, and I'm over here talking about, oh man, I saw this guy talk about this book, and then there's a rant on that guy. I saw somebody talk about this book, there's a rant on that guy, and I remember telling him, "What, bro? Do you like anybody? Like, I'm surprised you're even fucking with me. Do you like anybody?" And somebody said something. It's true. He puts people around. He builds his content with people around that he can over talk them. He has this thing called word salad, and he just does that to his own people on the show. Even Pete, he'll even do it to Pete. It's in the content. You could see it. So he surrounds himself around people that he can just bulldoze over with his words. He just takes over streams, and sometimes it's good and sometimes it's not.
So here is what I wanted to show. This is one of the few things that I really wanted to show. This was the moment I found out that Kyle was doing a show at SNS. This is what I sent him this. The moment I found out, I said, "Hey brother, I'm cool with you not wanting to be on the show anymore. I'm bummed, but cool with it. No bad feelings on my end. I wouldn't want anyone doing something that they don't enjoy ever. We're cool, bro. No issues at all. Seriously, you can come on any show, anytime. I've been promoting your new show and everything. We're good. We good, bro. Like nothing happened." Does that sound like hold on. And then he goes, "I know, never doubted it for a second, man. We just want two different things as far as a show goes, and that's understandable. It did kind of make me feel shitty. I lost say in a show I worked hard to build, but it's all good." I said, "You never lost a say in it. You were part of all the behind the scenes shit and everything. I just wanted the show to be more than a show up and party show. That's it, brother. Wanted to have some thought put into it rather than reading stories all show, I hate that. Other than Sam and Richie, no one was putting any effort into anything other than just showing up, but no worries. I get that some people, and by the way, that just means that Sam was doing the anime show, Richie was doing his spec content, and I was expecting Kyle to maybe throw something in there. I never expected Yee or Hood to throw anything there. They're both busy doing 10 other shows, right? And I always told them that. But if they ever had anything, no problem. And Richie was gung-ho for it.
Yeah, because I was trying to come up with that one show at that point in time too, where I was cutting out different panels of comics or different pieces of the cover, and you would try to guess the cover.
Yeah.
And I was trying to work the kinks out on Modern Comic Mayhem to create another game show. And then it just never panned out really.
And even when I started Beyond Wednesdays, me and you had a talk, Yeezee, and you're like, "Hey man, I even told you, I'm like, dude, I don't want to take you away from any other show that you're doing because you were helping out so much on Nearing Nirvana. And you were doing a bunch of stuff. I think you were helping out on Drunken Chat at that time.
Yeah, I think Drunken Chat was so. And then this was before I started helping with Buy the Dip and joined even before I joined the Hot 10.
Yep. And so I told you, I go, dude, you don't have to. And you even said, you're like, yeah, I gotta make sure I'm good at work before anything. I'm like, I totally understand, because you were trying to,
I was trying to cut back too, because I was doing a lot where it was getting to a point where I wasn't getting any sleep at all, but I was still working a full-time job too as well. Yeah.
And
we were gonna do a pressing segment.
Yep.
You remember that?
Yeah.
And
but also,
it never
Hood,
panned out.
Remember
Yeah.
what I told you though, and this is what I told everybody. Anybody that I ever recruited to Flipside or recruited to Beyond Wednesdays, I've always told them this: start your own channel. Always have a channel that you can promote. Have something that you can promote. You know, when you're on Flipside, you have, 300, 400 people watching you live every night. You get, 1,000 to 5,000 views on every show. Use it to promote yourself, And Hood, I remember when we started Beyond Wednesdays, that was the plan. We even did a couple shows over there,
Mhm. Yeah.
So,
we got about 3 of the best pressers.
that was an amazing show, by the way.
Right?
Yeah.
And bro, it's like had a out of body experience, man. I thought I was McClay for about 10 minutes, dude.
was great.
Asking questions and
Yeah.
bro,
Well-
dude, I go, what the fuck am I, man? What the fuck's going on?
Well, even Dennis, Bryan, and I even met one of your guests from that show too. The Canadian presser,
Oh yeah, man. He's super
Doc-
cool, man.
Dr.
Yeah.
Presser. Is
Yep.
that who it was?
Dr. Comic or
The comic doctor.
Comic Doctor.
Comic
yeah.
Doctor. There you go.
Yeah, super cool. And he immediately talked about you, Hood. So, anyways, I said to him, I said, no one was putting in the effort into anything other than showing up, but no worries. I get that some people may not have time or want to do stuff. So I'm not angry at all or look down on it. I just want to try and be more than a hangout on Saturday night or any night. And this is, by the way, I had just gotten back from San Diego when San Diego reopened in 2022, or that was San Diego 2022. So I just gotten back from San Diego. I can't remember San Diego reopened in 2021 or 2022. So anyway, I just gotten back from San Diego, and I told him, I go, San Diego was unreal networking and made me really excited. And I caught COVID over there. I go, but getting COVID kicked my ass, and I haven't talked to many peeps other than on air. So I wanted to reach out and let you know. And he goes, that's awesome. Sorry about the COVID, man. That sucks. That was the end of it. You know what I mean? Like, that's me reaching. And the first, sorry, that's not the end of it. The first time that we talked on the phone, before he even said anything, I told him, hey, bro, I love you, bro. We're good. Just so you know, I don't care about anything. We're good. So I just want that to be known. All right, here we go.
I don't even know what that means.
You're the one who said it. I don't know.
What does that mean?
You just said I can only do creativeness behind the scenes and have say behind the scenes.
What?
It's what you said, dude. We've talked about it. I mean, you can act like you don't know now, but we've talked about it many times, dude.
All right. Remember, I'm warning you guys, like, I get angry and I'm not proud of this, but when I get angry, I yell. So just heads up.
I would suggest that any other co-host that's ever been on the show with me get asked if that's how they feel.
Wait, say that again, Kyle, because I missed that. So you would allow? Wait, say that again. I'm sorry. Repeat that.
He told me I only have say in the show behind the scenes.
Brian said that you only have say in the show, and this was behind the scenes. Like,
Yes.
But what does that mean? That like you can't talk on the show when we're live or something? You can only talk when
No,
behind the scenes.
Behind the scenes, Kyle. Don't talk.
Yeah, like what the fuck?
Only behind the scenes.
Yeah, it doesn't make sense.
So I didn't have any creative freedom for it on the show. You said it. I don't know. Maybe you.
There was a drinking game that he created every show, by the way. We put up a UPC code that had the drinking game words on it, and he would make drinking game words for every game. So he's creating segments.
Didn't mean what you said. Maybe you said it wrong, but that's what you said.
Why would I not want content? Somebody else to create content on the channel.
I have no idea. And I was like, well, if I'm not going to have creativity and say of a show only behind the scenes, then I'm not going to do a show because then I'm just
that, Brian, or
then I'm just a talking.
No, not at all. I mean, my whole thing has always been that if anybody ever has anything that they want to talk about or do a segment on my channel, it's available to them. Every single co-host knows that. Anybody can reach out to me and jump on my channel. That's always been my thing. Very open.
I mean, I don't know what you meant by it. I mean, you said it. We talked about it. It was a conversation we had, and I was like, if I can only be behind the scenes with decisions and stuff like that, then I'm just going to go do my own show where I can do whatever I want. And so I did.
Hey,
so I got Marco.
Flip me over to my regular mic cam and shit.
Okay, now remember, watch his body language when I start fucking calling him out on it.
So I said, well,
and then
so I was talking to Marco, and I said,
sorry, go ahead, brother.
Yeah, but yeah, even to elaborate on even more what you said, like, it is true that, you allow any content to try out on your shows. And then even like as far as like, if you're creating your own thumbnails and stuff like that, you're like, oh, this works, that doesn't work. I mean, we've done it like on numerous occasions on different content ideas. But
Yeah, I enjoy making content and just hanging out. But the content is fun, man. I enjoy it. We talk about fun stuff. So, all right, here we go. Left Row says, I don't mind a bit of drama coverage, but I'm having trouble understanding this one. So let me repeat what I said at the beginning. So you guys, this is me getting in my feels a little bit. And my character was called out by somebody that I was a really good friend with. And he made it sound like I'm a dictator at my channel and I don't let anybody come up with any ideas. And he kind of threw me under the bus on a live episode. So I understand that some of you guys won't understand this. I don't plan on to really talk about this much more after this, but I just want to be, I want this out there and I want my side of the side. So, hopefully in the next, 30 minutes, we'll be done with this and we'll get into the rest of the stuff.
Hey, I want to start a new show. Can I do a show?
Let me restart this. Here we go.
And he
flip me over to my regular mic cam and shit.
So I said, I was talking to Marco and I said, hey, I want to start a new show. Can I do a show on Renovision? And he said, okay. And that was the whole conversation about me going to Renovision. That's it.
And I didn't hear from Kyle that doesn't make any sense. Why would that be the only conversation? Like, hey, you're having a good time over doing a show on Beyond Wednesdays. You want to why do you want to come over here? Instead of Marco doesn't like Kyle. I can prove that, obviously. I've told Kyle multiple times through the whole relationship when Marco first showed up on Flipside that Marco didn't like Kyle. Marco thought Kyle and Matt were Jeffrey Albertson the whole fucking time. He wanted them booted. He thought that he calls them the biggest pussies. He says that they're the worst content creators. They're he starts calling Matt what I call him a self-sabotage syndrome, So anyways, here we go. For 2 weeks and all of a sudden the show pops up on Renovision with Kyle and Matt.
Yeah, why do I have to tell you that?
I don't know, dude. I thought we were friends, bro. I thought we were friends.
No, but I mean, if I can interject, Bryan, Kyle does kind of make a valid point, though. I mean, even though you guys are cool and homies, it's really not his show, right? So why would he have to, tell you? You know what I mean? Like you got. I mean, I kind of understand that you get
let me put it
involved, but why would Kyle have to reach out?
No, let me put it this way. I got somebody I'm doing a real life friend that I hang out with in person on my show doing content with me, right? And my main thing for my channel has always been, and every co-host and people that watch my channel know, I'm very open. If you want to do something on the channel, it's available for you. There's time available for you to do it. And
I mean, that's just what was said. And I was just like, well, I'm not just going to be a talking head on a show.
Right. I can understand that.
And
that's all he wanted to be, was a talking head on the show. He didn't want to put any work into it. That's all he wanted to be, was a talking head. He just wanted to come and he said it in that text message. It wasn't the type of show that I was into. He's into a party show. That's all he wanted to be.
Yeah, and then even the news segment was always kind of not even planned until that day, the day of, where it's like, oh, here, we're going to talk about these 5 articles. And it was literally bringing up the article on the screen, talking about for doing a summary over it, and then talking about it for maybe a minute or two, and then moving on to the next one, and then just kind of doing whatever.
Kyle does. Yep. I mean, Kyle didn't need to have expertise, Brad. He was my friend, and I just enjoyed hanging out with him. There wasn't any expertise needed. He was a friend, and I enjoyed hanging out with him. All right. And you could see me say it. When I say I thought we were friends, bro, I would expect you to call me and tell me, hey, I'm not going to do a show on your channel anymore. I'm going to jump over to the people that, you don't like, and do the same show an hour before your show, what the fuck? And I never complained to him about it. You saw the text. I never complained to him about it. As a matter of fact, I would go over there and I would say, and I would hit, I explain it.
And so I was like, cool, and that's, you like to have the whole show, but you like to only have the whole show ready and just have people come on and talk.
What?
it's easier that way.
What
basically you would just make it basically easier for Bryan to control the show, so that
and then people just come on and hang out and talk. You have everything set up, so but I wasn't. No, I was mad. Yeah, like I worked really hard on Modern Comic Mayhem just to be like pushed out.
I didn't push you out.
I will always feel pushed out. Just like I said earlier.
He kind of
now watch the backtracking start.
No, and I can see that where he kind of felt that is kind of being not necessarily pushed out, but not necessarily included with the way you want to be included with the with your own vision and maybe creativity you want to interject.
Maybe you didn't do it intentionally, but things that were said, that's how I felt. And I've told you that. I've told you that bunches of times.
Behind the scenes, all that behind the scenes Chinese telephone that was probably going on with other members.
No, there's no Chinese telephone. I always talk straight to Bryan, and Bryan always talks straight to me.
Bullshit.
Okay, that's one thing about Kyle. That's something that he would do. Talk straight up. Like that's 100%.
And exactly, Naomi. That's exactly why I did it. I just didn't want to be a talking head, which I'm not. No, I'm not saying that Aaron and Red Hood or whatever, but I didn't want to be a talking head. I wanted to be able to just do what I just wanted to be able to do just what I wanted to do.
And it sounds like Bryan, and I'm not taking anybody's side. It just sounds like there might have been some miscommunication as far as what his role was in the show.
I've told Kyle. We've had talks about this, and hold on. I thought. What up, Hood?
Did he call me and Aaron talking heads?
Basically, yeah.
Hey, wait, Darth Lopez. What do you mean by Chinese telephone?
We were cool, to be honest. I didn't realize. Hold on, let me restart this.
As far as what his role was in the show.
I've told Kyle. We've had talks about this, and I thought that we were cool, to be honest. I didn't realize Kyle still had. I didn't realize Kyle still had these type of feelings. So,
but you're talking about all of this right now, so that's the only reason I'm bringing it up.
Yeah, I'm honest about all. Yeah, but you're talking about all this right now, so I wanted to come on here and tell you that every fucking conversation that we've had for the last 4 years of us being good friends was all bullshit. All this, everything I've said is true. Everything I've said has happened. I have proof, and I understand that because it's fucking battle content, baby. All of it. Yes, I've told you about it when it happens. I mean, do you not admit that the shit that I've said happened?
Like what?
Like the fucking behind the scenes fuck shit. People contacting friends of mine and people behind the scenes talking all this shit, saying all this weird shit.
I didn't want to be the star of the show, Nabi. That's not it at all. I just if I worked hard on a show that I helped build, I wanted to be able to have more say in it. If I don't say it, there's no.
Why would I push away anybody that would want to come up with anything? That's just one less thing that I don't have to do.
It didn't make sense to me either, but
so if it didn't make sense, all right, hold on. To you, Kyle, why would I push away anybody?
Guys.
Huh?
I'm the Phantom Menace.
Yeah.
I'm the Phantom Menace.
Yeah.
You're the puppeteer. You're the puppeteer.
Would want to come up with anything. That's just one less thing that I don't have to do.
It didn't make sense to me either, but.
So if it didn't make sense to you and it didn't make sense to me, it feels like it didn't happen.
It sounds like there was just. It sounds like it did happen, Bryan. It sounds like there was just maybe, as a fellow stoner, I feel that the conversation was obviously, it was had at one point.
Real quick, Synthetic Panel says, can you explain how the money works in these group team shows on YouTube? How does everyone get paid on these monetized channels? All right, so at my channel,
I get 67 cents for every $5.
On my channel, I'll show you how much we make. I've showed it before. I get usually about $300 a month. About
300.
Yeah. If super chats are good, it's usually anywhere from 200 to 300. And I'll show anybody that asks to see my analytics. We don't make any money on with YouTube. All right, none of my shit ever gets monetized. I only get paid off of the members and the super chats. And I've always said to everybody that's been on the channel that if they want to get paid, I don't mind splitting stuff with them. But everybody always tells me, put it towards, the StreamYard, put it towards the Premiere, that type of shit. Like, it's, StreamYard is what? I don't know how much I paid. Is it like $100 and something a month now? I
know it recently jumped up
to 200 or something.
I better start making some content, dude, because I got the automatic billing yard, dude. So I better fucking just go over there and read the blow book of the week or something.
Stop the automatic billing, Hood, and you can always use my StreamYard. That's the other thing. I've always said that, people could use the channel for anything. Like, I'll talk about that here in a second. But yeah, I've always told everybody, that if they want any part of the money, I don't mind splitting money with them. And I've always been told by you know, the core people that have been here, that they don't want the money, because I show them, I show them the analytics. I don't mind showing how much money the channel makes. It doesn't make enough money for me to care. So
yeah, it doesn't make enough money for me to quit my job. So
yeah. This is for Red Hood's prom photo. We need to see that prom photo. Alex just gave $10, Ed.
Man, I start digging for that shit, dude. Like, my wife will divorce my ass, dude. That shit. Bro.
Right, here we go.
Point. Maybe the way you interpreted the conversations wasn't the same way Kyle interpreted it. And I'm glad that you guys are having this conversation now.
Johnny, I'm not an alpha person at all. Like, if you work hard on something, to feel like you've been pushed out, it's just shitty.
Yeah, you can understand that, right, Brian? And I get that that was not your intent. You know, you're not that guy that does that. But for where Kyle's coming from, I could you can kind of see that if there was miscommunication, it probably came off on his part that my creative content.
And by the way, I understand why Razor is saying this shit. Razor doesn't know me from Adam. He doesn't know Kyle from Adam. He's taking an outside view. So I'm not getting mad at Razor saying this shit.
My creative work, like my info was saying, does not be be marginalized a little bit.
Listen, man, I'm going to tell you straight up. I'm going to tell you straight up. Listen, I'm going to tell you straight up. This is not how. Wonderworld says, here to keep you from all selling feet pics to survive with $4.99 super chat. Thank you, brother. How I thought Kyle felt. I thought we were cool. We've talked about all this. Everything. I've been honest with him about everything that I've been told. He's told me shit too before. So like that. This is not anything that I have. I felt like this was something that was we buried the hatchet type thing. I mean, and I think Kyle felt this way. If Kyle still felt this way, then I'm just like, fuck Kyle. You know what I mean? Which sucks.
No, really sucks, man. No, I think that honestly there was some miscommunication.
So that's the thing, Brian, is you can run and talk all the shit you want, but if somebody says something to you, it's fuck Kyle. Like
no, it's not that. It's I thought we were cool behind the scenes. You've never acted this way behind the scenes. Every time we talk, many times behind the scenes, like what I thought we were good friends.
Just said we've talked about on the phone.
Early on, and we buried the hatchet on it. And
I've never said anything about it after that. But now that you're talking about,
I've always been honest about that. What are you talking about? I've always been honest about that. I've never talked trash about you, Kyle. I've always said I understand what Kyle has done, but I've never told you that you couldn't come up with some idea or do some type of segment.
You just said
never once.
You just said I have say on MCM only behind the scenes.
Why would I fucking say that?
I don't know. I've never known that.
That's what I'm saying. If you don't know that, it doesn't make sense that I would say that. That is definitely the opposite of my character, Kyle. It's 100% opposite of my character, and you fucking know that, dude. You fucking know that.
We talked about this.
You know that. That's opposite of my character, dude. Everything that I've shown around you, everything that I've been about is opposite of that.
And I always say,
no, I don't understand what he's saying. Everything about what I'm about is opposite of that. I would not act like that. That's not something I would say. So fuck that.
No, but I think you're missing the point. I think you guys.
I'm not missing no point. Fuck that, dude. That's fucked up.
I think you guys are saying the same thing without saying the same thing. What he's saying is that he was surprised that you would
anything
say that
he wanted on my channel, Razor. He could have done anything he wanted on my channel. Anything he wanted. He had free say to do what carte blanche on my channel. He knew that. That was the exact words that I told him. Carte blanche on my channel. You can do anything. The channel is there for you.
Brian, give me a second.
He was a brand manager. He could see everything behind the scenes.
Behind the scenes.
Brian, give me 1 second, buddy. What I'm picking up is that as a friend or somebody who's in the mix, it's like, hey, it's surprising that you're having this conversation because the kind of guy that you are, Brian, that's not who you are.
That's what I'm saying. That's opposite of my character. That's exactly what I'm saying, Razor.
That's the kind of guy that you are.
So you agree with me? It's opposite of my character.
Brian, we've talked about
Kyle. It is opposite of my character, bro, to act like that, and you fucking know that. You fucking know that, dude.
Hold on.
That is not my fucking MO.
Hold on. Because
and I've always said that. What? You've always said that my character is great, but now you're saying that, like, what the fuck? I have been so cool about all this. I have been cool to you about this. I've treated you like fucking one of my best friends. I fucking call you every time I hear something's going on with the family. We have talk behind the scenes. I told you had carte blanche on my channel. What?
I just, when you said that, I was just like,
I didn't say that. That's what I'm saying. I didn't say that. That's not my character to say something like that.
Maybe he misheard, Brian. Maybe he misheard.
And he misfucking heard. He should have said something instead of crying like a bitch and going to a channel of people that. That's exactly what happened. Marco got in your ear.
No, he didn't.
And he told you I was talking all this shit about you when that is not of my character. No, and without you saying a word to me for weeks, you said, "Fuck it, I'm going to go over to the channel and do a show on the same night." The same fucking shit. And I don't care. I said, good. I called you and I said, bro, hey, did I not call you and say, bro, I got you. You do what you do. There's no fucking ill will. Good luck. I'll come over there and I would type in the chat. All right. Synthetic Pendulum says, correct. There is a gross after bills for the channel is one thing. I want to know how to the other hosts get their share in other channels like this Renovision. I have no idea. I don't know anything about Renovision getting their money. I have no idea. Lopez, does Renovision give out money to everybody?
I don't know.
Okay.
I mean, I know it's channel. If they do, they put it towards the channel.
Yeah.
Like number, whatever like it is, great show. I would call you and tell you, hey, I saw this part's cool, until I got blocked over there. Then I would just not even type in the chat, but I would call you and tell you, hey, I like that segment. That part's cool as shit. That's what my character is. My character is not to be like, nah, dude, you can't do anything on my channel. All you can do is come here and talk. That's not my fucking character. Fuck off, bro.
Fuck off.
Look at you looking down. Fuck off. Look at you looking down. What the fuck, bro?
Messages. Fuck you, man. Yeah, you said it. We've talked about it. We've talked about it.
That's weak character, bro. That's weak character. That is not of what I'm about. And that this is weak sauce, bro. Really weak fucking sauce. It's weak sauce, dude.
I mean,
it breaks my heart. It breaks my heart to see somebody who I thought was a good friend act like that. It really does. Fuck off. That's bullshit, bro. That's weak sauce, dude.
Nobody can
I found out everything that was going on. I would call you, hey, bro. I hope everything's going good, dude. And then like thinking everything was the hatchet was buried, and we were cool.
We've talked about this.
I've never talked bad about you, not once. I've always said that you're.
We've talked about this, though. You
Lopez,
know.
What do you say about how I talk about Kyle? What do you say? You say I always stand up for Kyle.
You know,
Always.
we've talked about. You said that we at length, and we
fuck off, dude.
Oh, we haven't talked about it.
Weak, dude.
We haven't talked about it. We haven't talked about it. So
we never talked about it like this once. And when we buried the hatchet, we talked about it like this. And I told you that was never my intention. I would never ever do that.
That's why I went to Renovision, and I'm saying that's why that was said to me. So I went to Renovision and started.
And I never said that. That's weak. That's weak.
You just said we talked about it.
It's weak.
You just said it. You just said we talked about it.
I understand. It never happened. I'm telling you, it never happened. I would never
talk about it.
It would never. I would never
told you. You said that, and you said, "Oh shit."
You never told me that. You have never told me that. Not once.
So,
not once. What we talked about is when your show started, as soon as I saw your show, I called you and I said, hey, bro, I just want you to know that everything's cool between us. We don't have to talk about anything. Everything's cool between us. Don't worry about it. Me and you are cool.
We finally talked, and we.
That's exactly what I said.
I told you.
Everything is
between us. Talked about it, and I told you.
You never said this. You've never said this. Get the fuck out of here. That's not of my character, Kyle.
I know exactly when we talked about it.
Show me. Let me see it. I mean, is there?
How can I show you?
Let's see it. We talked on the phone. How can I show you? Let me show you guys how I know, other than I know. I got the receipts, bitch. Hey, brother, I'm cool with you not wanting to be on the show anymore. I'm bummed, but I'm cool with it. No bad feelings on my end. I wouldn't want anyone doing something they don't enjoy ever. We're cool, bro. No issues at all. Seriously. You can come on the show anytime. I've been promoting your new show and everything. We good, bro. Like nothing ever happened. Doesn't sound like, you know what I mean? What he's trying to get across.
Phone.
I don't believe you. Whatever, bro. Okay, whatever.
Hey, do you guys know this guy's synthetic panels?
Yeah,
I do.
Yeah. He's a new YouTube channel.
Yeah.
Okay. I don't know what he means. Like this is all a scam and
people are working for free, caught up in drama for nothing. This is crazy. No wonder this fails. I don't understand what he's saying.
I mean, like we're just talking shit with our friends, man.
Like, yeah. It's synthetic.
Like at a comic shop.
Like I explained in the beginning of this, this is me in my feels. This is me standing up for my character. I understand that you're not into this. Peace out, bro. Come back in 30 minutes.
Yeah, man. Get the fuck out of here, dude.
Yeah.
What are you talking about, Brian?
It's weak, dude.
I thought you were paying us $100 an hour to sit here.
Yeah.
This is shit gone wrong, bro. It is what it is.
What's the resolution then? Is it over?
There is no resolution. Are you kidding me, bro?
No. Brian's saying that he did not say it at all, and Kyle's saying that you did. We had multiple conversations about it. It's weird that you're denying it. That's where we're at, Darth.
Yeah,
Kyle's saying that's weird because it happened.
I don't. That's look, to me. To be honest, these are two friends that knew each other beyond YouTube, and that's a different whole thing. Like I don't have
Brian
in real life friends, dude. All right, watch this. This is the really thing that really set me off. In real life friends.
Yeah, Brian was probably one of the coolest dudes I've ever met. And no, like for a long, long time, like he's the kind of dude, and I'll say he is the kind of dude that is there for you.
Then why wouldn't you come to me then? Why wouldn't you come to me and say something?
Why don't you just tell him, look, I feel like you're pushing.
You know what? In hindsight,
you didn't say shit to me. You just left. You didn't say a word to me.
In hindsight, I should
nothing, dude.
Yeah, because you're easy to communicate. You're easy to communicate with Kyle. You know what I mean? When I was over there, you always had that open door policy, okay? Right? and that's fine. But this is somebody that you had history with. You had no history with me, right? And so that don't matter.
Did you feel, Kyle, by not communicating that this would, that it would open up, knowing that obviously the Eagles involved, that this
I did wait too long to reach out to Bryan to actually talk about it.
He never reached out to me. I reached out to him, and I had to call you and tell you, hey, bro, there's no love lost. We are fucking totally fine. Did I not do that?
Yes, yeah, we did. We talked about it. We hashed it out. I said that before.
I never said that you could not fucking do fucking content on the channel, dude.
I think this is okay. So real quick, Kyle, even Kyle has never been able. Kyle doesn't do drama, so Kyle would never.
All right, so this is one of the main things that I want to bring up, and we're gonna call this over here in a second. He's saying that I told him that he could not do content on the channel, or he's trying to say that he could only have say behind the scenes, right? And I bring this up in here. This is me asking Kyle when March of 2021, when I first starting the channel, hey, just a heads up, your YouTube stuff is turned off. What's your Gmail address? I'll have Dino add you to the brand manager list. And I add him to the fucking brand manager list. On Flipside, okay? He had fucking complete control of Flipside and my channel. You know what I mean? Like, what the fuck, dude? That doesn't make any sense to me. That would even be a thing. For him to say, when I reached out to him, hey brother, we good, bro, like nothing ever happened. First thing he says, I know. I never doubted it for a second, man. We just want two different things as far as the show goes, and that's understandable. I never doubted it for a second, man. Sounds like you doubted it, You know
what? I think he just didn't want me on the show, bro.
I don't know what it is, Hood, and it really this all.
What do you think, Dart?
Yeah, I could see the clash in characters.
Yeah, but I never clashed with Kyle. I mean, we just chopped it up, man.
Shoot the shit with Kyle, but here's the thing that I think he is a bit sensitive, and I think we all are. So with him, the threshold is different in how you play because he'll take it serious. Like you may be just, jargon, right? You may just be bullshitting, but he could take it a certain way. And then unfortunately that bleeds in passive aggressive comments in the group chats, and it bleeds out into content. And then, then it kind of Matt gets a hold of it. And then it's just kind of like weird. And that's how it was, even in the group chat. That's how it was. Like it's funny because I would always complain about my friendship with Marco, and they'd be the ones telling me, you gotta leave him out because because he would word salad it. He'd take it and get back to Kyle, and it would come completely wrong. I never even said it that way. So I was always politically in a cross, you know what I mean? It got to the point where I cut a lot of stuff out, and I would just kind of just be in the SNS chat. But I could definitely see him and other stronger characters, personalities, not really getting along with him because of how he is. But he's still a good dude, you know what I mean? He's still just, good guy. It's just, this is all, like I said, man, I thought about it all week. This is just friendship gone wrong. That's all it really is. It just bled out at the content, and here we are. A lot of hurt feelings. He's been carrying this shit since way back then, Bryan. It's obvious when he comes out and he says it because he's finally able to say it without not being an umbrella Renovision. He can finally say that. And it was, in a way, it's got you moment. That's just, the more I saw it 3 times, and now it's like, okay, Kyle, it's kind of, you had your moment now. You know what I mean? You got to say what you really wanted to say now. So it is what it is.
Yeah, it's shitty, dude. It's shitty. Quick Flick Bit says, just my 2 cents, but any content that you had, Bryan, with Kyle back in the day was unwatchable. It was overly obnoxious. So no loss in my opinion. Bro, you don't know how many people would say that. Marco would say that. So I reached out to Marco, and I said to Marco, I go, hey, bro. So for those of you guys that don't know, Marco came over because to Flipside because we were trying to ramp up shows, and we wanted a Star Wars show because Star Wars was crazy hot speculation, right? It was nuts. And so we wanted to do a speculation show, you know? And we wanted to do a Star Wars show. And so Dino says one day in the meeting, hey, I got this buddy that I know here in Detroit. He's a huge Star Wars fan. We should do a Star Wars show for and have him come on and host it, you know, because we were trying to figure out, you know, people to come on and you know, talk about stuff, and to where, like, you know, the people that were always on, like, we didn't want all people doing this show every night because we're taking their whole life from them. You know, that's not cool. Plus they had jobs. I didn't have the 9 to 5. This is what I was doing. I was living off, you know, savings I made at work and selling comics and cards and shit. You know, I sold a lot of really cool stuff. I sold a fucking card for like $43,000, one card for $43,000. You know what I mean? I was, and that's one of the things that really hurt me, because Kyle would tell me, hey bro, you know, Marco's talking all this shit about how you don't own your house, and he's telling all the guys that, you know, you're living off of welfare, and he talks about you and Bruce always living off of welfare and all this shit, and Matt's always saying the same thing, and there's this weird thing going, and I go, yeah, I know, somebody told me about that, and he goes, yeah, I told all of them that, Kyle said, I told all of them that, hey, Bryan has a fucking, you guys need to realize Bryan had a really good job at one point. You know, he knew about all this shit. Shout out to Vika. Vika's the guy. He's my guy. He says, this is Vika. Like to consider myself an OG. You are definitely an OG, brother. OG. Yeah. Shout out to Vika. So,
also real quick on the note of super chats. Okay. Also, when you send super chats, like if you send $10, we don't receive the full $10 either. YouTube takes out a huge, like, I don't want to say a huge cut, but a decent sized chunk.
30%.
Like even more. Yeah, it's even more than eBay fees. So yeah, so just saying. So like, even though like someone sent $50, like we'll probably get, like, you know, the channel will get what, 30.
Why is that even a topic, dude? Like,
like I don't.
It's like, Bryan, you don't have to show jack shit to anybody, dude.
Right.
Like,
you subscribe because you got love for the channel. I subscribe to certain channels because I got love for the channel. That's all.
Let me see how much you're making, Bryan. Yeah, let me, so I can continue to watch this content.
Yeah.
Point blank,
You know,
I like
it's
the
like-
content. Me personally, I like the content. Let me give a little bread. What's fucking $2, bro? And like Yee says, unfortunately, they don't even get most of it.
What? Somebody's going, hey, somebody says, where's that money going?
Right, you're splitting it. You guys get a quarter.
Damn
we watch
horse.
watch this YouTube content because we want to, man, because it's fun. It's a bunch of us that grew up in different parts of the country at a time we do this on the internet.
Speaking of another OG.
Doctor.
Doc.
And then also for our giveaways and stuff like that, you know, shipping's not free for us. So
Yeah, dude, I got to ship to some guy in Timbuktu, bro. It's fucking like $40, dude. And then I got to write, what the fucking shit is. It's a fucking comic. Dude, you know how long it took me to fucking create this fucking, not invoice, fucking the fucking label, the fucking label, dude. I gotta write it's a fucking comic. It's a slab. It you know, Jesus Christ.
Well, hey, I
open the fucking box.
I was one of the,
you know, fuck England, dude. Fuck England.
And then real quick, Swaggle, don't lie to people. You're subscribed to my comic OnlyFans where I'm, you know, reading comics with my feet.
Shout out to Swag and Selden. Appreciate you guys. You know that. So anyways, like
fuck Canada too, dude. Like fuck them.
So we brought Lopez. We brought Marco in to do the show, and I worked with Marco behind the scenes to come up with all the ideas for the look of the show. I came up with the name. I came up with the first thing that all the logos you can see. I did all. You can tell it's my work, like the intros, everything. I was there once we realized that the show needed to be a panel show and not, this crap of Marco just talking because he can't talk. Like I would jump on the panel, and I love it because they still use, Kyle's all butthurt about using Modern Comic Mayhem. They still use Tales from the Dark Side or the Dark Side, right? That's a name that I came up with. I'm not bitching about that. Like, go fuck yourself. So that's what we brought Marco in for. Now, I said to Marco at some point, hey, I want to bring over my buddies Kyle and Matt and to do a Saturday show, and I need somebody to look over Matt. And before I asked Marco, I reached out to Kyle and I said, Kyle, what do you think about Marco kind of putting Matt underneath his wing? Because I think Matt likes Marco. And Kyle's like, I think that's a great idea. Go for it, man. That's a great idea. So we put Marco on the Modern Comic Mayhem show with us to kind of become a buddy with Matt. Well, it backfired on me in multiple ways. It first backfired on me because Marco couldn't stand him. Then it backfired on me because now Matt's his little, he tells Matt what to do, and Matt says, yes, sir. What do you want me to do? You want me to go talk shit about Bryan to people, that are his friends behind the scenes? Sure. What do you want me to say? Go say that he's still an addict. That really hurt me, Lopez. Lopez did tell me one thing that really hurt me. And
that was on the regular, bro. They thought you were getting high.
Yeah, I won't show and talk about all the stuff behind the scenes that happened. I'll talk about a couple of them. The rest I'm saving for when it's more. I got something more important going on with those. But the two that I will talk about is the first time it happened. It was Comic Man Andy. I was doing a show on Comic Man with Simple Man, Comic Man Andy, and Rhinoverse on Simple Man's channel forever on Tuesdays. Simple Man wanted to take a break from creating content, so Comic Man Andy took it over. So we were just doing the show on Comic Man Andy show forever on Tuesdays. And I would just go over there and hang out and we'd have fun. And before a show one day, Comic Man Andy goes, hey man, I'm getting all these messages saying like you're this really bad guy behind the scenes and that you're a drug addict and you're stealing money from old people. Like, what the fuck? Did you piss somebody off? I go, who's saying that? Oh. Yeah. I go, who's saying that, dude? He goes, somebody from Renovision. I go, who? And he goes, 00. And I go, I don't even know this guy. I don't even know who 00 is, And he's like, yeah, he said, he's telling me all this crazy shit about you. And I'm like, dude, that's fucked up. Then shout out to Ronnie, who's in the chat. Ronnie, I don't mean to put you on Front Street, but I've talked about it before. Ronnie hits me up, and Ronnie's a fucking good dude, man. Ronnie's a good dude. He's always supported this channel and multiple channels within our crews. And he hit me up, and he goes, dude. And I think he first forwarded me one part of the message, and he goes, what's this about? And I'm like, what the fuck? And it's, I'm homophobic. I'm a racist. I'm a drug addict and I'm still getting high. All this crazy shit. And I'm like, what the fuck is this? And I go, who's saying that? He goes, Matt. I go, what? He goes, yeah. I go, send me that whole thing. And I fucking sent it to Matt. I go, what the fuck is this? I called them on it, So they were doing that type of shit behind the scenes. And I just threw it off as they were making fun of me that I used to be a drug addict. But Lopez told me that they fucking talk so much shit about me behind the scenes, saying that I'm still a heroin addict. I'm lying to everybody. Like, dude, if I was a heroin addict, there's no fucking way I'm creating content 4 days a week, every fucking week. Go fuck your mother.
It'd be more like once a month, and you think it's once a week.
I hate it
like
4 times a week about him. I told him this. I go, hey, bro, didn't you crash out on somebody on Flipside because you were drunk? I go, Bryan comes out and I know what alcoholism and addiction is, right? Okay, so I didn't really like that about it, and I would pump that down. I would be like, yo, man, don't question nobody's recovery, bro. Do you know what it feels like to be an addiction? To have an addiction? You don't. So you don't know that life. State of yours, right? And he was what he was, bro. But I never confirmed that when I responded to Kyle and him. But yeah, that's all true. I alluded to it. I went too long. It cut out the part where Matt says that I don't got time to create content like Bruce and fucking and Brian McClay because I'm not I got a job. I'm not on welfare. All of it's true, bro. All of it. And it was what it was, and it was really toxic, and that's why that energy still lingers, bro. And
Yeah.
Kyle fucked up. I'll say it again. Kyle fucked up. He could have. We wouldn't be here. We wouldn't be here. It would have been just kept in the wraps. Nobody would even fucking know, and it would be another drama segment. And that's what now I think about. Man, bro, you have the balls to come at me, but you can't even stand up, or at that time stand up to Marco and them. But again, Brian, maybe it's changed. Maybe it's different. Maybe Marco or Nate changed the way he is, and it's more of a relaxed situation over there. Possibly, who knows? Because from what I saw today earlier, just in case they said my name, it looks still like the same shit. Tense, stuttering, quiet. It was quiet. Marco with his same rants. Oh, this sucks. This sucks. What am I doing here? You know what I mean? Going off screen, coming back. I'm just doing homework, Joe, homie, just in case they say my name. I gotta go keep going with this shit on my own. You know what I mean? So it is what it is, bro. But and I will admit, yeah, my feelings are hurt. Of course, because it was some decent friendship that got thrown to the wind just because of YouTube content. And I never, for the record, I never want. Well, I don't want to say that. I told Marco, I don't know. It's Brian. It's Kyle, Sam, and Matt. They have a thing already. How would I fit in if I'm going in green? Like how would I work? They don't even collect like I collect. I'm more of like a flipper.
Yeah.
And like, yes, a reader speculator. Like they don't even what would I do? Can I talk slower? No. You know how some of you guys might know how we talk. No, we gotta do that. I do that for whatever.
For everybody
like,
that's wondering who I'm talking about, because a lot of people don't know who we're talking about. I just want to show you guys. This is Matt from Absolute Geek right here. This is Kyle. This is Sam. Sam's a really good dude. I have nothing bad to say about Sam. I don't know Sticks. This is them on the SNS, right? Marco, let me see if I can show you guys who Marco is. Marco is this guy right here in the middle. And he's the loudmouth on Renovision. Okay. Another thing that somebody says was, let me see here. Okay, Brian. Okay, Brian. What's the video where Marco went off on a fan? I'll show it to you.
Oh, you still got that?
I got it, dude. I fucking got that shit.
I never knew he was kicked out of Flipside, bro. He told me he left Nico.
Yeah, go ahead.
Nico was at whatever, and he left because of that, and Jeffrey Albertson and whatever else, and he was going over to Pete. I'm like, oh no shit, cool. He's like, yeah, and I'm taking this guy and that guy.
That's not how it happened.
Yeah, that's what I knew. When I came up last Sunday, I was like, damn. The homie straight told me he left. Like he stood on business, said, you know what? Somebody over there I don't get along with, I'm out. But come to find out, he got booted.
Yeah.
Wow.
It's Daryl. I unsubscribed to Renovision over a year ago.
They got good people over there, man.
They don't. Here's what I'll say, Lopez, and before you get into that. Marco's a piece of shit. Pete's a fucking coward that can't stand up to Marco and he still hasn't, by the way, just so you guys know, Pete has never reached out to Stein about about the bullshit that happened with the CBSI Hot 10. Never reached out to Stein, not once. Hasn't talked to him, nothing. And he's telling everybody he has. So fuck Pete. That's when I think Pete's a coward. Kyle's now fucking, I got no respect for that guy. Matt, I've never had respect for Matt. I don't know Sticks very well. Sam's a good guy. Dom is a really good guy. I was the one that told Marco, hey, There's this guy on Instagram. He goes by Dom Tober, and he's a real big Boba Fett fan. We need to get him on Tales from the Dark Side. Fuck Double O for reaching out behind the scenes and doing fuck shit. A big fuck to Brucifer, because Brucifer not only went behind the scenes and did fuck shit and reached out to people behind the scenes telling them crazy shit, he also stabbed Kyle in the back big time, and Kyle let him back on the show.
And then he let him on. That's what I don't understand, bro. Like, that's the one. When I saw that, when my homie told me, "Hey, bro, they're roasting you over here," and I saw Bruce, after everything that he complained about behind the scenes with Kyle and Matt, and vice versa, and there you are, teaming up. I'm like, oh, what the fuck? I'm like, oh, okay. I guess maybe it was me, but like, fuck all you guys now. But I'm talking about like Jedi Johnson is cool. Joe, I'm a Joe guy. That's the one thing that bugs me. Joe's Doolin, we followed each other for Instagram for years, and when he got put on Renovision, I was like, oh man, I would rather work with him in a way. In my head, I was like, how do I get over there? But it was just too much friction at that time anyway. There's good people over there. It's just that Marco gives that whole channel a bad vibe, and only us that are inside know it.
Yeah.
And that's just what it is.
So I want to.
I will say.
Oh, go ahead, you.
I will say real quick that I have chatted with Six Boy a few times, and like I never had any issues. I know he used to view a lot of shows over on Flipside and stuff like that, and would follow us around. So I never had any bad interactions with him. I would say that.
All right. So let me explain, everybody. This is and a couple of things to explain. This was when all of Flipside was at Baltimore for the most part.
Right.
Yee, Hood, me, Dino, Nico, Doc Joe was there.
Doc Joe.
A lot of us. We had a great time. We rented a big, huge hotel dining room thing and had a huge party for, all this alcohol and pizzas, and we live streamed, and we just had a great time that whole weekend. It was a lot of fun. And Kyle couldn't go, and Marco couldn't go. Shout out to Economics and Comics. He says EFAPing is real. Hey, you're gonna have to come on in a little bit because we're gonna EFAP your video in a second. All right.
That doesn't sound right, bro.
So we were all at Baltimore, okay? And let me go ahead and continue with this. I think I gotta turn it up here.
Thank you, GTQ.
More. Hopefully, everyone in Baltimore is supposed to drop. Hey, everybody, we're live. Obviously, you can see we're not in Baltimore. Hopefully, everyone in Baltimore is supposed to drop in. We're waiting for McClay. We're waiting for Yee. We're waiting for everybody to come in. So everybody stick around and hang out because we're going to bring you the badass shit that's going down in Baltimore. And on that, I guess I got to cue my.
And this is a show that I was never part of, by the way.
Sound freaking music today. So, Kyle.
Hit it.
Okay.
Hit pay dirt with Cater.
Okay.
Hey, Bryan.
Yeah, exactly. The next thing that I want to say is this guy right here was a fucking cool guy that was just trying to get into a new collecting thing that was NFTs and VV when Marvel was doing the NFTs. And Kyle, he was a fan of the show, and he was telling us all about how cool these were. And we said, hey, let's bring him on. He became friends with us. He actually gave Kyle money to go and spend on the VV thing and for Kyle to get into it. He paid for Kyle to like get these NFTs. He was a good guy, dude. And because of what happened during the show, he fucking quit collecting and got out of it completely. And what ended up happening is Marco was at a wedding, and he showed up after the wedding hammered, and he fucking let loose on this guy, dude. So here we go.
Marco, I'll be there in 15 minutes, Marco.
Here I am.
So, anyways,
and this kind of pissed me off too, because Kyle invited Matt back on the show after Matt had already quit the channel and everything. And I didn't want to say anything because I'm not going to, at that time I was like, fuck it. But yeah, he let Matt back on the channel after Matt bailed on all of us and cried because he wanted to come back, and none of us want to let him come back. All right, here we go.
About how you
they're coming down the line. Like right now, they have an entire line of bat
Siren.
Yeah.
But there's big money in it. When people are spending
All right, here we
They
go.
have the Disney.
No.
Yes, over time. So here, for example, is
Siren.
All right,
Yeah.
listen to Marco.
It was loud as fuck.
Dude, I thought I was like, what the fuck are they talking about? My mute button's on.
I've seen The Wire. I know how that works.
Can you hear me now? Can you hear me right now?
I unmuted you as soon as you sat down.
So I know, but like if I
Kyle
press
did
my
it.
mute button on my fucking mic and it's not working, that sucks. That really sucks.
Oh, where'd he go?
Did he just fucking kick himself? What just happened? Who is that?
Oh,
Okay, come back.
come back.
No.
yes, over time. So here, for example, is the Harley Quinn that I have. One of the Harley Quinn statues. So as you can see, it's a 3D statue that I can sit here. I'll stop it from rotating so I can go, and we'll take a look at the playing card that's here inside of her. So I'm gonna once again stop that from rotating. So let's look at the quality of this.
Wow.
And so they have the Disney property connections because they're already doing all the Marvel comics.
All right, here we go.
They're
Here's
already-
where he's
It just gets
losing
so
it on.
saturated with all everything
He starts
else. Just
losing
like
it.
any other collectible, it'll just tank.
Has that happened with sports cards?
Yes.
Comic
A
books?
bunch of times. Yes, a bunch
Yes.
of times.
But
Throughout history, yes. Yes, a bunch of times.
but why do those
Everything
tank?
has ups and downs.
It was junk. It was junk. It was.
As
it was
long
junk
as they
wax.
don't
overproduce them.
No,
Like,
no, no. I
like
think
these,
they don't.
run,
Time out,
these
time out.
runs are with it, like the Web of Spider-Man they just came out with. It was 30,000. That's it.
That's a
It's
lot,
done.
Like junk. The term junk wax comes out for a reason. Anybody who collects cards knows that term. And the why is junk wax?
No,
It's the
comic
same
book
thing
people
for
do too,
comics.
'cause
Like
we know that junk wax dealers got into comics. I will say this though: if you're not listening to what this guy's saying, you're wrong because you should ride that wave. Like it's 100% true. It's the same thing that happened with the comic wave and same thing that happened with the fucking the card wave. You should listen to what he's saying, but do know this.
Fucking joke. Are you kidding me? Did you guys
Says
what
the guy
fuck? What a
drinking-
fucking pussy. Anybody that throws money like they're fucking some rich guy is the biggest fucking fake alpha that you'll ever meet. Fucking
He's a millionaire,
fake.
bro.
Yeah,
You didn't
he's
know
a
that?
millionaire.
Mark,
My
millionaire.
ass. Yeah.
He
He's a
reminded me that all the
stay-at-home
time.
dad. His wife makes all the money. Fuck him.
I'm a millionaire, Lopez. I just do this because I can. I'm like,
Yeah.
cool.
Yeah.
they have
I know
they
a
have the
million.
Disney property connections because they're
Don't-
already doing all the Marvel comics.
Don't you
They're
think
already-
at some point though it just gets so saturated with everything else, just like any other collectible, it'll just tank?
Has that happened with sports cards?
Yes.
Comic
A
books?
bunch of times. Yes, a bunch
Yes.
of times.
But
throughout history, yes, a bunch of times.
but why do those
Everything
tank
has
with
ups and
Marvel?
downs. I mean,
it
It was
cycles,
junk.
it
It was
comes
junk.
back
It, well,
around,
it was.
but-
it
As
was
long
junk
as they
wax.
don't overproduce them.
No. I
like
appreciate
these,
no,
run,
time out,
these
hold on,
runs
hold on.
are with it, like the Web of Spider-Man they just came out with. It was 30,000. That's it.
That's a
It's
lot.
done.
Like junk. The
listen.
term junk wax comes out for a reason. Anybody who collects cards knows that term. And the why is junk wax?
No,
It's the
comic
same
book
thing
people
from
do too,
comics.
'cause
Like
we know that junk wax dealers got into comics. I will say this though: if you're not listening to what this guy's saying, you're wrong because you should ride that wave. Like it's 100% true. It's the same thing that happened with the comic wave and same thing that happened with the fucking the card wave. You should listen to what he's saying, but do know this.
says the guy drinking from the maker's mark. All right, so we're gonna go back to this for a minute.
Yeah, that's shit you can get in Kentucky and I live in Michigan, bro. But any day you want to play Measure Up, we'll play Measure Up because I'll measure up you on bank accounts, I'll measure up on books, and I'll measure you up on what's in my underwear.
And
So I
that
got
is go, Marcus.
American.
And that's who he really is, bro. You know what I mean? That's him in a nutshell. That was my road dog for about 3 years, bro.
Yeah.
Dolls.
I'll play on the American Dolls too. I got it all, bro. Go ahead though. Good game.
No, you got the floor. You clearly have you have something you're trying to drive to.
Tell us about this. Hey, Amway.
Hey, can we have an NFT of Marco dropping money?
Please
Dude.
tell us about Amway. Yeah, go ahead.
So bad.
Probably sell.
Yeah.
Please tell us about anime, bro.
That was
Come play.
fucking dumb.
Look at how mad
That's
he is.
awesome. That's awesome. I tried to give you the buy, and then you want to be an asshole. So come tell me
Well,
about
no.
anime.
Here's the thing, bro.
Oh, no.
Here's the thing.
I'm trying to fucking
Let us
chill
leave
it out.
quickly.
And I'm stoned and drunk.
The fucking thing is that there's big money in this already. I don't know if it's gonna fucking tank, but there's big money in it. When people are spending 500,000, 200,000 on a fucking avatar, there's reasons to be looking at this shit. And now that they're doing comics and they're doing specific shit,
Kyle put him up on the big screen to fuck with.
All right, guys. I'm getting ready to call it a night. Anyway.
Hey, look, there's the.
So I leave.
Boba Fett.
I leave at this point because I'm like, this is fucking ridiculous. I'm not gonna be on phone with this fucking douche on the show with this douchebag. And I leave, and it just gets fucking worse. I'll put this up on the channel at some point for everybody to see it. But there you guys can kind of see, you know, that's why Marco got kicked from Flipside, 100%. And then you know everything else kind of happened, and when he got kicked from Flipside, that is when the hate started. And then the hate got hit with steroids when he found out about the Jeffrey Albertson stuff, and that we didn't let him in on it because we knew he was a big mouth. And the whole time he thought it was Matt and Kyle and fucking talked so much shit about him. And then when he found out about the Jeffrey Albertson shit, it was like pure hate from then on. And, you know, sometimes, you know, I'm too nice, and, you know, it is what it is. But all of this is just for me, you guys, 100%, just to say, my character means a lot to me. Anybody who calls into question my character, especially like Kyle did, I'm gonna fight back at it. And the reason why I fought back at this so hard and took 2 hours and 45 minutes to talk about it is because Kyle was a good fucking friend, and it did hurt. It hurt my feelings, dude. I hurt your fifis is in the chat. It hurt my fifis. But it doesn't hurt my fifis anymore, because I would never want somebody in my inner circle, somebody that if he ever called me and said, "Hey, my wife is having some trouble, go check on her," I would have done it in a heartbeat. You know, that type of person. And I would expect that out of him. I can't trust him at all to have that type of response towards me. Like, is he going to get mad because he thinks I said something, you know, and I'm not his friend anymore, and behind the scenes he's going to stew on it? Like, I'm not going to do that. So that being said, that's the show for tonight. No, I'm just kidding, you guys. That's the big part of the show. I'm going to open it up to anybody that wants to come hang out with us. Billy, if you're still alive, you can come jump in, man, to talk about your craziness. I did see Nick in the chat. Shout out to Nick Barucci. We had Nick Barucci on last week or 2 weeks ago on Drama Alert, and Billy had brought up to him, you know, that the Diamond distribution is sending Nick's books, and they're getting trashed. Any Dynamite stuff that's getting to Billy is just trashed. And Nick told him, well, send me an email and shoot me a video. If it's an issue, I'll reach out to him, because Nick's a businessman. He doesn't want his brand fucked up in any way. The same reason I don't want my brand fucked up in any way. You know what I mean? So,
well, if that's having the ability, could you imagine what's happening to a store that's ordering even more?
Yes.
Like from Dynamite, like I could only imagine.
Yeah. All right. I'm going to Economics and Comics page because, ladies and gentlemen, enough is enough. Sounds good, Hood. I love you, bro.
All right, man. All right. I love you guys.
All right.
Yep.
I wish you could stay.
We'll talk to you soon, brother.
Man, I gotta do that with the fucking balloons, dude. Hey.
All right. We're going to speed Billy up and make him sound even crazier.
You know what? All that I got to get some stuff off of my chest now too, dude.
Let's do it.
You know, Yee, you know, he told me I could hang out, but behind the scenes. I don't know what that means.
You can only contribute behind the scenes.
Yeah, behind the scenes.
Executive.
So I guess I'll be in the chat from now on.
All right, buddy. We love you. Stay
love
safe
you guys,
in that
man.
chat.
All right, see you Wednesday and Thursday.
No, hey, we're gonna be doing the blow book of the week, right? I'm gonna be reading it to everybody.
Oh yeah, we got to read that, bro. We do. We have to do that, and we got to put
Which
it on
one
your
are we
channel.
doing? We're doing the OJ.
Yes.
I gotta go fucking dig out that OJ book again.
If you really want to do that, I'll help you do it, bro.
Mhm.
So, all right. Blow book of the week, dramatic reading by Red Hood on Redhood Comics.
Red Hood.
Yeah.
I'll see you guys.
All right, later, Hood.
Later.
As Hood leaves, Billy joins. Billy, what's going on, brother?
Sick.
Yeah.
Yo, I'm just gonna be on mic because my
That's
old
fine, bro.
lady's like
Yeah.
working and doing stuff behind me.
Yeah, fuck yeah. All right,
She's
dude,
e-fapping.
we're gonna watch you. She's e-fapping. We're gonna watch your video. You ready, bro?
Are you ready to EFAP too?
There we go.
I'm e-fapping right in that picture right there.
Hey guys, this is Bill from Economics and Comics. I think that I have to do this. I know it's the holidays, and I don't want to be negative, but enough is enough. This has to stop. So I'm kind of drawing a line here, tell you what's going on, and let you guys decide based on what I'm about to tell you. So there are three.
I love how you take off the glasses because it's serious talk.
My eyes are bothering me.
Distributors.
No, I had to get the other hand down to EFAP.
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
And Diamond, a couple years ago or whatever, they made the move. DC went over to Lunar. Marvel basically went over to Penguin. Basically over at Penguin, you have IDW, Marvel, Dark Horse. There's a couple other groups that go there. At Lunar, you have DC, you have Image now, and some other groups are going there. And then you have Diamond, who kind of offers it all, except for DC won't go through Diamond anymore. I have been trying to stick up for Diamond as long as possible, try to keep them in business because they are the OGs of distributors for comics. But, I think there should be some options, and I'm honestly, enough is enough. I'm completely fed up with this. There's always been issues with Diamond shipping, okay? But the last month or two has been absolutely ridiculous. Today, I received a giant box. It had about 100 books in it on the bottom, and then a bunch of bubble wrap on top of the books. And then, of course, their giant previews mag, because that's the most important thing there is. Okay. And so, it wasn't inside another box. It wasn't secured. I mean, dude, you could have fit 500 books in there. I don't know why you're sending it in that.
Were the books loose in the bottom, Billy, or were they in
Yeah,
stacks?
of course. Yeah, they were loose. I'll explain.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
But of course, they were all over each other. They were somewhere inside others. Yeah, that's right, inside them. And they were all damaged, all of them. Okay. The week before, I got a delivery in a small box. No protection, all of them damaged. I can show you some brief pictures here. Nothing big. It's not like you haven't heard this before. Corner crunches. I mean, we have foils that are damaged. They're $30 books. We have books that are highly sought after, whatever. In my case, for my store, everything is prepaid. I'm not like every other brick and mortar, but I'm an online store. A brick and mortar can take the books, they throw them on the counter, and they go, okay, if you want them, you can have them. And they buy then. But in my case, these are pre-ordered books, and I want the best quality. The first thing I'm going to say is I am no longer guaranteeing 9.4 or better for anything that comes out of Diamond. Anything. That's a big thing for my store. I'm going to lose business because of it. But I'm sure plenty of stores all over the place are losing business when they buy and get their books shipped from Diamond. And, it's nice to have an option. Look, that's fine. But I want to tell you who else this affects. There are companies out there that want to be loyal to Diamond. I want to be loyal to Diamond. They want Diamond to distribute their comics, okay? But the fact is, they don't care about the quality of your books, which means they don't care about your customers. So what's more important, your customers or being loyal to a distributor. Almost every other publisher has offered the ability to get their stuff through Lunar or Penguin. There are a couple holdouts left. You can get all your stuff at Diamond except for DC. That's fine if some stores just want to get Diamond, okay? But I believe that you should also let us, the stores that keep comic books selling, not only do I keep comic books selling, I spend hours and hours, days of research on your books from you publishers to tell the people what's going to come out, all the covers, what could be good, what can't be. I spend all this work helping the community figure out what kind of cool books are coming out and from where they're coming from, just so that they can come to me destroyed. Enough is enough. I am absolutely furious. I spend my days busting my ass, not only at the store, and yeah, this is a rant, making sure everything's perfect, shipped out on time, which is impossible now because I have to wait for replacements constantly from Diamond. I also have to take care of my mom, who has been sick for a year, okay? It's quite stressful. And there's nothing like opening up a box and seeing total destruction.
Yeah, how many fucking orders is that? One, you know, it's going to piss off your people that are buying from you, that buy, you know, maybe not everybody buys on the regular from you. The first books that they buy are going to be damaged, or they're going to say fucking.
No, well, I don't send, here's the problem. I don't send out damages.
Good.
So their orders wait for the replacements. But then the problem is the replacements come damaged. So eventually I refund them in full. I apologize. I say, I tried. I can't hold your books any longer. It's not fair to you, because they order Marvel and everything else too. But everything from basically the damaged books are Boom, Dynamite. I mean, Keen Spot. I'm giving Keen Spot another try this weekend, and I'm scared to death. And like Xenoscope, and there's a couple left, right? A couple holdouts left, but it's that I have to wait. And I have to wait. My customers have to wait and wait. But my customers get beautiful books. I don't mess around. They get beautiful books. If they're not, I message them after I wait for replacements, and then I say, look, sorry, I refunded you. I don't know what else to do. I apologize, but I am sick and tired of apologizing to people that buy from me, right?
Yeah.
For a goddamn distributor. I'm sick and tired of it. Go ahead and keep going, unless you have another question. I'll mute.
Like, I am literally thinking about not ordering from Diamond anymore, and that will hurt my business. So before I give you an idea of what you guys should probably do, even though you haven't done it in the last couple of years, and these videos have been coming out, not just me, but I'm gonna give you an idea of what you could do, okay? I want to tell you some of the main publishers that are stuck with Diamond, that will not move, and it is costing you business. Ablaze, American Mythology, Valiant, Archie, Black Box, Boom, Dynamite, Distillery, Fantagraphics, Keen Spot, Titan Comics, Xenoscope. These are books that people order. The majority are Boom, Dynamite. Those are the bigs, okay? Everyone else are trying to build their company up or whatever again, start selling some books. But if people are ordering these books from Diamond and then they're coming to the stores, and it's not just me, okay? And they're damaged. No one wants damaged books. I'm asking two things. Number one, to all the publishers that are having problems with this, can you please offer your books at either Lunar or Penguin on top of Diamond, so the actual stores can choose where they want their books coming from? That would be great. So we don't have 3 different distributor shippings. Since Image has moved to Lunar, I order from Lunar, and they're all fine. No problem, because they know how they pack. I don't know if Diamond's packing shipping department cares or not about comic books or the customers that you serve, Diamond, but it doesn't seem like they do to me, and I'm not the only one. So, number one, you publishers out there really need to think about the customer. I think more. And does the customer want quality? Give the customer options. You don't have to leave Diamond. I don't want Diamond to fail, even though they are failing on their own through shipping. That is their failure. Shipping. It's always been their failure. Okay? It would be great to have options to you other publishers. Number two, Diamond. I love you guys. I don't know what else to do except tell you.
Billy, what you're saying right here is what I've heard from a ton of LCS owners, retailer owners. I remember the first time I really sat down with Dennis Barger and talked about his love-hate relationship with Diamond, and he goes, I want Diamond to be the best. I want them to be the best in the business. And that's what you're saying right here. You want them.
Let me tell you something, Brian. Yes, this has been going on forever, and this is nothing new. But when Marvel switched to Penguin, okay, I was the first seller or comic book store to make a video about the first shipment from Penguin, and I unboxed them all. I did a video.
I remember that.
And there were some damages and stuff like that. And Penguin, dude, they immediately reached out to me. How can we make it better? And now they're one of the best shipping because they did exactly what I told them to do. It didn't cost them much. They even offer free shipping, dude. Okay? They even offer free shipping. So they changed without even, it took them a little bit to figure out the right boxes and how to ship within another box, right? But they did it for the customers. And that is like the most, I don't care what anyone says. If you own a business, the most important person is, of course, your employees. But the number one person, even if you don't have employees, is the fucking customer. The customer is always right. Always. Even if they're wrong, they're right. Right?
Yeah.
Like if someone has a problem, I give them a full refund.
Yeah. How can I fix it?
I'll send them a ratio.
Yep.
I send them whatever. I don't even care. But for years, Diamond has heard this, what's his name? Dennis throwing the books on with that Comic-Con or whatever.
Yeah. The
I
retailer
truly
summit.
believe that they do not give a shit. And that's how I feel after this many years doing it. And years before that, going to a comic book store and hearing all the horror stories, right? It is unbelievable. So first, I'm calling out the publishers straight up. You can make a difference. Yours should be about your business, not your loyalty to a distributor. How can you be loyal to a distributor if they're damaging all your goddamn books?
Yeah, they're messing with your brand. They're hurting your name.
Yeah, and the thing is, most comic book stores, right? They'll get a shipment in, and they can order over, right? They order what they think they can sell, and if they don't, they can send them back. This is the whole scheme of comic book world in stores, right? They can send them back by a certain date and get a full refund. Okay, that's how they keep brick and mortar stores alive. Is you can get fronted comics, bro, like drugs, and then if you can't sell it, you give the rest back and they'll refund you, right? For me, I pre-sell this shit, so these are owned already, right? It's tougher for an online business, I believe, but regardless, I'm not returning these books. I want a good book. Send me a replacement. I want you to take my money. I don't want you to have to give it back to me. Aren't you a business? Don't you want to survive too? Right? Anyway, I finished it up. I talked about the publishers real fast, and then I talked about Diamond real quick.
To get some people down in your shipping department who care. Fire everybody. I don't care. Watch them, whatever. How would you, owner of Diamond, want your comics to be delivered to you? Like the pictures I showed, they were just briefly. I have to literally wait weeks and weeks and weeks for replacements. And when they come, guess what? They're damaged again. I cannot survive as a business if I continue to sell destroyed books. So as of right now, until this issue is fixed, I'm announcing at my store, unfortunately, I am not guaranteeing 9.4 or better at my store for Diamond Comics. Now, when I list a book, it'll say blah, 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 and there'll be a little penguin image, which you don't have to worry about. There'll be a little moon image, which you don't have to worry about. But if you see that diamond, know that you might get a damaged book because I cannot wait months to get orders out because 2 books are damaged.
Fucking A, Billy. That's good for you, bro. You putting that little diamond, penguin, and moon by it is so fucking smart.
Yeah, I do that. It helps me when I'm doing my orders on Monday, but also people can say, okay, that's where that book's coming from.
And then you can show, that would be amazing. If more online retailers would do that, and then keep those records, you could show people are not buying your books and they're buying the other books depending on who the distributor is is. That is fucking analytics that you can say, here you go. Here it is. I've showed you videos. I've showed you pictures. I've told you it's happened. Here's the receipts.
Well, maybe, but you have to also think though, Boom and Dynamite and maybe Xenoscope are probably the biggest left over at Diamond. So yes, they're good. You know, Boom has, what is it? Something's Killing the Children. You know, there's some cool covers. Xenoscope has the best covers. Dynamite has really good covers too, and they've got that whole Disney thing and all that other. But majority of people buy based on cover for those three companies, except for Something is Killing the Children, right?
Mm-hmm.
But
100%.
what I'm saying is those are small orders compared to Marvel and DC and Image. So what you're saying about tracking would be kind of hard to do when most people order the other stuff way more anyway.
Yeah. Yep.
And the fact is, I can't order 1,000 books from Diamond because I typically get in 1,500 to 2,000 books a week, right? Maybe 200 are from or 100 is from Diamond. You know,
That's
everything
unreal.
else is Marvel and DC. Let's be real.
Yeah.
I mean, I do my show and I try to show everything, and people love covers. We all love covers, you know. But you know,
Late Night Comics asks, are printers potentially the problem? Publishers have no leverage over the specific product. Tell him why that's not the problem, Billy.
publishers have no leverage over this specific product. Publishers have no leverage. Dark Horse is okay. First, Journey, Dark Horse, IDW, almost all of them are with Penguin now. But Diamond sells everything still except DC. But you can get Dark Horse and all that other stuff with Penguin, which I did, right? Because they all come back fine. Are printers potentially a problem? Publishers have no leverage over this specific product. You know, I don't really know how printers. The problem is damage, dude.
Yeah.
The problem comes
Shipping
down
damage.
to one thing. You could have a shitty printed book or a really good printed book. Either way, they come from the shippers or from the printers in high grade. Then they get to Diamond, and Diamond packs them. Or I'll say, tries to pack them. And by the time that box gets to my house, everything's destroyed.
And if it was the printers, you would be seeing damaged books that from Lunar and Penguin that, you know, because they all come
from me.
Yeah, there are publishers that do all three distributors. So if it was the printer's problem, you would see damage from all three distributors. Billy's really only seeing damage from Diamond.
Do they do the Bridezilla covers and the Stitches covers?
Yep. That's
all those
Keen
were
Spot.
damaged.
Yep, that's Keen Spot.
Yeah, that's Keen Spot.
Yeah,
but the reason why is because they're only Keen Spot's only at Diamond.
Yep.
All damage.
Now, those comics you were talking about right there, though, they were at Lunar a year ago. But whoever owned those books, Stitches and
Monsters,
some of those other, well, not Monsters. Monsters wasn't there over a year ago.
Yeah,
but they were over there, right? And I'll read Nick in a minute. So what was I saying? I lost what I said. So those books sold, right, a year ago, like Stitches and all that shit, at Lunar. But you know what happened? They never printed the damn things. So 3 months later, we got refunds as stores, and that publisher died or whatever, right? And so then someone else bought it, like Keen Spot bought it, or someone that worked, and they're publishing it through Keen Spot now a year later. I won't touch that shit because I already got burned once. Now, like I said, Mark Spears is hot. He's a good guy. I talked to him the other day. And I said, you know what? I'm going to give my people a chance to order Keen Spot again. But I got burned real bad because the shipping at Diamond sucked and they were all damaged. So now I do this, yesterday. I've got these Jaws medals. People are buying them up at my store right now. They're $100 each. That's how much they are at retail, right?
Yep.
And I'm scared to death right now. I'm
That
scared
they're going to be
death, dude.
damaged. Yeah.
And one quick note: no publishers with all three. Yeah, that's right. But I mean, like I said, I'll say it again. Diamond sells everybody except DC.
Swag says, honest question, outside of outrageous damage, do publishers really care about comics being a 9.4 plus? This is mostly unique collectors, like people don't complain if a magazine gets banned. I think you're right up until recently, man. I think that there's been this big swing in the pendulum, right? There's been this big swing in the pendulum where more comic buyers are buying just for collecting and cover buys only. They're not reading the book. So if that's the case, the majority of those people, they want their book to be in pristine condition because they're probably going to grade it. They don't want it to be bent up and trashed. If they like the art, they might put it on their wall.
Beyond that, Brian, let's just get past all that, right? The collectability about it. Let's just say this. If you sent Swaggle, if you sent your product to somebody to distribute your product, I don't care what it is, and they distribute it and there are massive damages on the back end, what would you do? When they come off the printing press, they're fine, right? Unless there's, some color something, some ink something, or like a whole run got a little ding on it or something like that. And usually those go back to the publishers, printers, and they reprint, right? Because they want you to have a decent book. I think they do care because it's about money. So if you produced Swaggle House shoelaces or some shit, right? And you sent it to someone to distribute and they got it and their shoelaces were cut in half, would you care? That's the question right there. Would you care?
Yeah.
So I think publishers do care.
You talked
now distributors is a different thing.
You talked about stitches, right? And all that stuff.
It's not on my site. I took it off my site.
So that Stitches book, I think Bird City did a cover with them. Let me go. So Lopez was saying that he thinks he heard that all the Stitches books and all the Bridezilla books are damaged. Well, if that's true, that's a bummer because this Stitches book is a #1, and that's gonna really hurt them, And shout out to Miami.
My bad. The ones that I got, even the monsters, when I that cover and these all damaged.
Yeah, were they from a comic book store or the Bird City or whatever they were?
No, this from my LCS.
Yeah,
they're all damaged at the top left corner.
Yeah,
like all the same bands and color breaks.
Well, I don't know about cut. Well, yeah, it was like a ding, right? Spine. Yeah. So yeah, that's not from the printer, bro. That's from the shipping.
No, I know what the printer looks like. It's like a marble rub, that old school marble rub they used to have. But no, this was straight damage.
Yeah. So and that's because they're getting it from Diamond, 100%. Yeah, and Swaggle, I have my own comic too, and I use a local printer out here that does work with Coffin, and my shit's 9.8, 9.9, 10s all day long, and when they get to that person's house, I get it directly from the printer, and I become the distributor, and the shit is flawless when it gets there. That's the difference. Do you know what I mean? And I understand if you have your own comic, you understand that. You know what I mean? Anyway,
I reached out to Naomi Griffin, and she's going to come on the show soon, so be on the lookout for that. Yeah, dude, this is beyond
that vid's
crazy.
almost over too. I just kind of give Diamond a message here.
It's not fair to my customers. It's not fair to me. It's not fair to spend extra shipping on giant boxes from Diamond when they would fit in a smaller box inside another box. How can you not figure out how to ship books? That is my rant today. I had to get it out. I have bit my tongue way too long. I am not going to go contact publishers and tell them, look, we have a problem here.
This is kind of directed at Dynamite.
Contact you. I'm not going to do that. And when I call you,
I don't think it's fair
and
to
say
Dynamite.
I've damaged books.
You don't think it's fair to Dynamite to reach out to
I don't
them
think it's fair to Nick to message as Nick, right?
Yeah, Nick, yeah.
I don't think he offered it, and I appreciate that from a person to person thing. He said, "Look, here's my email. Send me pictures. I'll contact Dynamite." I don't think it's on him to do. I really appreciate the offer, which tells me who he is as a person. But I think he should know that all his shit's damaged. But it's not his responsibility to go yell at Diamond. It's his responsibility, brother, Nick. It's your responsibility. Like you said, your responsibility, the most important thing is your employees. And I don't know, you have a loyalty to Diamond. That's fine. But, you know, I think your second responsibility should be to your customers, man. If they're, and I'm not a big publisher like you at all, and I respect you, bro. But what I'm saying is you should have Dynamite at Luna or Penguin too, so that we as buyers can make a choice. Okay, I'm not going to order my Dynamite from Diamond this time. I'm going to get it from Lunar. You know why? Because they're going to come in 9.8, bro, or 9.6. You literally went up to cardstock to try to avoid damages on your books. And you know what? It doesn't work.
Yeah. Yeah. It's a bummer, man. Nick, there's the link, brother. I respect that.
Finish
I'm going to
the
finish
video
this.
real
Yeah.
quick.
Here we go.
What's going on? And you say, oh, this, oh, that, excuses. And then I'll call again and someone else will say, oh, well, we're moving locations. So they're just kind of packing it a certain way. Whatever. I don't want you to pack it a certain way. I want you to pack it perfectly every time. Have a system. This has gone too far for too many years. This is why the other distributors came about. You need to do something now to save yourself. That's all I have to say. This is for anybody to comment. You can comment. You can work for them and say, oh, my books are perfect. You can be another store. Oh, I've never had a problem. Bullshit. Okay? All those stores that have had this issue, I want you to comment in there. I want you to tag Diamond. I want you to send the email to Diamond. I want you to do whatever you have to do to get this out there. Because it's enough is enough. Thanks for watching.
Great video, brother. Great video. Nick, how you doing, man?
I was so furious today.
I don't blame you, dude. Nick, how you doing, brother?
I'm good. I'm good. Be doing better if this stuff wasn't happening. But you know what? Look, what did I read lately? I don't remember. I'll paraphrase. Here's the thing. We got to get through everything that's a problem in life. It's as simple as that. And this is a problem.
Yeah.
So, listen, economics, email me. It is, and at Comics Journey, I appreciate it, but it is part of the job. Here's the thing. I've said this to you guys before. It is taking care of my employees, to take care of the customers. But when it comes to dealing with retailers, I've got Vince Laterio, who's fantastic. I've got Alan Payne. But at the end of the day, the buck stops with me. So I'm here. Look,
I agree, Nick. But you, like you said, that the buck, like, it's, first of all, again, I respect everything about you. You said the buck stops with you. You make the decisions, right? But what you're also saying is you're making the decision to stay with Diamond, okay, and have your comics damaged at comic book stores.
And respectfully, I say this respectfully, that is a black and white way of seeing it. And
Well,
this
I've been looking at it for 10 years, maybe even longer.
I get that part. And here's where I think retailers don't realize they have some strength here. There's an age-old adage that there's strength in numbers. My opinion, and this is just my opinion, retailers can work together to bring change. And here's the one thing. I'll use one prime example, and this is someone I do not see eye to eye with, but I respect. And I don't know if you know him, but Brian Hibbs out of San Francisco. Great retailer, doesn't like our product, doesn't carry much of our product, hates variant covers, but I still respect the shit out of him. And this is the guy who did something extreme, but he did it at the right time. He took a lawsuit to Marvel, and he got Marvel to start, and he created the FOC program, basically, because Marvel was misshipping stuff, shipping stuff late, nothing was returnable, retailers were getting stuck with it. I think it was a $9 million verdict that and I'm going by memory. I could be wrong. Maybe it was 1.9 million. I don't remember. But basically, he and then some retailers supported him, got behind this, and they effected change with the biggest publisher in the industry. I mean, Marvel's what, like 40% of the business? And for some people, I heard what you were saying. For you, it's more than 40%. The ability to just I just had. Do you? I'm just curious, and you may not. Do you go to the FOC forum at all?
Are you talking to the
Billy,
chat room? No, I don't. Look, I don't have time for that. I am FOC. If you watch my channel, I review everything. I don't have time. I do a live show where I review every single comic available. Then I make a top 10 and show it to. I break it down again. It takes me hours and hours. I do that every week for 6 years. Okay, I understand what you're saying, but I don't have time to go and listen in FOC chats and stuff. I see what you're saying though. Go there. Let's try to build something. Let's try to get a
No, well, actually,
but it's been,
you know
how
what?
long has it been though? This has been going on for years.
That's not fully what I'm saying.
Okay.
So I was just curious if you went there, because I just had, the only reason why I was asking is because I just had this discussion with another retailer on the forum.
Mm-hmm.
I feel the one thing that retailers could be doing better is talking to each other and approaching distributors and publishers together.
Yeah, just what you're saying, Billy.
It is strength in numbers, and it's, to a degree, just making sure that you're sending the message and you're sending it. I mean, look,
Positive.
you're
A
frustrated.
positive
Trust
message.
me, I feel the frustration. Well, when I say positive, I'm saying here's everything, and you are doing this in your videos. Here's the one challenge that I'm throwing out to you, and I'm sure you'll disagree with me, but which is your right. So understand, if you agree with me, I respect your opinion no matter what. Your video that's seen by a lot of fans and that's seen by your customers and that Bryan picks up and is showing, what you did with Penguin Random House was great. You showed it to them, but just like the FOC forum, where it's a lot of retailers voicing what they are thinking, their opinions, what they think should be done better, that's easy for a distributor or a publisher to ignore. And videos are easy for a distributor or a publisher to ignore. And there are some publishers, I'm not the only one, there are other publishers that do pay attention, but a lot of other publishers, I'm not saying you're screaming into the void, but it's easy for them, even if they hear what you're saying, to just shut it off. Because
let me just
you're right.
Let me say one thing, because I don't know the owner of
Yeah.
Diamond. Okay. For years, I've seen him on different shows and this topic being brought up, right? I'm not the only one. That's what I keep saying. And it's been going on for years. Diamond damages, right? They know about it.
Yeah.
So no matter if I get 100, they've been told 100, maybe 1,000 times. I would guess they have 100 phone calls a week or more about damages, Diamond. They see their damage requests. They see the replacements. They see all that. They have had an eternity to fix this. And I am just complaining about it now. So I don't think 100 of us getting together would make a difference, because we've already been doing it for years. It's known. So they've made a decision that they're not going to change.
But
that's my thought.
This is where I'll go back to the Bryan Hibbs thing. Marvel retailers for years, when it came to late books, when it came to damages, when it came to changing creative teams. I mean, I say this not knowing. I don't know how long you've been a retailer. Okay, so it's not a negative or a positive.
I've been an
but when
online retailer for 3 years.
Okay. When Marvel shipped Wolverine, I think it was like 304 before 300 because 300 was running late and 304 was, I can't remember exactly what it was. Retailers threw their arms in the air. They were so upset. But there's got to be, listen, there's got to be a way for retailers to come together and actually tackle this together. I think this is a tough thing. Listen, Penguin Random House, they're growing at the rate they want to grow, right? Lunar, I'm not sure how much they can handle at once. I do have one fear when it comes to Diamond if they were to go away, and this may not affect you because I heard you were saying that for you your Diamond business is Zenoscope, it's Dynamite, it's Boom, and it's a few other people like Ablaze.
Well, no, I was just mentioning. I was mentioning publishers that were still there that aren't anywhere else. And so, but yeah, Boom and Dynamite are big. Zenoscope. I mean, you have Titan, but most everyone else is moved over, but they're still at Diamond too. Don't get me wrong. They still have the option, which is great because there's plenty of retailers out there that only get Diamond. They're just screw it. I just want, and they're forced to get Lunar, of course, because they have to get DC, right? But they didn't make the Penguin move, which is fine. I get that. And when this whole thing happened with the 3 distributors, I was there saying, no, don't do it. You're going to destroy Diamond. I was one of the people that was saying that. And so now one of the people saying, oh, for the love of God, please just give me another option. I can't believe I'm even saying it.
Look, retailers, listen, and this is not something that is probably reassuring, but it is just another example. Retailers spent years discussing with Diamond the cost of shipping. And finally, last year, that got fixed.
Yeah, I saw that.
I think things can get fixed. It just takes working together and focus. And I think the retailers just need to work together. Listen, I will say this. The shipping is why some people may have left Diamond, And DCD has exclusive. I'm sorry, I'm going to read this real quick. And major factor because
I got it on the screen, Nick, so everybody can see it too.
Oh well, I'm on StreamYard, so I can't see the screen.
No worries.
So I got to read the chat real quick.
So I'm going to read it real quick, Nick. I'll read it real quick for everybody. Diamond Comics distribution has exclusivity for Dynamite products, and I think that is a major factor because Diamond knows retailers can't get Dynamite anywhere else, so there's no incentive to improve.
So what I'll say is and I don't think that I'm saying anything out of line, we offered to Lunar to sub-distribute Dynamite from Diamond, and the economics didn't work for them. But just like Image sub-distributes to Diamond through Lunar, we offered the flip side, and just it doesn't work for them. Just leave Diamond. It's a hard decision. It's not an easy
I'm not
decision.
asking you. I'm not at all asking you to leave Diamond.
No, I understand.
That's not where I'm at.
But right now, part of the problem is that the economics go both ways, that it doesn't make as much sense for Lunar to take us on unless we went exclusive. Now, I haven't had deeper conversations with them, and what I will say that I have mad respect for Christina and Cameron and everybody over at Lunar, and I think they're doing great work. It's just trying to figure everything out.
What I don't understand is the only one that I know of that's exclusive with Lunar is DC.
Correct.
All the other just publishers, Image, and there's a bunch now. There is a bunch now at Lunar they still sell through Diamond too. So
Oh,
is there?
hold on. I
are they
froze
trying to
out.
force?
I heard. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Can you
So
hear
what
me?
I was saying.
Yeah, we can
yes.
hear you, Nick.
Can you hear us?
Okay.
Can you
Yes.
hear us?
Okay.
What I was saying was,
Yes.
again, DC is the only one that's exclusive. All the other ones aren't. They go through Diamond as well, right? What are they forcing you to? They're saying, look, we don't want you unless you go exclusive with us.
No, Diamond has not said that. Look,
No,
there are
not Diamond.
people that
Lunar. I'm asking Lunar. Are they saying we don't want to do it unless you're exclusive with us?
they have not said. The conversations have been more on the economics end, and the economics for us do work for the economics for them, and that's the
Is this?
tough part.
Does it have to do with because
To
they
answer,
want
to answer
this?
Derek's question real quick, there is no single thing. Just Derek, trust me, there's a lot that goes into it. I mean, look, and this is not trying to take away from Lunar because Lunar does a great job, but Distillery was distributed by Diamond and Lunar, and they decided to go back exclusive with Diamond. I'm
I
not
know,
saying
and
that.
they messaged me. Distillery messaged me because look, I'm not. I do okay. Look, let me put it this way. I built my YouTube channel on helping people. Okay, for 3 years, and then I said, you know what? I'm just going to open up a comic book store. Okay, and all those people that I helped used me. I was an instant success as a comic book store. Okay, and of course I have OCD with perfection and all this other shit. So everything's got to be perfect. Okay. So 3 years, my subs come to me and they buy from me. They're very happy. I would say 99%. Okay. The thing is, the Distillery literally messaged me. There's publishers that message me all the time because they know what I do on my channel. It helps their business. And they go, yeah, we're going to move to Diamond and this and that. And I said, why? Why are you doing exclusive? Maybe it saves some money. It's a business thing, right? It's all about money. But I said, why? Because now I'm concerned my Distillery books are going to be damaged.
Yep.
When they weren't before. It's a scary, the only problem I have is not, it's just the shipping, man. It's just, I love your books, Dynamite Books. I love your artists. I'm good friends with a lot of artists that you use. Lucio Perillo, Carla, Ivan Tao. I am good friends with them. And I show the covers. I go, look, these are the best covers. Check this out. That is fire. That's a Vampirilla. Oh my God, look at that Ivan Tao, Thundercats. That is amazing, And the people buy it and then it comes and they're destroyed. It's driving me absolutely crazy.
Hey, Larry, thanks for joining us, man.
It's driving me crazy. I don't know what else to say. I'm sorry to rant, but
No, feel free to rant. That's why, dude. That's why I'm here. Feel free to rant. I mean,
like I know Xenoscope. Xenoscope reaches out to me all the time. They want me to order direct from them, and I'm sure Diamond might watch this video. Okay, they try for me to order from them direct. It doesn't really work well with me because I like to pre-sell everything and stuff like that because they want me to order in advance, right? But they give that option. I don't know if you do that. And again, I'm not trying to take away from Dynamite.
Never worked with retailers for us to do that because it's really just the shipping.
Yeah.
We're not going to be an economical way to order directly from. But we're always there. If you're getting damaged copies, we will replace them for retailers if Diamond can't, if it's not happening quick enough. But also why I know you said that it's not my responsibility for you to send me that video. But if you don't send me that video, I can't have a good conversation with Diamond. I'm here for you. Look, here's the thing.
Here's what I'm going to do.
I'm here for everybody that I work with. And everybody that I work with is my employees, my creators, my rights holders, my retailers, my customers. And it's a hard balance, but that's what my job entails.
What I can do is this. I'm just going to send you a bunch of pictures. I got your email again from Bryan today because I was just out of control.
Okay.
I was so furious. I wrote your email down on an order and someone else got it somewhere. I lost it. So, anyway, I'll send you some pictures. If you want to go, look, guys, here's some more stuff. We got more damages. What's going on? You know, can we, like I said, I would pay more for shipping. And that's scary. The thought that I know they lowered the shipping cost because I got the emails and I'm like, well, that's cool. But does that mean that we get worse shipping because of it? Do you know what I mean?
I get it. I'm going to be a little bit of an optimist,
Mhm.
which I may be making a mistake. But I think now that they're trimming everything down to one warehouse, I think that the quality assurance should be easier to get better. Because you know, and mad respect to Swaggle Halls too, asking that question. But no, we all listen. We all care about the books getting to the retailers and fans in perfect condition. We're all collectors too. No one in the comics industry, for better or worse, is in the comic industry expecting to get rich. I think there are like 8 people in the entire history of comics that got rich doing comics. We all do it because we love it. But I'll give you a great example. Just like, you know, and this is for anybody else who had the question. Left arrows, send me pictures. Nick.Barici@dynamite.com. I'm not
I'll
ashamed to
send
give
it
out
to-
my email address.
I'll send it to Left Arrows too,
So,
Nick.
okay, you send me pictures and I will have the discussions on this end. But look, if I go to a grocery store and I want to get a carton of milk and there's a damaged carton, the milk may be perfect, but I'm still not going to buy the damaged carton. I'm going to get a carton that looks like it's in perfect shape. You know, maybe that's a bad example, but
No, that's
who's
a collector.
Marco?
That's a perfect example. That's a collector. And
Yeah,
you know,
that's
one of
what
the
I'm
other
saying.
issues I have, what I was saying earlier, you know, because I'm an online retailer, I'm pre-selling these books and I have to ship them out, right? So the difference between me and the 3,000 or however many LCSs there are out there with the brick and mortar is you give returnability on your book. So they pre-order and whatever they can't sell, they can send back and get their money back, right? So I can't do that. I mean, I guess I could. I guess I could send them back, but but first I have to refund all my people and then, you know, apologize to my people and then pack up and spend some money to send them back to get my refund. It's just so ridiculous.
Well, let's take this in 2 steps. And I know you're frustrated, and I may be saying something that does not make you happy, but I'm going to try and give a viewpoint. Don't think that I know you feel like you have it worse. I think
He's kind of cutting out a little, Brian.
Yeah,
But-
he'll be back. in a sec. There he is. You cut out there a little bit, Nikki.
Okay, am I back?
Yeah.
Yeah, and listen, you don't have to worry
Am I
about
back?
my.
Yeah, you're
yes, you're back. You don't have to worry about my feelings towards you. I want to tell you right now, I have very positive feelings towards you. I think you're a great guy. You care about your business, so you can say whatever. I know it's coming from a good place, so don't worry about me. Like,
Well,
whatever.
and the reason why I'm saying this is hopefully to make you a little bit less frustrated. But you dealing with your customers, a brick and mortar retailer has to deal with the same thing with only one added layer. They actually have to look their customers in the eye when the customer says, "I don't care if you bought that for me, it's damaged, I don't want it. I'm going to go to your competitor down the street." And so every brick and mortar retailer really is in the same boat that you're in. Every book that listen, we make all of our almost all, I can't say all. I believe we make all of our number 1s and number 2s returnable for everybody.
Mhm.
the reason why we do this is because we want books on the stand. Now, you're ordering based on your pre-order, so you're not ordering extras. I get that part.
I order a little on top. I do. Just
Right,
a little
but-
though, because I want to survive.
Exactly.
You know, I don't want to over order and lose my store.
Exactly. But you know, like we got the Mark Spears Green Hornet Miss Fury covers. Okay, that's being FOC this weekend. A lot of retailers are ordering that. You know, obviously that's a plus. But if you order 4 of them or 40 of them, and half of them are damaged, the only recourse you have if you can't get replacements is you get your money back and you get a refund, but you got to refund your customers, like you said.
Well, the other thing is, like, just for instance, you're talking about Spears. I just got in my Thundercats Apex, right? And of course, they were all the majority of them were FOC Spears and like foils and stuff like that. You know, 85% were damaged. What the hell am I supposed to do?
Every week. Send me pictures every week.
Yeah.
Send me the pictures. If I don't have images to send, it's hard for me to address. I mean, I'll address it as best I can. But there's sometimes only so much I can do.
Yeah.
I care about you guys. I care about you guys. I care about the fans. Like I said, and I do care about Diamond, and I want Diamond to get into a more well-oiled machine. I want all of us. Hey, I want my staff to fix any problems we have. Nobody's perfect, but obviously this is a challenge that needs to be overcome. And I think it can be. It shouldn't be taking as long as it's taking, but I think it can be done. I think it's just it does suck that it's taking so much time. There's no other way to put it. It sucks. But we can get there. This is why I keep saying it really is retailers should work together to have these discussions and to be a little bit more forward without, and I'll say this, there are some retailers that end up being just dicks. So what I'm saying is that there's a constructive way for retailers to work together to bring change. All change starts somewhere. And sometimes it is the frustration that people have inside of them that pushes them when enough is enough, when that straw has broken the camel's back.
Yeah,
Because,
I'm broke.
listen,
I'm broke. I've been broken. In this video, I didn't come out attacking them. I even said I want them to survive. I even said at the end of the video, every store that has a problem with this, please send the email, send this link, send this to them. Let's get, I want us all to get together. I say that in the video, and let's fix this somehow, because I don't want to, either the publishers make a move or that Diamond fixes their shipping department. So let's get all together to copy the YouTube video. If your store and you're having the same problem, send it to Diamond. Let's go. I'm trying to be that positive thing, even though I was frustrated in the video. I'm still trying to save this company.
well, let me ask you this one question. Billy, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Only because I know you more as economics and comics. I want to make sure I got your name right.
That's
how many online retailer and YouTuber retailers do you know? How many? How many retailers do you know, period?
Well, I know all my local retailers, and when I first began YouTube, I got about 30 online retailers that also had LCSs that I helped out with, like, codes to their stores, because I wanted to help every business before I started my own, of course. And I said, okay, well, now mine. So, but I know.
So get on the phone. Get on the phone. I know that time is limited. We all have a limited amount of time. I mean, when I hear something like this, I'm popping on. Pam is upstairs in bed, wondering when I'm going to get to bed since I got to get up at 7.
Yeah.
But you know, this is important. But pick up the phone, talk to other retailers, put together. You guys should coordinate sending messages to the right people at Diamond, to the people that are, you know, hitting customer service is only going to do so much. You know, those guys are, I'm sure, inundated. But working together, you know, I'll make an example. How do YouTubers grow right now? You guys work together.
Working
Collaborate.
together. Yeah.
Bryan will bring people on his show. Bryan will go on other people's show. You know, Swagglehus was here. He'll put some people on his show. He'll go on other people's show. You know, it's collaboration. You can collaborate to make it happen. And I got to tell you, starting the conversation will probably feel like it takes forever, but it's better than being frustrated like this every week. Yes, it's more time you're putting in. Yes, it's more work you're putting in. But, and shit, man, freaking send the pictures to Diamond and put a picture of what Lunar's box and PRH's box looks like right next to Diamond's. Show the comparison. Show what it's like. You know?
Yep.
Look, PRH, they came in and they wanted to create market share, but you know, a company that size wants to make sure it's growing in certain steps. Lunar, they're the young bucks, and they're here to try and really grow, but they can only handle so much critical mass, and that's not a slight against them. Like I said, Cameron and Christina rock. The reason why they were in the top 3 retailers in the country is because DCBS was great at selling direct to consumer. And they took what they did there and brought it to distribution. And, you know, right now, yeah, Diamond's the OG, and they just need to be reminded about what can make things better. I do think that if they can get this to be more efficient, everybody will make more money, including Diamond, because the less damages they need to process, the less refunds they need to do, the less chargebacks they need to do. You know, this world is hard enough. Let's focus on selling more comics, not selling less.
Fucking A. Yeah. Yeah.
Hello.
Yeah. Larry, how you doing, brother?
Good, brother. What's going on? I just wanted to be on the stream because I saw Nick was here. I'm just here to fan out. I didn't know what I was walking into.
Shout out to Niobe's Comics.
You walked into a discussion.
I walked into a discussion of damaged books, which I happen to know something about. I received 140 comp copies from Antarctic, right? Every single one of them damaged. Everyone, Bryan. And they had, you know, and obviously they came from Diamond and then shipped to me. But here's the part that people aren't even talking about, which surprises me, is that I'm sure Diamond isn't intentionally sending out damaged books, right? So they're getting damaged in transit, is what's happening. They're getting banged up. You know, my brother works for a carrier company. He says, pack your shit like it's going to go through a war, because it probably will, and they do not give a fuck about your packages. They don't.
The problem is that Diamond, that's 100% right. But the problem you're missing is that Diamond doesn't care about how to pack your packages
I was about to say,
survive.
I think it's a little bit more than that, Niobe. If I'm saying it right, forgive me if I'm not.
You got it, brother. You got it.
Okay.
My name's Larry, though. Niobe's just my book, bro. My name's Larry.
Oh, okay. Hey, Larry. How are you?
Good, brother.
Listen, I think that everybody's, and this is hard for a big company like Diamond, everybody's moving at 1,000,000 miles a minute, and it's hard to change it. Listen, there's things that are hard to change at Dynamite that I know we make mistakes, and I'm the one who makes those mistakes. You know, no matter who makes a mistake at Dynamite, it's my mistake. At the end of the day, the buck stops with me. So I think that there has to be ways to fix everything and to work together. I'm a little bit of an optimist. I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing. Comics Journey, I mean, that's the one ironic thing. Pop up Comics Journey's comment real
I just
quick.
did. I
'cause
just
he's
did,
always
Nick.
got some good comments.
Yeah.
Oh shoot, I forgot. I can't
It's
read
okay.
it.
You can't see it on StreamYard, but I'll read it out real quick. He says, CJ says, why is it that diehards are so loyal to Diamond? When they were a monopoly, everyone wanted to have other options. Why is it that the other distributors aren't welcoming smaller publishers? Now, I'm not going to speak for anybody, but I think the reason why everybody, at least in my opinion, is so loyal to Diamond is because Diamond had a big hand in saving comic books.
Well, I can tell you this, Antarctic Press, Ben Dunn, I talk with him pretty much on the daily now, has been trying to get into Lunar forever. Okay, they're not taking, they're picky. They're only dealing with, the larger people. They're not, as far as I can tell right now, they're not interested.
Well,
Yeah.
I believe that to a certain point, but I mean, there are plenty of small publishers at Lunar now.
Well, I hope we get to be one of them because it'd be nice, to have more options. More options is always good.
100%, I agree there. But the main thing for me again is all Diamond has to do is fix their shipping department, and we will never have this conversation again. And they've had their entire career to do that, and they're not doing it.
Yeah, it just doesn't make any sense why
Nick
they
said,
don't.
Like Nick said, though, he said that they're all going to one warehouse, which I think could help. Because there was a couple different places where they were coming from. And right now I think most of my books are coming from that other place, whatever the other one is, I don't know. But maybe by consolidating, then they can start working on their packing. But like you said, Larry?
That's it. Yep, brother.
Like you said, the Postal Service is our main enemy, but it's not, it's UPS, right? So, UPS is Diamond and Lunar. But Lunar, they do a decent job packing. It's not packed that much, but it's packed right. And the books survive the trip. Diamond just throws your shit in there, throw some bubble wrap on top, and dude, off it goes. And by the time it gets here, it is destroyed. So it's all about how you pack it, like pack it for war, right? Like you were saying. And it's just like the most basic fix. It's so crazy. That's
Nick,
just what I don't understand.
Can I ask you something, Nick? CJ did. He asked why is Nick so loyal? Why is Nick protecting Diamond and the president of Diamond isn't on these forums speaking up for himself and doing the necessary? I'm not going to ask you about why you're loyal to them, but I am going to ask you, why do you think that? Yeah, there you go. Damage.
So this is what it looks like when it comes in. It's going to be in a big bundle like this. It's all going to be wrapped. These books are crammed on top of each other in a small box that gets rattled around, bounced around, crushed, mangled, kicked, thrown, whatever, right?
That's
This is
funny.
what
You
it
have
looks
bubble wrap. I don't even have bubble. They just throw it in the bottom of the box and they put big green wrap above it. They didn't
Nick,
even wrap it.
Why do you think that the Jeppies don't do more PR? Why don't they show up on more of these shows? Do you think that's even in their mindset?
Has anybody asked?
I know I've had Dennis and Jesse reach out to them, and there's been times where they've kind of been on the hook for a little bit. At least Josh, but I don't see Josh on very many shows. I know somebody in the chat said that he's or Billy maybe said that he's seen him on a couple shows, but I never see Josh.
A couple years back, I saw the family on shows.
I understand
years-
Steve. He's so old. He's older now.
Thinking of is when COVID first started, and Diamond.
That's when they got.
And Steve and Josh went on a lot of shows during
That's
that
when.
time.
That's when I saw it. And it was during COVID and the new distributors. That's when they started to go on shows, and those are the shows that I watched.
So
And the-
I'm going to suggest this. I mean, look, Bryan, respectfully, you're a growing channel and you've got a dedicated audience and you've got 2 retailers. You know what? Start a night that's retailer night. Invite Bryan Hitch. Make that your Tuesday night or Thursday night show. Bring retailers. Bring Phil Boyle from Coliseum of Comics. Bring John Roberts from Grand Crackers. Bring big and small. And every week talk about all 3. Thanks, man. Thank you.
Oh, I'm a fan, brother. Red Sonja is the only book that's on my pull list I've been getting for like a decade, if not longer.
Thank you. I really appreciate that.
Nick,
Is that the Moriarty cover? I just got that today. It's damaged.
That industry show, that is one of the things that industry show is supposed to be. It's supposed to be a place where these retailers can go. And I hope, and that's what I'm trying to do. And I'm glad that you're saying that, because that kind of reinforces that idea that it's a good idea. I want Bryan Hibbs to come on that show. I'm sure that I've been lucky and I've had some great retailers jump on, but I want all the retailers to jump on that show and talk about not only the comics they love and why they love comics and how they got into it, but the industry, that type of thing. It's very important that they jump into this social media type thing. So hopefully it can happen. CJ, how you doing, brother?
This is easy for me to say, if I'm too forward, forgive me, but I think you need to be more aggressive in approaching other retailers and approaching other publishers. But right now, I think if you put the focus on having 2 new retailers every Tuesday, not publishers, not creators, just 2 retailers every Tuesday, or start a Thursday show that's just retailers, one or the other, you start getting the message out and you guys start coordinating, Listen, why is Lunar better to a lot of people? Lunar's better because let's not lose sight of, they were DCBS. They know how they want their book shipped, so they just shipped it the same way. So for them, and I'm not, obviously they already had the experience of what they wanted. They had the experience and they knew giving retailers that experience was job 1. Job 2 was making sure the shipping was under a certain rate for retailers. Again, look, it took from, and listen, and yes, I have relationships at Diamond, but I also have relationships at Lunar, and I have some relationships at Penguin Random House. I mean, remember, we co-published Game of Thrones with Random House.
Yep.
So I have relationships everywhere. When I come on here, there is a little bit of defending of Diamond, but it's also trying to have the conversation of nothing is black and white, nothing is right or left. There's a lot in between, and there's a lot that still needs to be worked through. And there are things that can be done. And the problem with change is that it can be painful at times. Look, guys, listen. Here, I'll tell you guys one story. You know what? And I think I've said this before. You guys may not know this or may not believe this. I never wanted to be a comic publisher. Never, ever, ever did I want to be a comic publisher. Thank you, man. Although seeing something like this is rewarding.
Amen.
But here's the thing. I love selling on QVC. I love creating trading cards, signed books, statues. I love collectibles, and I loved being a collector of comics. And for years, I mean, like when Marvel Knights launched, I bought 36,000 copies of their combined, not all Daredevil 1. Yeah, that's a great series. We were really lucky with that series. It just, we had the right creative on it. Really came together. Yeah, man, you're making me really proud. It's like seeing all my kids.
I'm just gonna let
I mean,
him
I'm just
keep
gonna
going.
show books while you guys talk, Brian.
Yeah,
You
I'm
don't
just
need
gonna
to-
let him show books while we talk, Nick. So go ahead.
So here's the thing. When I helped, when I ordered 36,000 copies, I ordered like 18,000 copies of Daredevil 1, 6,000 copies
Right.
of Punisher 1, 6,000 copies of Inhumans 1, 6,000 copies of Black Panther 1. It was Joey and Jimmy were two of my best friends, and Marvel Knights was really important to them. And I bought a lot of DF covers, and I made sure I pushed the hell out of the series, and I gave it that little oomph. I'm not saying I made it successful. Joe Quesada, Jimmy Palmiotti, Paul Jenkins, Jay Lee, Christopher Golden, Bernie Wrightson, Tom Snagowski, Mark Tessier, and Joe Jusko made those books popular, not me. I gave it my little oomph. But what I'll say is that people then reapproached me to become a publisher, and my answer was still no. You guys got to understand, you make a statue, that's a sculptor, a painter, and maybe a photographer, and sometimes it's all one person. You do a lithograph, that's a penciler, an inker, and a colorist, or sometimes only two of them. Fantastic, man. And sometimes maybe even one if you got a painted lithograph. I could put out 2 lithographs a month, 2 statues a month, and 2 series of trading cards a year, and 8 signed books a month, promoted on QVC and Home Shopping Network, grow the comics market, and my life was easy. I could do that with 12 employees. Being a publisher is a lot friggin' harder. So what happened in 2003, Upper Deck went to Marvel and offered them like 6 or 8 times what I was paying Marvel for our license for statues and lithographs and collector plates and everything else we were doing. So we lost our license. So after I sat in the corner and rolled up in the fetal position for a month or two and cried my ass off, wondering how I was going to let go of half my employees, I got my act together and I started working on getting other licenses. And one of the licenses that I got was Army of Darkness for statues and trading cards. And my boy Jim said to me, get the comic license too. I'm like, no, I'm not getting the friggin' comics license. Do you know how hard it is to be a publisher? Most publishers go out of business within 3 years. I mean, and listen, I got mad respect for them, but CrossGen did a lot of great stuff. $35 million out of business.
Yep.
Chaos Comics, there was a year Bryan made like $9 million. Unfortunately, the economics of the industry didn't work out as well, and you've got Eclipse Comics. They had Mr. Miracle and beyond, not Mr. Miracle, Miracle Man. But even beyond that, they had Area 88, Mai the Psychic Girl, all these great selling manga books. First Comics that were killing it for a while with Lone Wolf and Cub. I mean, First Comics was the first publisher to go back to press multiple times on a comic. I think it was before even Dark Knight came out. I can't remember. I'm going by memory here now. So I got to tell you, you look at that landscape and you're like, all right, so the only real successful publishers, because, even at that point, in 2003, Valiant, they kind of went out of business. Acclaim bought them, a huge video game company, and poof, they disappeared within 2 years. Yeah. So I never wanted to be a publisher. But what happened was I lost my Marvel license, and my buddy Jim says, ask them if you can add comics to it. I'm like, no. I was like, besides, man, Dark Horse had Army of Darkness. They did a beautiful 3-issue series written by Kurt Busiek, painted by John Bolton. Don't you think if it was successful, they would have continued? And he's like, Nick, that was 10 years ago. Movie's a cult classic. I was like, all right, you know what? I'm going to get the license. What the heck? Worst case scenario, I keep all my employees hired for 6 more months. I'll bite the bullet and make it work. But I also had concerns. I had two concerns. One, retailers wouldn't back comics by dynamic forces because of signed books and variant covers. We are to some retailers, I'm not saying Bryan Hibbs, but to some retailers, we ruined the comics market. We destroyed it wasn't Marvel buying Heroes World and billing retailers at full retail for 3 weeks, and then you didn't pay them, you got cut off. It was dynamic forces. So we created Dynamite, which was astonishing. All the names that have ever been used, Amazing Comics, Awesome Comics, Exciting Comics, all these friggin' names, nobody said Dynamite. So we were like, all right, we'll do Dynamite. And that was a Hail Mary. But, and then we went from Army of Darkness to Red Sonja to Battlestar Galactica, Xena, Highlander. And we just grew. Nick always wanted to be Ron Papel. No, I don't think I wanted to be Ron Papel. That one, I'm pretty sure I didn't want to be it. You know what? You're profiling me because I'm Italian and he sold a lot of pasta makers. That's what it is. Derek, I can't believe you would do that to me.
Look at those frizzins, man.
You think I have enough of these or what?
No, keep going, man. Those early frizzins.
I have a long box right here sitting beside me that's just full of Red Sonja. Complete long box, dude.
And you got a couple posters behind you.
Well, that poster over there, that's Savage Sin. That's my character from my book.
Okay.
And then there's Chung Li over there.
Okay. Sorry, I apologize.
Frizzins.
Hey, I'm more than willing to promote my book. Don't worry about that.
You should. You should.
Well, this is your time right now, Nick. You go ahead.
Yeah, look, we're all here together. So, but look, listen, I'm not trying to. I hope I'm not coming across as like, ooh, look at that. It's just that door closed on me. And trust me, when I say I freaking cried for 2 months and turned into a fetal position, I'm like, Jesus, I'm losing 40 to 60% of my business. And I had to make it work. And I think that's what I'm saying. Retailers can make it work. It's just a matter of working together. The positive that our industry has is also the negative. Just like every single one of us are our own worst enemy. There is no doubt in my mind that old saying is true because it's true. Okay? What makes this industry work is retailers who do this give their blood, sweat, and tears. It's the plus that keeps us going, but it's the thing that holds retailers back by not working together when you can. And there are some good organizations like Comics Pro, but there's still room for other organizations, other movements. I've said this before, even before we went to cardstock. I'm talking about before we went to cardstock. A couple of years ago, Christina from is it All Yeah Comics in Indiana? I can't remember her store in Indiana, but Christina and Kelly from Buy Me Toys and a bunch of retailers, they all just reached out to me and said, hey man, you've got beautiful covers, but your cover stock is not the best. And we're getting too many damages. But they all came to me in a positive. They didn't come to me screaming at me. They came to me and they were like, we really want to sell more of your books, but we're having a hard time because I've got more damages with Dynamite than anybody else. So economics, this is before you started selling. So
no, I remember when all your stuff wasn't cardstock.
Okay. So, well, this was before even cardstock. There was a phase between our previous stock. Then we upgraded. Then we went to cardstock. But the cardstock, we'll talk about that another day. But basically, we looked at it, and it was like an extra 3 cents a book to get better paper, not the cardstock, the in-between stock. And we were like, okay, an extra 3 cents a book. We're doing 300 to 400,000 books a month. We're taking in $480,000. We got to pay this much in printing, this much in royalties, this much in overhead. can we afford the extra 12 grand a month to change the cover stock? And we were like, you know what? Yeah, we can. These retailers support us. I'd rather them have less damages up front and have a better chance of selling them than having to worry about returning books and then getting replacements and have a less chance of selling it.
Yeah.
So, you know, I mean, when you add it up, 12 grand a month, 12 months, that's 144 grand a year, where you're being optimistic that improving that will then allow you to sell more. Because the one thing I know is I'm spending an extra 144,000 a year. What I don't know is that going to turn into more sales, and I'll never know because there's no parallel universe I can look at that'll say the Nick Barucci of that multiverse didn't change it to cardstock, yet they still sold as many copies.
I wonder if you reach out to those same stores that ask you to change to cardstock. I wonder, you know, not trying to be negative, but I wonder if you reach back out to them right now and said, "Hey, so how's that cardstock going for you? How's your damages?" I wonder what they would say. We still have damages, or oh, everything's perfect, or that'd be an interesting look back to see.
And here's the one thing, and Billy, here's the one thing. I'll talk to different retailers. I'll talk to Cliff Biggers, Dr. Nose in Georgia, and he tells me he gets almost no damages, period, across the board. I'll talk to many retailers. There are retailers that seem to get consistent damages, and there are retailers that seem to not get damages at all. So it's not across the board, and I think that's why I'm saying, you know, other retailers work together to make this happen. And this is why I'm saying to Bryan, you know, either make your Tuesday show all about guest retailers coming on board. You know, don't worry about publishers at all. Don't worry about creators on Tuesday. Save that for Wednesday. Either that or start a show on Thursday that's all about retailers.
Well, Jesse's in the chat, and you know, that's something that all three of us have talked about, that we want more retailers on the show, and that we're really trying to do that. So I agree with you, Nick. I think that's a great idea, and I think that we're going to be better about that in the future. You know, it's what the reason that that show is there is to, you know, make it their show, retailer show. You know, so.
You guys mind if I jump in here for a minute?
Of course, CJ.
No, man. I like the fact that you were the silent type, you know?
Well, I'm sitting here absorbing and hearing everybody out. You all have a lot more to say about these matters as far as distribution than I would, because I'm not a retailer. However, first of all, let me apologize for coming in handless today. I'm in desperate need of a manicure, and I don't want to put myself on screen. Being somebody that is being more new to the distribution and that kind of thing, I'm actually reaching out and trying to find out what I need to do as far as something that I'm working on right now. And coming in as a small publishing type of entity, I can say this much. It's very, very difficult to be able to get in with Penguin and with Lunar at the moment. It is much easier to get in through Diamond at the moment, the way the structure is. So for a lot of the stuff that Billy said, that is partially one of the big reasons why you see a lot of the smaller independents that are staying with Diamond, just because there is a barrier of entry. That I can attest to. On a personal level myself right now of what I'm seeing. So that is the big thing.
CJ, I see more people doing Kickstarters than joining distribute. Like,
yes, Kickstarter is the other option, and that's a route I'm going with as well. But if you want to be in previews, or you want to be in a distribution cycle that's going to be going on a nationwide level, without you handling the shipping and trying to get yourself in a different light to the public than what a Kickstarter would bring, you know, Diamond, Lunar, and Penguin are still the ways to do it. So that's the only reason I'm bringing that up. And now, you know, one of the things that really, really disturbed me and bothers me is the fact that Nick right now is here in defense of Diamond, and this is not anything directly to you, Nick, but this should be, what is it, the Jeppies that own Diamond right now?
Yeah.
They should be the ones doing the PR on this. They should be putting out the fires. They should be addressing in some type of public way all the issues that are on here. This is not the only video. This is not the only YouTube chat that you're hearing all these problems in. Why aren't they directly coming out to the public and saying, "Hey, we know what's going on. We're trying to fix it. This is the situation." You know, I know that you said that Lunar, they knew what they were doing because of their previous efforts as far as distribution and knowing what they were doing. Well, Diamond has been around forever. Why don't they know what they're doing at this point with the shipping? And I'll tell you something. I am in a very close relation to a couple of very big outlets over in New York, and I see it. I see it on a daily, on a weekly basis. The damages that are coming in it does make sense. How they're shipping out the books. They're shipping out the books in a horrible way, and it's not like some guy that's buying 5 copies of something. I'm talking about hundreds of copies of different books that are coming in, and they're not being shipped properly. And it takes a little bit more effort, but a lot of bigger results by just being more careful as far as how to pack and put everything in the proper way. Not leaving it loose and that kind of thing. And you know what? And I could tell you this: a lot of retailers, they will pay a couple extra bucks if they know that they get everything done the right way. Because the whole approach of return and refunds doesn't work for a lot of the small guys. A lot of the small guys that have their money tied up in these shops, they don't have the capital to be able to wait for a refund to come in so they can order the next stuff. Now, I'm not going to cry poverty for a lot of people. You know, you own a business, you should have some reserves and that kind of stuff, but that's not always the case. It's not a great solution.
No, and that's what I'm saying. It's unfortunately sometimes change happens slowly, but it needs a lot of work. That's why I was saying I'm not trying to give you guys the woes me story.
How much slower? How long has Diamond been? How long has Diamond been around? How long have they been around?
42 years.
So don't you think over 2 decades is enough time to get it right?
I think to a degree, and this is going to maybe not sound good. I think to a degree, it's a lot easier to have. You have a system of where they were handling 99.9% of the comics market, and shipping to a retailer, let's say 8 boxes a week, is easier than shipping a box and a half a week. I think the change in volume changes what works as a large distributor to a small distributor. And I'm not intelligent enough to really speak on this. So I'm giving
No, Nick,
my
Nick I agree with you in a certain. I'll agree with you here, Nick. Okay, because before it was just Diamond, right? And so everything was coming from Diamond. So they used big boxes with the 2 inner big boxes, right?
Yeah.
Although they have these little corner cardboard things on the corners to help the corners, but no actual bubble on the outsides. But because of the weight, right? And because they had every distributor, every publisher, there were still damages, but not to the amount they are now. Is that I think what you're saying is exactly right, and that's part of the problem. They not shipping as much. Shipping as much.
Yeah, and look, I mean, listen, I'll say 2 things because Jesse brought up a point, and I want to just bring it up. Put me full screen for a second, Bryan. Not because of my ego or I want people to see my ugly face any more than they have to, but
Get out of here.
You know, Jesse said that a lot of retailers aren't good on the air, which I get, but you know what? That's why you guys are in the air with them. Let me tell you, you want to know how I was the first time I went on Home Shopping Club? I have this copy of Spider-Man Unlimited #1, signed by Ron Lim. See, Ron Lim's signature is right here, and it is numbered. We got 10,000 copies signed. This is number 940 of 10,000. And if you turn it around, you have the Dynamic Forces Certificate of Authenticity. It says 940. Now, this is a really good book, and I would like you to read this book. So let me show you how you can take the holofoil seal off very carefully, put it on the side of the comic, and take the comic out with the backing board, and then you can open it and read it. But when you're done, you need to take the comic with the backing board, put the backing board in first just a little bit, and then you put the comic in, and then you put them all in, and then you can take the holofoil seal off, and then you can seal it back.
Fucking Nick is hilarious,
Here's
dude.
the funny part about that. You did that exactly how you did it 25 years ago. So you must have practiced that very well. So
Dude, you have listen. I'll tell you this. This is
Please tell your comments like that again on the stream. I need content. Please start a stream like that.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking too.
He's telling you to start a stream like that, yeah, so you can make fun of it.
Well, here's the thing. So the first time I did Home Shopping Club, this is what happened. I was working with this guy, Dane Hall, and Michael. I can't remember his last name. His partner. And one day I was just doing the signed books, working on packing them, shipping them. I mean, dude, when we sell to Home Shopping Network, they got the 15-foot test. Every single book was in a separate box and had to drop 15 feet and not have the product inside get damaged. So trust me, I know that much about shipping that you got to figure out how high can something fall and not get damaged. Anyway, I'm digressing. So after like 8 months of dealing with them, we're selling them. All of a sudden, Dane Hall decides, I'm quitting. I'm not doing this anymore. I get a call from Michael. He's like, Nick, listen, we've got a show tomorrow, and Dane can't make it. He didn't tell me Dane quit. He was like, Dane can't make it, so I need you to do the show. I was like, dude, I can't do the show. I've never been on the air. He's like, don't worry about it. I was like, dude, I don't even have a suit with me. All my suits are at my mom's. He's like, okay, I'll meet you at your mom's. My mom, so we go to my mom's, we have dinner, I'm packing a bag, right? And then we go to New York, we stay in a hotel. The next morning we fly to Tampa. I'm supposed to do training. I didn't do the training because the training was actually the day before. And then right before we're going on the air, I am so nervous. I'm dry heaving. I've got the mic on. I'm worried whether or not it's a hot mic. And, then the PA looks at the thing saying, you didn't go through your training. And Michael walks up and goes, Nick was trained. Do you think I would be putting him on the air if he wasn't trained? And she's seeing me friggin' green gills and dry heaving and, and then he goes to whisper to the makeup person, put more makeup on him. He's sweating.
Yeah.
And so after that show, the reason why I remember how bad I was is because I didn't get better anytime soon. It took me a while to start watching. I was too ashamed to look at my own VHS recording of me on the show. But so when you guys got a retailer, all you got to do is just make them feel comfortable. I don't care if the retailer's not good on the air. I don't care if he's stiff as shit. Get retailers there. Get them going.
Yeah.
Nick had the 7-year-old eating out of the palm of his hand.
But here's the thing. Now, I want to state one thing. The reason why I came on was I was waiting 5 hours for Nick to call me. Right? Today's Saturday. You were supposed to call me, right? I sat by the phone for 5 hours. You never called me.
It's still Saturday.
What are you doing? You're on Bryan's live show talking comics. All right. So that's the first thing. The second thing is,
hey guys, I gotta get off the air. I gotta call Jesse. It's still before midnight this time.
Look at that young Nick
Holy
Barucci.
cow.
Okay, I was a little bit better. I was a little bit better by the time this happened.
Right.
Look at that beautiful Witchblade book
Go
too.
ahead. Hit the volume. Hit the volume.
All right, let's take a look here.
Nah, you just don't see it from the side. Glory and friends, and I'd like to meet her friends. Christmas special. Where's the mistletoe at, ladies and gentlemen? You know, Debbie likes to tease about the fact about the cheesecake, but you know, I noticed all the men drawn in comics have muscles that are bulging out.
Yeah, right.
And then you get Misery #1. You get another add-on. You get Misery #1, which is the first appearance of the new character Misery, which will be joining the Image rank soon. And here's a Valentine's Day shot of Misery.
That's good shit, Nick.
Yeah,
You were good at selling these comics, man.
Yeah, QVC. Look at that, and that's the cover you're pimping out on QVC back in the day.
Yeah, you wouldn't see that now. That's for sure.
Yeah.
You wouldn't see that today. That was definitely a different time. Now look, I mean, I think I was selling posters, but like when I sold the signed Witchblade #1, the reason why I had the 2 other books was because I wanted to give people books to read.
Yep.
I was selling the signed book, but I wanted them to try other books.
That's great.
I didn't even
stuff,
realize you were Dynamic Forces. I have so many Dynamic Forces variants, it's unreal.
Yeah. Yeah, but this is what you're talking about. There are, I think, when you get retailers on, there's 2 things that happen. Number 1, they're extremely busy. Number 2, a lot of retailers, unlike myself, Dennis, some other retailers, we're okay with saying our opinion.
Oh, here we go. Hold on. This. I love doing these real quick.
$3.90, $3.50, another X-Men. These are all random. You may get these, you may not.
It's like the dollar bin at my LCS.
Astonishing X-Men, X-Men 30, a lot of X-Men. Marvel Comics.
Yours, of course, maybe these and maybe
May
others.
not.
You get 24 random comics unsigned. And you get, very importantly, and we've only got about a minute to talk about this, the Infinity Crusade set.
This was the main
Gets the
selling
heroes-
item.
That's great stuff, man.
Yeah.
So I was selling the Infinity Crusade 1 through 6 signed by Ron Lim, but then I threw in 24 more comics to get people to read comics. I think I said this before. Maybe I said it here, maybe I said it somewhere else. One of the proudest things I ever got, I got a letter from a woman telling me that she didn't know the X-Men were actually comic characters. She thought they were just a cartoon. And that that her kids were watching the show. She bought some X-Men signed books from me. The kids loved them. And she was able to take that to say to the one kid that had a problem reading, if you do your homework on Saturday, after you watch your cartoons, you do your homework. When you're done your homework, I'll take you to the comic store. And he bought them each 2 comics. She bought them each 2 comics a week.
Right.
And they became comic collectors. I mean, look, this is the stuff that I love doing, and like I said, when Marvel went Upper Deck took my license, I had to do something.
I got a question for you.
This is why I'm saying to economics, talk to retailers about working together. Bryan, Jesse, get some more retailers, make one of your shows just purely retailers, no creators, no publishers, just retailers.
Oh my
And
god!
Jesse,
My god!
you
Hold
got
on.
to direct. What?
Before we go any further, look what just popped up on the screen, you guys. I can't believe this. I talk about this book every time I see it in the market report because it's such a great book, and people don't realize that these are out there.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Jack Kirby signed X-Men #1 Milestone Edition.
And here's the crazy part. This is the only book that Jack Kirby signed the covers.
Yep.
I was just about to say that.
He's never signed. When I saw it, I told the guy it was fake. DF did not know what they were doing. They had someone fakely sign Jack Kirby because he's never signed a cover before. That's not his DNA.
He doesn't like covering the artwork, and he always does on the first page. On the
first page. Yep.
No, here's the thing. Jack also, when he got to a certain age, his hand hurt and he was just very slow at signing, and he didn't want anybody at shows to see how he signed.
Yeah. Yep.
So,
That's
I
so
mean,
cool.
look, I mean, at the end of the day, you guys have more power than you think, and take that frustration and figure out how to next level it. Comics Journey just told you, Billy. Larry just told you Antarctica can't even get into Luna right now.
Right.
And if a Diamond will not go out of business, let's be clear. What
Never.
Diamond might do is stop selling comics because they
Yeah.
sell a ton of toys, a ton of games, a ton of
Yeah.
merchandise.
Here's the crazy thing. You got 1,250 stores that buy from Diamond, comic book stores, right? They have 9,000 stores that buy from them from Alliance.
Yep.
So that there's a big deal there. But the only thing I want to jump in and say is comic book store owners are very busy. A lot of them are afraid to say anything, especially live on there. Nick, you just said it. You had 4 stores approach you as far as cardstock goes, but how many stores?
And it wasn't even cardstock. It was going from 40-pound paper to 60 or 80-pound paper, which is just a thicker. It's a thicker regular paper.
Exactly. But the point is, when you go to these summits, and
oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
yeah, when you go to these summits, you've been to these summits where there's 400 or 500 retailers, and maybe 8 will stand up and say something. We are very big hermits, so I can't tell you, and Bryan knows this. I have asked plenty of people. It was easier getting Liefeld and Ethan Van Sciver on the show than a comic book dealer. It's just not in a lot of their DNAs, but we will try to get more retailers on, and you know that is very important to hear different voices.
Guys, you guys had the 3rd biggest retailer in the country on your show. Bring him home more often. Third Eye Comics.
Yep.
For 3. In the last 15 years, Steve Anderson has turned a 1-store operation into a 9-store operation and a huge mail order. I've said this to Steve. Steve is the Apple product of comics. If you go to his online store, he does not discount. People buy from Third Eye because they're buying from Third Eye. You know, get Steve on the air, get a few other retailers on the air. There will be some retailers that won't come on the air because they don't want to be public about stuff.
Yeah.
I still think, and I agree, okay? But I still think that your word, you calling them yourself and saying, I'm hearing this, goes a long way too. You are, you are dynamite.
And Boom and Dynamite and even Image before they left were the 3 publishers they kept pushing for shipping to be lowered.
Right.
And it eventually got there. But also the retailers united. Okay, the problem on the damaged books is that 85% of the retailers are not getting damages on a regular basis.
I don't believe that.
Listen, I talk to more retailers than most. Okay, I talk to more retailers than most. I go on more live streams than most. I talk to retailers every day, and you know, I talk to more creators than most. And Pam is continuing to say, "We got to get up at 7. What time you going to bed?"
Go get to some sleep, Nick. We love you, brother.
No. I mean, I can finish. No, I can finish.
He can finish. He's got to call me afterwards, anyways.
Yeah, right.
You don't. You can call me tomorrow.
I'll put it to you this way: you're 3 hours behind me. Call me when you're up. I only got to work. I got to do something.
About? I'm in Florida.
Oh, in that case, call me after 11.
Don't give any live excuses on the thing. Just call me Sunday or Monday. It's not that big deal. Right. I just wanted to say, let me answer this question. I am on my 21st McRib. I don't know if you can read that or not. 21st McRib since November 23rd for Go Zapper.
The retailer, listen, like I said, I talk to more retailers. I don't know why, and it's a bad thing that a select amount of retailers continue to get damages. A large portion of retailers don't. I mean, if every retailer got the percentage of damages that you did, Billy, the industry would be under. I mean, and it sucks, by the way, that you're getting that.
What is an acceptable damage rate? What would you say is an acceptable damage rate? I can tell you what corporate is.
1%.
Yep, exactly. So if you're over 10% every single week times 52 weeks, that's a lot of damaged books. You can't just do 1 week.
If you got 200 books in the box, it better be the bottom 2 that are damaged because they got shoved in first. It should not be beyond that.
Yeah.
Amen.
Yeah, and the time to get replacements, by time you get your replacements, by time you get your credit, the report you have to fill out just to get your damaged book replaced. I mean, there's a lot of work. The best way to solve damaged books is not ship damaged books. Right? And I'm going to tell you, a lot of the books that I have got, it's not because of the way they're packed. They were damaged before they come in. Me and you have had an hour conversation about the books I was getting from Diamond.
Yeah.
Right? And so I think this is something where they have to find out a better way to hold people's feet to the fire in the warehouse. You remember back in the day, and maybe Nick would be the only one to do this, we would get a box that would say inspected by Jeff or shipped by Jeff. So that if there was damages, they could go back to Jeff and say, hey, Jeff, you're not supposed to fold the books before you put them in the box. Well, they
yeah, they do. Diamond started to do that because Penguin's doing it.
Oh,
Diamond started to do that, but in the last 6 weeks, I haven't had that little, this is packed by whoever. No, there's nothing.
Wow. Okay.
So I don't know if it's because they're moving or what, but it's just, I don't know.
There's a reason for you to be angry, Billy, just like there's a reason that other people are angry. This is your business. This is your
I can call
livelihood.
every store in Arizona, Jesse.
Reason to be angry. And
This,
that's
Jess.
also a reason to pull in other retailers.
I can call Greg's Comics, right? I can get on the phone to Greg's Comics tomorrow. I can call, I don't know if you said you're in Florida, but, I could have called you. I could have called
Mike, Samurai.
Samurai, and they're going to all tell me the same thing.
Yeah. And
yes, they were damaged. Yeah.
Right.
And so this, when, I didn't mean to be offensive when Nick said, 85% of stores don't have problems. When I said that's not true. I didn't mean to be offensive, but at least in my state, I could call any one of these stores and they're all damaged.
Right.
Almost, from Diamond, not 1%,
Billy,
not 10%,
and Billy, you're not being offensive when you say that. You're being honest, which is what I want.
Well, Billy, here's the problem with this. When you get a damaged book and your customer comes in to pick it up, do you think they care who sent the damaged book? They're only person they are blaming.
I'm responsible.
Blaming you.
I am 100% responsible. Exactly. And that's how I run my store. I take 100% responsibility. I pre-screen every single book. I package it super better than anyone package. I don't care if you can say you do, but you don't. I package it better than you. And I ship it out, and I make sure that they keep coming back. Like Nick was saying, there's his only store that charges full price for a comic. Well, I'd like to say that I also charge full price for my comics, and I still have buyers, and they keep coming back, and they keep, because of the quality service, And
exactly.
I just don't understand, again, how the OG distributor in the business cannot figure out how to manage the shipping department the right way. It's that simple. All they have to do is put some effort into the shipping department, packing, and we will have this problem solved immediately. But I just don't think they're going to do it, no matter if I get 100 retailers behind me. Right. This isn't some old news. This has been going on since you guys started.
Yeah.
So that's where I'm at mentally.
Do you agree with me, or do you, and listen, do you agree or disagree that the ability for retailers to be in concert and be constructive to a publisher or distributor can make a difference?
Yes. Are you asking Jesse or me or who?
I'm asking Jesse right now.
Okay. So here's the deal. My 43 years of doing this. our job is to figure out how to sell comics no matter what condition they are. A prime example, I just finished my eBay show, my live show. I sold 120 bucks, right? I had 120 bucks. I sold 120 bucks. And my job is to make sure I take care of those customers. And you guys are talking about 90s. This was my number one selling book. I sold 10 of these at $25 each at auction, $25 to $30, right? So my whole point about saying that is we have so much time on trying to sell and keep our businesses open that coordinating with 5 stores, when you say 100, trying to coordinate with 5 stores is very, very hard to do because we all have different aspects of where we are in our business. Third Eye is a great, great speaker for the industry. Why? Because he has people that run his stores. So he has time to talk to his diamond rep, right? Billy, I don't know. Do you have a diamond rep in Arizona? Is Tim your diamond?
Yeah, I just pressed the number and called Diamond.
Yeah.
It says Diamond on my phone. I just press it.
Yeah. So Diamond actually has a rep in your town that lives right next to you, basically. And so our voices, try and get our voices together, has never technically worked. And it's a shame because, again, you might get 2 voices, but everybody else, they throw you under the bus, man. When you're in a meeting and they say, who else agrees with Jesse? No one says anything.
Yeah, I know. I get what you're saying.
Have you guys ever tried tagging them on Twitter and then showing the damaged books? Because when you start blasting them on social media, that's when you actually start getting answers.
I don't think they're on social media, Larry. I don't.
No, well, look, I mean, like I said, I did the Penguin video and I got an answer immediately
from
within
them.
6 months. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, though.
Yeah,
there's a different.
Well, I will say, and Billy,
people.
I will say one thing. It was also their first shipment, and they were the new kids on the block. So I'm not saying they're not paying attention today, but whenever somebody first enters into a market, they're sensitive to everything.
Yeah, but they had like they had like 4 heads call me on a phone call, and they asked me, and I get it, but look, they're not just a little kid on the block. They're paying a random house. They run shit. I mean, they're the book. They ship all the books.
Scholastic and all that.
They're gigantic.
When I say new kid on the block, I'm
and
talking about comics, periodicals. I'm talking about some periodicals.
So, but like they, it took them a couple months and they figured it out, and now we don't have problems. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I just don't know why. Again, I'm repeating myself. 20 years of people complaining about damages, 10 years, even 5 years, and even you say Jesse said, you go to a meeting and you have a couple of people agree and the rest be quiet because they're a business that's fighting against you. They don't want to say anything because they want their business still, or they have fear. They've been told forever about this, and they don't do anything. And that's why I said, we can get together as a group of retailers and really write a letter with 100 signed retailers or something like that. But I still think your voice alone, Nick, might be even stronger because we've been trying forever. Whether it's 1 of us, 5 of us a week, contacting 20 of us, damages 1 of us a week. You, as the head of Dynamic, could say, listen, I care about my customers. I care about my book. And you know what? I keep hearing about this, and I know it's just not Bill in Economics and Comics. Is there can we get the shipping? Is there a way that can help out in the shipping for us here at Dynamite? We're here at Dynamite, and we are loyal to you, Diamond. We're not going anywhere else. Can you please help us with the shipping? I really think your voice would mean a lot more. That's just
Billy.
Yeah.
I actually think that Jesse and Nick both gave us the answer earlier of why Diamond won't make the changes. It's a small part of their business, and they might continue in the future not selling comics. So, bottom line, they don't give a shit. That's what it sounds like.
I mean, I believe that too. I do think they care a little bit, but in regard to shipment, they've had plenty of time to change. And
I think that
if Nick really
and
thinks,
to be clear, CJ, to be clear, that's not what I was saying. The only thing that Jesse and I were saying was if they decided to stop doing comics, because they lost too much volume that they won't go out of business. I
Yeah,
don't
they
think
have other
they
business.
don't
Yeah.
care. I just think it's trying to figure out, okay, how does Alliance ship to 9,000 stores with less problems? Is it because they're games and games are harder to damage? You know, people don't care as much about games getting damaged because you open them up to play them regardless. You know, how few people keep a game unopened? But
you got all the freaks that want the pristine condition, the boxes and all that stuff. But I'm not saying that you said that was the case. I think you gave us the answer by just putting it out there of how Diamond's business is structured. And the bottom line is they've got so many other things that they're tangled. There's no reason why they couldn't have figured this out by now. There's more. They had more than time. They're not a Mickey Mouse total operation, which they're kind of figuring out where they're asking Uncle Joe to find the right box for them. They got enough people in there, and they got enough resources to get it done right. And the problem is, I don't believe they care enough to make it happen. I think it's collateral damage kind of situation where they're like, okay, we're losing this much money, but in order to rectify this situation, we're going to have to spend more money and more resources to fix this. So we're not. That's basically what it's going to be down to, because all it takes is time and money to fix the situation. They're going to take the time to figure out the solution, and if necessary, they're going to have to create the right type of packaging in order to send it out.
They have the packaging too. They already have it. They just need to learn how to pack it.
Yeah, exactly.
They have everything.
Yeah, it's the coaching of the people that actually put the books in the
100%.
boxes. That there's twofold there. It's coaching how to put books in the boxes, and then also having someone. I was trying to get some books from my Diamond shipment that are damaged, and also having people to identify what a damaged book is. And Brian's not here, but this whole spine is broken. The whole spine. So why would you put this in the box?
Well, here's what you were saying. So you Jesse, you said earlier, okay, some of them are damaged before they even get in the box. Okay. Yep. So I would probably agree with you in regard to that 1% theory that you were talking about. 1% are damaged. But maybe one spine was bent because there's a couple other books on top, or sure. I did get some printing errors today that had like the speckle all over it,
Yeah, the
like
teardrops.
Yeah. And so, but it's the majority, 100% is once it leaves there and comes to here, it's just, there's just too loose, man.
Yeah.
It's just loose books in a thing.
And
like, here we go.
Coming to you guys damaged before they even hit the box. Does that not mean they're coming damaged from the printer directly to Diamond and then to you?
That's
not
that's not what Brian is saying. What Brian is saying is that they're not packed well.
That's what I'm saying.
Right, but my theory is, what if the printers are sending Diamond damaged books and then Diamond's just passing the buck off to you?
It's possible that happens sometimes, but it's not. It's not really what's happening.
It's very difficult when you do the math. It's I hate to say it like this, but if you're putting 200 books in the box and every box has 200 books exactly, those books are being piled on one on top of the other. They're all being put in at the same time. It's very difficult to damage books at that point.
Yeah, from the printer, it's pretty safe the majority of the time.
Yep.
What Brian is saying is that sometimes they're put in boxes that aren't packaged well enough. Like he got one, if I remember correctly, a couple of weeks ago, you said you got you got like 10 books in a Gemini and they weren't packed right.
Oh, you're talking about me. Okay. Yeah.
Billy.
There was like 25 in there.
Sorry, Billy, yeah.
25 like not secured. I showed the picture. And then the next week I got like a little shoe box, like a
so
Gemini shoe box. They're all destroyed because the corner. And this week I got a freaking huge box, gigantic, with like 100 books in the bottom of it.
Jesse has a direct line to Steve. Maybe Jesse can ask Steve to come on the air. You know, just Bryan and Steve and Jesse. You know, maybe that'll be more comfortable if it's just the three of you guys. You know, because he's got the relationship with Jesse, and Bryan's just a neutral person. There could be ways to doing it. There could be. Just to respond to Richard Griffin real quick. Richard, I would love to see an anthology, but unfortunately anthologies right now don't work well as far as sales, so it would be difficult
Unless they're
to
horror.
do.
Unless they're horror. Yeah.
Unless they're, even when they're horror, that like you'll get like 4 or 5 issues of great sales, and then it just people get tired of them.
That makes sense.
So the reason why I came on, Nick, I got to ask you this question and then put you on the spot right now. Who decides where your barcodes go on the covers?
Oh yes, I saw your comment. Department, and I'll see what we can do about moving into the back for some of those. I also have to find out. God, I can't believe I'm saying this. I also have to find out whether or not it's a diamond issue where they need it all in one place.
Okay.
Nick, that would be amazing because I think Jesse is 100% spot on under like what he talks about, right? Jesse, tell everybody else what you say about virgins and black and whites and stuff like that.
Yeah. So what happens is the barcodes. Let's say you have a red tint, right? I got some red tint books. These are red tints. Even though you got the trade dress on it, you know how to really do that, right? And that looks very nice. Even though you got the red tint, you got the trade dress that works well, and then you got this freaking barcode. And it just takes away from the book. And if I don't understand why your barcode can't go on the back. Now I know why retailers would be freaking out me saying this because a lot of them scan the barcodes. So they got to take the book out to scan it or at least lift the cardboard out. But on your best books, why would it be necessary to take away from the art by putting those barcodes on the cover?
I'll find out.
Okay.
That's a great
So is that an editor thing or what is that?
It would be design and it would be sales and marketing.
Okay.
Well, that being said, I think it would be great to see more amazing covers like this with no barcode.
Yeah.
Destroying it. Look at this gorgeous Mark Spears book that's on FOC tonight or this week, you guys. This is the Green Hornet Mark Spears book, which was a book that I think that we talked about with Mark live on the show for the first time anywhere, right, Nick?
Yep.
Look at that, man.
Yeah.
He did a really good
I mean,
job.
I got a question, Nick. How come sometimes, well, a lot of times, like I'll get my store ready for FOC, and I'll list all the Dynamite books, right? And then on Thursday night, I'll go back and check, and they've been pushed. And then the next week, they get pushed again. Like this Fury one was on FOC last week, but they got pushed to this week. Where is that? Why
we were originally going to put it out January 1st.
Mm-hmm.
And we didn't have the Mark Spears cover.
Mm-hmm.
I think that it was either I could be misremembering. It may be that we didn't have the Mark Spears cover in time, or see right now FOC is a little convoluted because we got a week where we had to do 2 weeks of FOC. Then we did 1 week of FOC. Then we had to do 2 weeks of FOC again. So we were trying to figure it out. And,
what do you mean you had to?
Well, I mean, because of the printers, between the printer schedule and the diamond schedule, FOC got moved around a little bit. So it could be a couple of reasons. I just don't remember all the reasons. Unfortunately, as much as I try and stay on top of everything.
Yeah, I was just curious because I noticed it happen a lot, and then I have to delete it. I have to redo it the next week. It's driving me crazy.
I'm sorry.
That's all right.
Happens
I just do everything
all the time. That I had a book that was supposed to be on October, and they pushed it back to December. Diamond every week it would go back.
Yeah, it happens. I was just curious for your books in particular.
Nick, do you give the retail the right to be able to purchase directly from Diamond without having to go through? I'm sorry, direct through Dynamite without having to go through Diamond?
No, because the economies of scale aren't there for retailers.
You need the distributor to ship the books for you, is what you're saying.
No, what I'm saying is the shipping cost would be so high, it's not worth it for a retailer to order directly from us on a regular basis.
That might be true, but I'm saying as giving the retailers a second option to be able to purchase them directly through you, even though it's a little costlier. There may be some retailers that might prefer that extra expense.
Yeah, we were talking about that earlier a little bit.
Yeah.
CJ.
It gives them a second option where, yes, you might not be able to work a deal with Lunar or with Penguin, but if you at least give the retailer an option to buy directly from you, that's something that, without having to go through Diamond.
You know what a good point to make is the Richard Griffith's comment in here. He says that Diamond UK are not offering the Mark Spears FOC, and his customers are missing out on that stuff because he's in the UK. And
Richard,
maybe if he could order direct from you, he wouldn't have that problem.
If he ordered directly from me in the UK, it would cost him 3 times retail.
Well, and Nick, don't you have drop ship rules in your contracts? I know you can't really talk about your contracts, but drop shipping isn't a very I don't think people can drop ship if they have a contract with Diamond unless you're doing an exclusive.
Well, we are exclusive right now, so there is that too. But I want to ask Richard to do me a favor and email me this so that I can bring it up to Diamond and Diamond UK, because you should be able to order it.
Yeah.
And that's a different problem right now. So sorry, Richard, my email address is nick.barucci@dynamite.com. And you can also reach out to me or Vince Laterio on the FOC forum.
I got to bail, guys, because I forgot I got to combine everybody's shipping for their purchases. But Nick, I have one question for you.
You've said that 4 times. No.
I have one question for you because I'm trying to, 5 hours of waiting for you to call me. More questions came up. Who owns Harris?
We do.
So you own Harris, but you don't use that logo at all?
Oh, I'm sorry. You know what? You said Harris, and my head went to Vampirella.
Okay. Well, that's what
I don't know who owns Harris Publications anymore.
So Harris did not have the rights to Vampirella at one point. How did you get Vampirella from Harris? That's my question.
We bought it from Harris. We bought it from them.
Okay. Just that. Who else did you buy? Just Vampirella?
We bought the entire Vampirella library. We bought, Panther, Lilith, the whole kit and caboodle, Draculina.
Okay. So Harris just moved on, but they're not. Okay. That makes sense.
Yeah, you got to remember, the thing is Harris was a $400 million a year magazine company. Vampirella was profitable enough for them in the early to mid 90s, but once it started slowing down, by the time it got to the 2000s, it just started not being worth their while, and eventually they decided to sell. That was the friggin' craziest deal I ever did. I did a deal that nobody should ever do as long as they live. I did a deal where I had to pay an upfront money, which I had to do something that credit card companies don't like. I had a week to put up the down payment. I had to run. I tried to pay them with all my credit cards, and they were like, "Nah, you can always charge it back." So I had to run all the credit cards, my own credit cards, through through Dynamite.
Yeah.
Take the money, put the down payment, and then I had to do a home loan to pay for the credit cards.
Wow.
And then over 6 years, I had to make a huge check every year. And the deal was that if I missed the payment by a day, Vampirella reverted back to them.
Oh,
wow.
No cure period.
And
I do not recommend anybody ever do a deal like that.
Wow.
You were that vested, and I'm not talking about financially, I'm talking about personally, in a business mind, vested in getting those characters. You were that confident.
I was confident enough because I'd been publishing for 5 or 6 years at that point. But what I knew was, being a gambler, I'm the type of gambler that if there's one card that, if we're playing Texas Hold'em and I'm looking okay on the flop, I'm looking okay at the turn, and somebody goes in with a monster bet and there is a card that will give me the nuts, I'll go all in. Because I'd rather go all in and lose than fold with the winning hand. And this is the way I looked at Vampirella. At the time, she was a 41-year icon.
Right.
And what I knew was, if as long as I didn't miss the last payment, because I would have felt like a loser if I missed the last payment. I didn't care if I missed payments 1 through 5. But if I didn't try and get Vampirella, anytime I saw that comic, a knot would be in my stomach that I didn't try. And that was an opportunity to get a 41-year icon. And I didn't want to spend the rest of my life looking at Vampirella comics when I went to the comic store, knowing that I was too much of a wuss to give it a shot. So I banked everything. I banked my house. I banked, everything to make that work. And I'll tell you guys the craziest story. I thought the only way I would be upset at myself was if I missed the last payment, because that was the balloon payment. So the money was due every year on the 31st of December. Now, sometimes the 31st of December was on a Saturday, which means the money was due the 30th. Sometimes the 31st was on a Sunday, which means the money was due the 29th. And because it was so much money, the first 2 years and the third year, the wire was so big, I had to do it in person. I would drive to the bank. I left the office at 2, get there at like 2:15, 2:20, do the wire, go back to the office. Well, in the third year, there was a huge car accident. And it took forever. I got to the bank at like 2:52. And I was so worried that if the wire didn't go out by 3 o'clock, that it could be considered that I was late.
Right.
And I begged and pleaded politely to the manager to help me get the wire out. We got it done by 2:58. Let's just say that the 3 years after that, I went to the bank a week earlier. Because I really would have cried if I lost it a year. Because I was such an idiot because it was so much money that I waited till the last minute. But look, I mean, again, it's just I would have regretted it. I would have felt that I was a wuss, that I didn't have any faith in myself, and I just said, you know what? There are moments in life that you go all out, and if you lose, you lose. But you know what? If you don't go in, nothing like regret of something that you could have done that could have been great and that you let go.
Yeah.
Amen.
Yeah, especially in this business.
I think it's necessary to tell people that are listening out there that would do something like this on their own, or try to go on a venture, that, yeah, it is a gamble, but at the same time, you got to have a little bit of balls, and you got to make it happen once you actually do that gamble. Because, Nick kind of made it happen You know what I'm saying? It's not, it's an educated gamble. You can't just be like one of these Las Vegas dudes and just throw money at anything. I think if you're going to gamble on something, like you said, a 41-year-old icon is the kind of gamble you want to take.
What
It was a
year
once in
was
a
that?
lifetime. It was 2009.
2009. Okay.
Probably 2010, because it was 2010 would have been 41 years.
Right. And
Look,
back, plus back then you had a lot of competitors.
Yep.
That could have beat you to that.
Well, I will say this, and I will say that a bigger publisher than you know what? I think we started, I keep saying 41 years. Actually, I think we started the ball rolling in the 39th year, I think it was a long negotiation. Let me just say that there was another publisher bigger than me that sent me an email when the announcement was made, who, you know how you get those backhanded compliments?
Yeah, sure.
It was one of those, congrats on picking up Vampirella. When they offered it to us, it was more money than it was worth, so I don't know how you made the deal happen. Basically saying, how the fuck did you come up with the money?
Right, exactly. Well, if you did this in 2009 and 2010, when did you pick up Chaos Comics?
Chaos was probably, Chaos was a little bit more convoluted, because that wasn't us buying it. The company who bought it from, we might have bought that in late 2009.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, and we bought it from Tales of Wonder. Tales of Wonder were a they were like selling trade paperbacks and hardcovers. And then they ended up selling Chaos to us and Tales of Wonder to Discount Comic Services. And that became In Stock Comics. So
I would love to buy Evil Ernie from you. How do I do that? How do I buy the rights to Evil Ernie?
Billy, I say this in the kindest way. I got offered $250,000 just for Evil Ernie, and I said I am not breaking up the Chaos universe. And I mean it in the kindest way. Evil Ernie's a great character. And
speaking of which, Nick, do you ever see a day where, like, even if it is a one-shot situation, of ever seeing Evil Ernie and Lady Death reuniting in any form?
No, I love Bryan and Francisca. They're great people. They're two of the nicest people I know. They're two of the smartest people I know. They have absolutely positively no interest in doing anything with us unless they acquired the library back. So I've got all the respect for them in the world, and I do not hold it against them that this is where their position's at, and it is what it is.
Real quick, I want to shout out to all the UK listeners that are, a lot of you guys are just kind of jumping in. Shout out to Richard Griffiths, who's got a great store in UK. It sounds too. Painey, appreciate you. My boy D, if you're out there, appreciate you. Mark Spears just jumped in the chat. He says, man, you guys are up late and you didn't tell me. LOL. Don't worry, Mark. I'm going to end the show. We're at 5 hours right now, and we're going to try to get out of here before 6. But I'm going to end the show talking about your books on FOC tonight, man. So, and we already just talked about your Green Hornet book. So, great job, man.
Mark, I sent you a friend request.
I'm fine with you talking about that twice, Brian.
Go ahead,
Jesse. Sorry.
No, I was saying I sent Mark Spears. He's so busy. I sent him a friend request on Facebook, and I never say this. Still haven't got my friend request accepted on whatever. It's only 3 o'clock at night. Not a big 3 o'clock in the morning. But what is funny is I'm wearing my Eddie Iron Maiden shirt, who I don't know, just kind of seems like Evil Ernie to me. I don't get that, right?
A little
but
bit.
I'm not accusing.
There seems to be a little overlap.
Yeah, and I'm just saying. And if you look
Hey,
at those first issues,
Brian's a metalhead at heart. So
well, their drummer just retired from touring.
yeah, Nico, 42 years.
Yeah,
42 years. That is crazy. Anyways, guys, thank you for allowing me to come on the show to talk to you. Nick, just call me anytime. I'm kind of joking with you, just as long as it's tomorrow. But all
right.
I'm joking. Everybody have a fantastic night.
I tell you what, Jesse. If I stay on this long enough, I'll just stay up and I'll call you at 7.
Go get some sleep, both of you guys.
I'll still be on this stream.
Yeah.
Richard, thanks for the kind words, buddy. Thank you very much.
Hey, Nick, we're going to kick you out of here, too, so you can go get up in the morning, man. We thank you immensely for just everything you do and the support you show this channel, man. Appreciate you. Jesse, you know I love you, brother, and I'll talk to you tomorrow.
Check us out Tuesday night.
Nice meeting you, Nick.
Later.
Later, guys. All right, so, wow. Holy shit, you guys. CJ, I think you're
bad, Brian.
No, don't feel bad. This was a great show,
Every
bro.
time I come on, it's like it's instantly. Then Nick comes on, and then we go on this.
I wouldn't have it any other way. This is the type of stuff I love doing, and CJ's 12-hour streams are rubbing off on me. So
Yeah, this is the way.
yeah, this is the way, right?
You notice every time you get these extended streams, I have some part of that to drag it out a little bit for you. So you're welcome.
Yeah. Well, before before we call it a night, we have to at least end drama alert, you guys. It's been a 5-hour drama alert tonight. So you know how we end drama alert. Let's get out of here.
Can you hear me out there? Hey, man, don't be squirting water at me. I'm gonna fuck your girlfriend, pal.
All right. Jeez Louise. Okay. We can at least get out of drama alert. What a night.
So I missed all of the drama alert, did I?
Don't worry about it, bro. It was me being in my fifis, as I heard your fifis name likes to say. But I think the best part of the drama alert was the second half when we actually got, I think, a lot of information passed, and maybe a little bit because of the conversation we had tonight and because of Billy's video.
I just want Diamond to watch my video and watch your video. That's all I want them to do.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah, man.
But I don't think anything will change.
Yep. So
was the whole drama alert on that issue, or was there more drama before that?
No, the whole drama alert, Larry, was me talking about the craziness that happened with Kyle on Razor's show. So, but don't worry about that. Mark, how you doing, brother?
Look, man, I'm here to carry the telethon to the end, man.
To the very end. He's with us.
The very end.
Mark, I'm selling your Keen Spot stuff at my store right now, and I'm scared to death.
Well,
yeah, dude, I started listening to this hours ago, and I finally caught up to the live part because I did a little bit faster. But yeah, dude, I heard all that about your damages like that. That's tough.
I mean, it got that $100 metal I'm selling at your store, and it's flying out of my store, and I'm like, oh my god.
Well, for those of you guys
damaged.
that want to go check out Billy's store, I'll put the link in the live chat. You can also find it. Just go search Economics and Comics. But he's got this great pre-order bundle page, and he just started putting the Mark Spears stuff on there because he's putting Keen Spot back on the list because of Mark. And look at this, you guys.
That's the only reason.
Oh man, awesome.
Look at all these
well,
beautiful.
I hope it goes good for you. Let me know if it.
Oh, I'll let
of
you
course,
know.
that
I
wouldn't be till
promise.
January. Yeah.
I promise.
I'm thinking, yeah, because I've been thinking about it since you told me last time about that. I was like, man, I want to make sure, I need to talk to Chris over at Kinspot and see, like, I'm sure he has percentages of what books are getting damaged and stuff. Is it normal? Is it higher?
Mark,
So-
I would tell you to tell Keen Spot, the guy at Keen Spot, can you please reach out to Diamond and make sure that these are packed professionally because we care about our business. That's what I would say.
I mean, I will. They actually already might have done stuff like that in the past. I'm not sure, because being a smaller print company, if they had a lot of damages, I mean that puts you under, right? Because they're having to pay for the damages. So I will reach out to them and mention this because this is twice now. So I want to make sure, my stuff is getting there. This reminds me of when I did my Kickstarter from last year. I ordered about 1,500 books. When they arrived here, you can expect 10% maybe damaged, right? I had about 350 to 400 books damaged.
Damn.
And I'm like you had. I saw the pictures you posted earlier, like that, right? Like bent all the way at corners. I had chromes that I sold for 60 that were just lines through them where it didn't take right or something. And I was telling them I can't sell this to someone who spent like $25, $30 or sometimes 60 for a book. I said, I can't do that. I can't put my name on that.
I had that issue with Comics Wellspring. They sent me a bunch of foils that had lines and spots all through it. Yeah.
Well, I talked to the people that I went through were great, but the problem was they could not reprint these because of a problem with other orders coming in, and mine was so low on the thing. It took 2 months. So
Damn.
my Kickstarter was supposed to have been fulfilled. I was going to try to do it in July. People started getting their stuff in September. So it still worked out. They still got what they wanted, but I hated that, that was 2 months that I was just sitting there.
Bro,
I can't send this stuff
you
out.
were 2 months. That in the world of crowdfunding, that is early. Try some of these cats who are 4 years late. You know what I mean?
But I had, my reputation is I always want to be on time. I want to make my deadlines. And, like I think last year I might even have said like May was the shipping date, but I kept everybody informed like, hey, we had to change printers, things like that. But I can't stand owing people stuff like comics and stuff like that. I want to get it to them as fast as possible.
Right now in Canada, we have a nationwide strike with Canada Post. So I can't send out the comic books I need to send out to backers until the strike is over.
Oh, that's horrible. Yeah, I feel for you there.
Hey, CJ,
It's all
just
right.
so you know,
Eventually it will end.
I muted you. Just unmute
back.
whenever you need to.
Speaking of Kickstarters, someone's got going on right now that's doing pretty decent.
Bro, we talked about this the other night. This is fucking crazy, dude.
Bro, I never thought it would do this well that early. I wouldn't even think it would do that well even at the end date. We had debated would it hit 30,000 by Christmas? We didn't know. We thought, well, if it doesn't hit the 30,000 goal, I can still put it in retail stores in about a year, so I didn't waste the art and all that kind of stuff. So that was just shocking. And only 440 backers too.
Yeah, that's crazy. The average.
So you got a lot of backers
440.
that are backing at a very high price point then,
Right. And but what's really weird is, okay, the one from last year had 300 backers. We did 57,000, 8 issues. Everybody loved it. I mean, everybody had a great experience that I know of. Got their books. Everybody was happy. Only 16% of them have backed this one. So either they're waiting or they hadn't heard about it, because sometimes they don't have notifications, right? So from Kickstarter, they don't have it signed up, so they get it in their emails or it goes to the, the other kind of email. So
Kickstarter is great for that. They'll give you all kinds of analytics, and it's the same thing with me. Like about 20% of people are returning backers, and about 80% are basically discovering this for the very first time.
Yeah, mine is basically it's dominated by new backers, but I'm hoping to pull in some of those other ones from last year because, like I said, a lot of them liked it. So hopefully I can get that up to about 50% from 16%. And because I also have backers from my trading cards too. I'd like for them to try it.
Well, I got to tell you, my last project, I did something like 452 backers, and I came nowhere close to your number, sir. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's hey, well, last time I had 300. I only have a little bit more than that, but it's a lot more. I'm getting better at figuring out what to offer and stuff like that.
Well,
I'm
Mark,
gonna have to study your Kickstarter, so I'm gonna have to do.
well, here's the crazy thing about this, right? So the cover price, we didn't get to do a House of Stein Hot 10 this week because condolences out to Ben Stein. He lost his dad, which is a bummer. But I think that the House of Stein would have looked very similar to this. And look at all these. This is the shout out to our boys at Cover Price. I mean, we love Matt and John. They're great. And the OGs here at Beyond Wednesdays. This is unreal, Mark. You got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9,
Yep,
9 books of the
It's never
top
been done
20.
before. Yeah, they wrote me the night before, or maybe the day it dropped, and said, "Hey, Mark, I want to let you know this is crazy." And they said, "We're not, you know." And I said, "I know people are going to be thinking it's all rigged or something," but I said, "I know it's all data driven." And he goes, "Yeah, it's." He said, "It's crazy right now. It's just it's not been done." Here's some little news for you that no one knows. So, you know, issue number 1 came out, 11,000 sold, right? That's rounding up a little bit. It was 10.7 something. Issue 2 comes out, 14,000 pre-orders, right? First comic that we know of in modern history, besides the Turtles, that the second issue was higher than the first, right? Something is Killing the Children didn't do it. Saga didn't do it. Walking Dead didn't do it. Invincible didn't do it. No one has done it. Okay, but we didn't put out a press release or anything yet. Ken Stott was like, we, you know, don't want to toot our own horn yet. Number 3, we already know the pre-orders for number 3 as of today. Not, you know, it won't be until like, I really won't get the purchase order around till Tuesday from Diamond. But as of right now, we're already over 20,000. That is something. Walking Dead didn't do it till issue 30.
Dude, that just gave me
Invincible
goosebumps.
only did it 1 issue when they had issue 100. So we are we have submitted our spot as a hit book now with hitting that number, and that we think it's going to go higher. It could be 22, it could be 25. I don't know.
Mark,
is this a mini series?
No, it's all the way up to 8 right now, but we believe it's going to go on forever with the same numbering, unless we decide to end out of season 1 and then do like Hellboy did, and then, you know, you could put those out like that, where it's you know, for every 8 issues is a new season. But
is
I
this
don't know.
you just self-publishing this and throwing this through Diamond, or are you with a publisher? Or
No, I'm with Ken Spot. Published it. I made it for Kickstarter last year and did it. And then you hadn't heard of Monsters yet? Have you been under a rock?
Yeah, brother, pretty much.
He's up in Canada, man. He's so yes.
It's pretty big right now.
Did you, Mark? Did you ask them about for the regular? You were talking about it last time we talked. For the regular covers that aren't foils and metals, did you ask about cardstock last week?
Yeah, I found out it would only be around I want to say a 10-cent increase.
Fucking do it.
Is that something that they decided to do for this stuff that's on pre-order right now?
It would actually be, if they do that, it would, because they ain't gonna change the price. So it would be anything that's not printed yet. So I have to talk to them to confirm it if that's what we're doing. I know, like for my Kickstarter, I'm doing it there because I'm like, it ain't worth it to go to do a regular one for 10 cents. So I got to confirm it with Ken Spot that that's what they're going to do. Of course, because a lot of the books still do it. Like the second printing was on cardstock, right? So I don't know why they didn't do the others. I know that when you change things, anything like I was wanting more pages in the last issue, and it would have went up on shipping, like our price to ship Diamond and all that. So I had to keep it at a certain like 32 pages or less. But I'll know that, and I can reach out to you to confirm it before.
No, you don't have to do that. I was just curious.
Yeah, but I that's what my goal is, to do that. I just have to make sure they're on board with that, because, you know, of how the 50-50 split and all that kind of is on everything. But and to make sure that the printer's okay with, you know, switching it over and all that kind of stuff. But that's what I want to do going forward. I would like to have every comic either that or or higher, like a Chrome or something like that.
I can say
But,
right now that out of the top 10 selling books this week so far, it's only been a day and a half, but out of the top 10 books that I've sold for FOC, that's everything, right? You
Mhm.
have 5 in the top 10.
Wow. It's,
Larry, this is
man,
this was
amazing.
Mark's initial Kickstarter for it, and you can see this is some of the interiors. He writes and does the interiors also. So it's like, again, I tell Mark all this all the time. He's a good guy to root for, man. He's been working on this. He put his, like Nick was talking about earlier, making sure you're putting it behind it what you think is a
Those are
winning
the
thing.
interiors?
Yeah.
It looks painted. I mean, is that a
How do
Stan
you,
Lee
is that,
cameo
is
right
that,
there?
I'm not saying AI, but is that all, how the hell do you,
The way I work is it's digital paints, but for
Yeah.
my model references, I'll instead of the real people, sometimes I'll do that if I have to, like if I have to have real world stuff or an action figures or something. But I'll use 3D models.
oh, okay, yeah.
So that's
what
why
yeah.
it has that kind of feel
Has
to
that
it a
look.
little bit.
Mhm.
It's a
I
little
mean, I
bit.
know that's not it, but like something like the old dude on the top that we're just looking at,
Yeah.
like these, I mean, that looks like
It looks good, right?
it's crazy. It's like a movie or something, 3D
Yeah.
animation.
Yeah,
black
and
and white
that's,
too.
that's what I'm going for on it. So I think it yeah, it's honestly when I was start doing this, I was like, I don't know, a lot of people won't accept my style. They'll be like, I like it, but it's not this or that, and it's just
So is it
great.
all over like that? Multiple different types of imagery through the whole book?
What do you mean? Like,
Well, some looks like it's 3D, some looks like, some's black and white, some it looks
well,
like it's painted, some looks
right.
digital.
Well, no, it's all, yeah, I guess it's just the way it looks from there, but yeah, it's all painted. It's just some of them are black and white because it's flashbacks.
Mhm.
This is the way I always did the trading
Cool.
cards too, that came out before this. So, but now these pages you're looking at were like the first pass of those from last year. I
Mhm.
worked on these same exact pages all the way up till April. So they're a little bit different, where I saw something and I was like, I'm touching that up or fixing this up and things like that. Cause I had more time to work on them. The covers basically stay about the same, unless I went in and decided I didn't like something and fixed it. But
You have a lot of
Crazy, man.
homages on your covers. Is that something you like to do?
Homages sell, bro.
yeah, I did those just because of the Kickstarter last year. The homages are okay. I get to where they're kind of easy because you already know what you're gonna do.
Yeah.
Mhm.
But I don't know. I prefer, I prefer telling a story on the cover. So if I can do something myself without homaging it, I enjoy that. But
I love these,
So, Mark-
man. These look so gorgeous. Go ahead, CJ.
Sorry, I'm just curious. I mean, Mark's short-term plan is the 8 issues, I'm assuming, right? What is the long-term plan with this IP? Because I'm curious to see where you're going to take this. Is it going to go into some kind of ongoing thing? Is it going to go into? I mean, obviously, this is going to turn into merch and a whole bunch of other stuff.
Right.
I already see it happening, but as far as the comic itself, like, where do you see this going?
yeah, I have a longer story. I just did it up till those 8 issues is what I was going to offer because I had them done at that time last year. But no, I've already started on 9 and everything. So we wouldn't really have a hiatus. We would go right into being, 9, 10, 11, unless we decide to renumber it with, season 1, season 2 or something. But I think the story I'm telling right now could go easily 30 to 50 issues. And then I have a whole universe of characters and stuff that are in it that there's a lot more story to tell even after that. So I would like to see it as long as I can keep doing it, going on to where I can't even tell you when I would stop it. I am doing Spawn 77 for Todd McFarlane, and I'm writing it, and I'm doing it just like Monsters. I'm writing it, doing the interiors, doing the covers. That will be the next few months will be me doing that. And right when it's over with, I'll move right into finishing up Monsters, because Monsters will last all the way up until I think 9 should come out January of 26. So I would have to have it done by December of next year. So and I have Monster and the Wolf that's on Kickstarter right now. It's 3-issue miniseries. It's almost done. I got about 15 pages to finish on it, and that'll come out. We'll actually publish that probably through Kid Spot. I don't know when it'll come out because it is a prequel series, but and we're doing Free Comic Book Day. I got to work on that one. Oh man, I mean, I'm just work.
You're too busy, Mark. You're too busy.
Mark,
you
the
know what's
Kickstarter's
important,
all
though.
you, right?
Yeah.
This is all you.
Yeah, it's all me.
And
I haven't spent the time in advertising yet. I thought about advertising it, but I don't know if I will.
And do you have any intentions of having additional reprints of the first few issues for everybody that missed the boat on these first ones, or this is it?
Well, okay, the way the Kickstarter is going to work is I'm not going to use these covers ever again. So if you see a cover, want that book, you have to get it in the Kickstarter. The Kickstarter, the story will be retold in retail, right, for like $5.99 or whatever the price will be. But it will be with new covers on it. So that way the Kickstarter is a little bit more special. Some of the Kickstarter books that came out last year that sold for $22 on the Kickstarter are selling for, oh gosh, what, 500? I think
700 plus, Mark. So
people are, that's why I'm really shocked, Brian, that I'm not having more backers from last year, right? Because
listen, man, listen, I went in and I looked. And I haven't told you this, but I got some plans for to do a special video that I want to do, just talking about the series and the Kickstarter and everything. But I went back and I looked, and there was it blows me away that some people own, some of those covers, like you said, were never even printed because nobody bought them, which blows me away, which I feel so stupid for, but. I went back and I looked, and I think I was like backer number 6. I went in and I not only, and this is what I would suggest to people to do. If you see something that you really like and that you also see on there that it might have some type of opportunity, maybe to if it's something that you end up not falling in love with that you can flip, there's always stuff that you can flip. We've talked about flipping Monsters books. We talked about flipping Niobe books with the Paul Green stuff.
They do it all the time, bro.
Yeah, we talked about flipping the Dwelling stuff, and there are Kickstarter crowdfunding. I shouldn't just say Kickstarter. There are crowdfunding comics out there that are so limited, and you can get in on something and just hit those add-ons. And a lot of those books, Mark, were add-ons that. I feel so stupid for not just saying, I'll take one of those. I'll take one of those. I'll take one of those.
Take one of everything. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, like for us, we have a minimum order of if I put a cover on, like say this monster cover here of Frankenstein guy here, if I did that, I have to have a minimum of 25 because that's what Comics Wellspring, who I use to print, requires per cover, right? So if you just bought one cover from me, I would have to now go print 24 more just to meet the minimum order.
That's what we didn't do a minimum order. Some people got a 101, they just didn't know it, and we ate the cost. So because that's so maybe it cost me $30 for that book, but that's the way it was. On the 3D stuff, we talked to because that was something I came up with for this Kickstarter. But a lot of people liked it so well. I've talked to the printer. We're going to have on issue 5, we're going to have a 3D cover polybagged with 3D glasses in it.
Sick.
And we're also going to offer a regular cover with a trading card polybagged in it.
Hell yeah.
I love those old throwbacks to like the 90s and the 80s.
I'm with you, bro.
I wanted to do that with issue 5 hasn't, been solicited yet, so I'll get to do it with that one.
I will say this: if there's any way that you could throw some type of flimsy backing board in there, I don't know if that's a
yes. They said with the polybag they can put a backing board in it if you
do
want
it, Mark. Because with polybag books, that's always a known thing that a lot of those are just damaged beyond belief. But when you throw that backing board in there, it does something.
Good. Now that you told me that, I'll definitely do that, and we'll actually put that in the description when we do it, that it has a backing board in the poly bag. So
Ivan says, you got any plans on making a Monsters short box from my Monsters comic collection piling up?
That'd be cool. I don't really know with anything like that, like who makes those, how, I'm too busy
BCW?
drawing. I don't have time to do licensing stuff, but yeah, I would like for that because they're filling up. Just this week alone, I'm working on like 3 Dynamite books, 3 DC books, and then I got to get Monsters ready to print next week.
So when are the t-shirts coming out?
The t-shirts for the Monster of the Wolf, they'll be out when if you're referring to that, there's actually if you get back Monster of the Wolf, the Kickstarter out now, you get a free t-shirt if you're at any kind of physical level. And the t-shirts are only for those backers. It's a white and black shirt. So some people are backing it twice so they can get 2 of the shirts. But now there is, licensing deals and stuff that I've been talking to about doing t-shirts and stuff like that, but nothing's been signed yet. So I don't know.
Just off the covers that you've done for all those monster books. I mean, literally drop one every month. You got so many different options.
I have with the trading cards that I did before this, and then all the covers. We probably have about 500 or more images easily, maybe closer to 6 of like cover type images where they would be a cover or trading card, stuff like that. And we're going to try to do another trading card set this year.
I was going to ask you about that. If you have any plans.
Everybody wants them. I can do a lot of cover. I can do a subset with covers as trading cards. So I'm going to try to do it. It's just my time's getting pulled, by different directions right now. So it's tough, but and I've had to turn down projects for the first time in my life. I had to say, hey, I can't do this cover because I'm having to be picky now. So it's a great problem to have though. But it's just because dude, last year at this time I was thinking I can't keep this up. I'm not making any money. No one would give me work. That's why I did the Kickstarter.
You bet on yourself, brother.
So, and everything worked out. So, man, I'm just thrilled. See, there's a lot of those cards have been turned into covers now for like exclusives and stuff.
They look so great, man. More and more people have been hitting me up saying, yeah, I'm more into the cards than I am the comics, which is very interesting.
Yeah, the cards are really cool. I like them. I want to continue to do those. This time we might get distribution either through Diamond or maybe I can get it through other places like Spencer's Gifts was talking about it. Also, Nick over at Dynamite, he does cards. I might just team up with him and say, if you could help me out doing the cards to where see right now when I do a card, everything is me 100%. The back, the front, the design, the packing, the everything. So it would be nice if I could just do the cards and not have to do the everything else, all the other jobs. So.
This is so great.
Hey,
guys. He
I'm
put
gonna
bubble gum
head
in
out,
there.
guys.
Thanks,
I'm gonna
Billy.
head out. You guys have a great night. Okay.
I'm gonna jump
Good
too. Thanks for having me.
All right,
Good
no worries,
talking to you.
guys. We're getting ready to end anyways, but look how cool this is. You actually put gum in there, bro.
Yes. Again, if I could have done that for all of them, by the second time the Halloween edition came out, they didn't have the gum anymore. They said, nah, they discontinued that. But I would have done it just for it's just that retro feel, man. When you open that pack up and there's a piece of gum there.
Is there many? Do you have many? Go ahead, CJ.
Oh, sorry about that. I just wanted to say I'll be the only one that might want this, but I would love to see all like the original set or like a new set of cards redone in a jumbo format. Even this, like, how Marvel used to make them the size of a comic?
Yep.
Oh yeah.
I would love to see that done because it gives that opportunity to collect all the images in a really nice size, which you can really display. and you could do a lot with that as far as just.
I thought about
Well,
doing that at one time, doing like a jumbo size cards. So that had been on the table at one time. If I could do something, I probably could. Maybe I could put them in packs. I don't know, but I looked at doing that, offering it that, and then I've also thought about offering Series 1 like a remastered thing. Different backs, different designs on the front with the same art, because a lot of people missed it, and they're sold out. Halloween edition sold out. Series 2 is about to sell out here in a couple of weeks. I won't have any more left.
Do you have any more? Do you happen to have any more unopened packs of Series 1?
There's one right there.
Oh my God! Look at that. If you have enough that you can throw me one, I would love to own one, or if anybody out there has one, because to me, these Series 1 packs, my friend, with the gum in them, are so fucking cool.
I got a couple. These are the Dracula packs. There were 2 packs, and then there was a Frankenstein pack. I had it here on my desk, but I don't see it right now. But I'll send you some, Brian.
Oh man, that is awesome. That is great.
You can't find the boxes anymore, but you can find the packs. And then the boxes, if I had the main boxes, they came with 3D glasses. And these 3D glasses, you could see some of the 3D cards in it. So yeah, those right there.
Look at that.
But I'll send you some so you can. I'll send you a pair of the glasses too, so you can just hold on to them.
There's the box. You got an 8-pack box. You did a blaster. There's a hobby. I love it, dude. I love it.
Were they available in retail stores?
No, they didn't go to retail stores. They sold on Kickstarter, and after that, I put them on Amazon website, and then I don't know if those were on. I think that year it was just Amazon. The next year when I did the Halloween edition, I had them on Walmart's website, and I had them on Amazon as there too. So I didn't make much money off of it, because what would happen is the Kickstarter paid for them to be made, and I would make extra to where I would be able to sell them for about a year, right? So really, of those boxes right there, only 400 or so existed. Wow. So, and then, the Kickstarter people maybe got 100 of them. So I had about 300 left, and I would sell them. And that's what happened with the other one. So this next one would probably be the only one that's produced even bigger. But yeah, those, again, I love doing the trading cards. And that I would have kept doing trading cards and not even mess with the comic, but I was like, oh man, I want to tell a story with these characters now, because I got to draw them so many times. So I'll probably continue to do both. But yeah, man,
you're gonna keep yourself busy, brother. That's what you're gonna do. Ladies and gentlemen, this guy's getting ready to do he's working on a book right now with Todd McFarlane's Baby.
Yep.
Like that to me is just as fucking cool as the monster stuff. Like those 2 projects you're working on simultaneously, man. That's pretty amazing.
That was interesting, because when I first was going to do it, I plotted it and I wasn't going to write it, but now I get to write it, and it's just amazing, because me and Todd talked on the phone a couple weeks ago for about an hour about what the plot should be, was going over back and forth different movies and stuff. And then I finally, during Thanksgiving break, basically during Thanksgiving weekend, I wrote it up, and I said, okay, this would be fun. This would be a neat one to do. And I sent it to him the other day. He came back, said, let's go. Let's do it. That looks good. So I'm doing the concepts. So it's interesting, because I'm designing characters in the Spawn universe that I'm like, dude, if this does well, the implications of these characters, they'll live on, forever, right? Yes. They'll live on when I'm gone. If the characters are done right, if people love them, or they'll either use the character later, or they'll change that type of character where everybody try to imitate that character,
Yep.
And
that's a great thing about comic books, man.
So happy with it. I can't wait for it. It's going to be 5 to 6 issues. but I'm designing the characters right now. The only thing that's taking me longer is because I'm doing all these covers for Dynamite and DC that I've already committed to, so I had to do them. But going forward, I'm probably going to cut back on my DC. I know I'm cutting back a little bit on Dynamite, and then because I just got too much, with all this to do. And I got to make sure, Monsters is still hanging in there, being a hit, because I don't want it going nowhere. So,
well, I told you this, and I'll say it again: keep your pencil sharp, keep that tool sharp, brother. And I think you're making the right decision. You know what to do better than anybody, but with your project. But I love the fact that, you're kind of recognizing that you may have a little bit too much on your plate, and you want to make sure that it's what you're putting out is,
I want it to be, and I've talked to my wife that multiple times when I would show her something. I said, hey, if you catch me slacking, if these don't look as good, I don't want to put that out there. I would rather, I don't want to have low quality work. And then I didn't want to take on so much that I'm sitting there not meeting deadlines. So, but it's working out right now. In the future, I don't know, because, the thing is, you turn down one project and then somebody writes you the same day with 3 other ones. And you're like, dude, I got this, I can't take on this other stuff. So
look at this.
But,
I love this. Look at that.
Dude, I think I'm going to make that. I was looking at it the other day. It's just sitting here on my desk, and I said I might make that a cover. Not that, but redo it, even with the notebook feel as a cover, and then on the inside have that one in there.
Bro, that's great.
That was cool. I hadn't drawn that character in a while, but I'm going to do it and put on Monsters, because whenever am I ever going to be able to do this again, man? I feel like everybody's playing in my sandbox right now. I could just do whatever, and it's just like I might as well just go nuts with it and just say, here's a new character, there's a new character, just I'm loving it, man.
By the way, that's a great idea. What a great idea for a cover to do it like that, dude.
Yeah. The way that's done, which here it is right here, if you see it, so this was my old notebook from school. So I had to cut it out. This was all ripped up, and then I had taped my my Bristol board to it, and then that made it look like that.
Oh, it's so
and
good.
I think something happened to it one day. I got that look. You see the old scroll?
I love the scroll, bro.
Scroll. So
92. Look at that.
Yep, 1992.
That's fucking great, bro. That's good stuff. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I think that this show has been a success in more ways than I can count. Mark, I can't be happier for you, bro. And
Thanks,
I
man.
hope that issue number 4 outsells issue number 3, and so on and so on and so on. So
I appreciate it, man. I hope it keeps going and people keep enjoying it and loving the story, loving the covers, all of it, because that's what keeps me going, man, that people are getting something out of it. So I just hope it keeps going. I'm living the dream right now. I don't want to wake up. It's amazing.
Ladies and gentlemen, I think that's a great place to end it. I want to say thank you to everybody that's live in the chat that stuck through this 106 all the way through the end. 5 hours, 46 minutes, 42 seconds. We're calling it a night. Stick around, CJ and Mark, for a little bit for after show talk. I'll talk to you guys later. Much love. We'll see you next time. Adios.